My whole life. And now we've removed all standards from everybody. This is why you get school shooters. These school shooters should be too embarrassed to even embarrass their fathers. They should wake up and go, I would never do this to my family. And I'll also, this is definitely gonna get me canceled, but I'm gonna say it because it's true. I'll say it by extension for suicide. I don't care what you do to me. I'm Andrew Tate. I cannot kill myself. I can't. I'm not allowed. It's against the creed of my last name. I didn't have ancestors who suffered how they suffered, who went through what they went through, for me to be born to kill myself. That's not the end of my story.
And we are live tonight from the great state of Florida. Welcome everyone to the Vince Dao Show. I am your host, Vince Dao. Hope everyone had a great weekend, and we are here. We got a long week of content ahead of us, folks. The Donald Trump arraignment in Miami is tomorrow. We will be streaming here at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Programming alert, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow we'll be streaming his speech in reaction to that. Very coincidentally, Andrew Tate, as the stream is about him, will also be reporting to the Romanian courthouse tomorrow. That announcement is as of a few hours ago. So it's a crazy day to be in the West. You know, there's a lot of controversial figures out there seemingly are being hunted on the same day. Why is it the same day? Why is it the same Tuesday? I have no idea. But let's get into the show tonight. But before we begin, everyone be sure to leave a like right now on the channel and subscribe if you are new. And if you want to support the show as usual, feel free to send it in via the super chats. Probably tonight as we react to this long interview. I'm thinking either every $20 or so or every few minutes. We'll figure it out. I'm going to pause periodically. So if you're like, why isn't he reading it? Don't worry. I'm watching the chat. I will be watching the chat the whole night. We will do our periodic pauses for super chats for sure. So it's all greatly appreciated as usual. Thank you guys in advance. In fact, I forgot to post the link. I'll probably post that when we get started here. But okay, let's get into our story for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So a few weeks ago, we covered the Andrew Tate BBC interview, and like I said at the time, one of the most disgraceful things in the history of modern journalism. And I have sat there and watched every single Donald Trump, Carrie Lake, all these different interviews throughout the years, and I think it's probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. Well, considering the fact that, you know, there are actually relevant questions to ask the guy. The guy is a political prisoner. He's been in jail for 3 months and then house arrest for several more for, you know, seemingly just being a controversial figure or seemingly just speaking up about certain things that the powers that be in the West don't seem to like. There are legitimate questions that perhaps the guy should be asked. And today, as you may have heard, he did a 5-hour long or 4.5-hour-ish long interview with Patrick Bet-David of Valuetainment, which on that front, let me just say, shout out to Patrick Bet-David. I mean, the guy, a lot of figures in that sort of mainstream YouTube sphere have been very scared to touch Andrew Tate. Hey, should we interview him? Should we not? He was the first guy to give him an interview once he got deplatformed. Also the first guy since getting arrested. So a lot of respect there. Good on him for being bold. But we're going to sit down and react to that whole interview here tonight. So for that said, let's, I suppose, just get right into this. There's a lot of interesting things to go through. I want to focus mainly, in the start at least, on the topics that I think are most interesting to us, which are the BBC's failed hit job and, of course, the Western powers that be, you know, setting up this little political hit job here. But beyond that, I also want to explore some of his beliefs as well. So we'll get into that a little bit. There's some answers I found compelling, especially stuff on masculinity. There's stuff I disagree with on religion. I think it will be a very, you know, good thing to just go through in its entirety. We'll see how long we get through. I don't know. I know I keep talking here, but let's just get right into this, ladies and gentlemen. But really quickly, let me read these super chats. Sheeny Beanie for $2 says, "Hit Reich, don't be a dweeb." It's so true. Hit Reich. Please like on the stream. Exactly, this is so true. Daniel McQuaid for $2.79 Canadian says they took out our boy Michael Knowles for a week. Thank you for reminding me. I was going to talk about that yesterday and then I totally forgot. Thank you for reminding me. I will certainly do a video or whatever covering it. But okay, let's get right into this. Or, you know what, should I full disclaimer, I suppose, before we start. You know what? We'll do it as we go. Okay, let's just get started kind of in this interview here, because we got a lot to get through. But here he is sitting down with Patrick Bet-David, and we're gonna start here. So the way I figured out how to do this is, instead of just going through the whole thing start to back, because then it might get boring at some parts, less interesting, whatever. We're going to do it in order of the things I find interesting or whatever. So we're going to start with him talking about the BBC. Okay, so here's Andrew Tate telling the story of how the BBC set up that interview, and it's quite interesting.
We watched the BBC interview with Musk, right? And he goes up and the guy opens up the question with, why'd you agree to do this interview? He says, well, I don't know, what's the name of the BBC? And he's trying to mock them and all this stuff. And there's a part of it where, you know, he calls them out for the mistakes they made. Yeah. And if you go to the bottom of the interview on BBC, you'll see comment section saying, why'd you cut that out? Because Musk puts it on Twitter, but they didn't put it in the interview. Yeah. Then you watch the interview with you. The first question they ask you was, what's the first question? Hey, you've been accused of
serious crimes,
rape or something like that. You know, right off the bat, they asked that question of you.
Yeah.
And then you see the interview, Lucy Williamson, I believe, her first question was, you're facing some very serious allegations. Have you raped anybody? That's the open question that they ask you. And the video they put up, the first one, they take it down. The second video they put up, that's 12 minutes, like the highlight one, they turn, the comment section is open. There's 80,000 plus comments there. Then you look at Philip Schofield, and you just brought up Philip Schofield. For people that don't know who Philip Schofield, do you mind explaining to people who he is?
Yeah, he was a TV presenter in England. He was very famous. He ran the morning show, and he was grooming children for a very long time, and all the staff knew about it, and the people who worked on the show with them were being groomed by him, and everybody knew, and it was all a big ha-ha-ha joke. And now he's come out saying, oh, please don't pick on me, I feel sad. And the media is saying, I'll leave the guy alone.
He is, when you go look up his Wikipedia, it says he rose to prominence as children's BBC continuity presenter from 85 to 87. Yep.
So I've never heard of this guy, but apparently there's this guy named Philip Schofield in the UK who's a British TV presenter. And like he brought up, apparently the guy got busted for grooming kids and you know, being a groomer. As someone told me, it was actually 16-year-olds, and that's legal in the UK, whatever. Okay, let's just say being a groomer for several years. And you look at the BBC interview, the whole thing is like, well, maybe, you know, how do you feel? Is your mom upset? Whatever. And then they go ask Andrew Tate. Very first question, why are you a rapist? So yeah, you know, obviously we know this.
Dan went on to do programs on BBC and ITV for Going Live, This Morning, Dancing on Ice, All-Star Mr. and Mrs., The Cube, and a bunch of other things. And they interview him, okay? While he's going through the mess, you know, after 27 years of being married, this one guy that he groomed since 10 years old, his name is McGreevy, I want to say, something McGreevy.
It's always a projection.
He's going through the process. Always. Matthew McGreevy, they met at 10 years old at a theater group. At 15 years old, Philip follows him on Twitter. Yeah. While the kid is 15, he follows him on Twitter. Yeah. The guy celebrates it.
And the BBC harbored this guy.
Ruth Langsford, they work together with. She files a complaint. Then right after filing the complaint, McGreevy gets fired. Then he has to take a break. Then he comes out after 27 years telling his wife, you know, and hey, I'm gay, I'm coming out of the closet. He's got 2 daughters. But there's a part of it where Matthew calls his wife and says, hey,
on British taxpayer
your husband and I
too.
had an affair together. When I was 19 the first time and 20 and all, nobody knows if it was before or not. The interesting thing about him is his brother, Timothy Schofield, I don't know if you know about his brother.
Oh, what, the one who's in jail for being a pedophile?
Was convicted of 11 sexual offenses involving a child between October 2016 and 2019, including 2 sexual activity with a child.
That's the thing in Philip's case. Understand this. We're not just talking about, oh, some private media company. This is the BBC. This is the British government. It's directly an agency, basically, of the British government. So you have the British government, while doing all this nonsense abroad and you know, trying to pressure Romania into going after this guy they don't like because the school children are supposedly, you know, quoting him or whatever. Here they are. Here's an agency of the British government, at least proxy agency. I don't know the official classification in that country. Openly protecting groomers. And so...
Here's how the interview started. First question.
Always a projection.
The guy asked him. He says, you've had quite a week. How are you? opening question versus the question they ask you on the opening, right? And then he turns around and says,
of a homosexual
the media's
groomer,
interest in the affair
like
was motivated partly because of homophobia, alleging that an affair with a much younger woman would have not generated such a scandal. So he gets protected.
Yep.
And he says, all those people who write those write those stuff, do they ever think that there's actually a person on the other end, right? This is proven. By the way, this is the part where even when somebody's watching you and saying, why are they taking him to court? Maybe he did something. Why are they taking Trump to court? Maybe he did something. Why are they taking this guy? He must have done something. There must have been something there, right? It's stuff like this BBC does. If BBC are watching this right now, I want to kind of remind you of your mission statement that you have on your website. We're going to put the link below to your mission statement. You can go find it. Here's what your mission statement is, BBC. This is why you've lost some credibility the last couple of years. To act in public interest, serving all audiences through the provision of impartial, keyword impartial, high quality and distinctive output and services which inform, educate, and entertain. You say you inform, educate, you entertain, yet you conceal, misinform, and your content's quite frankly boring. You're cherry picking on people that you're talking to. So
that's the worst part.
A message like that gets the average person to say, everything with you is allegedly, everything he did is proven, his brother is proven, yet let's leave him alone. Poor guy, let's target him. This is where their argument has leaks in it.
See, I'm so demoralized with the state of everything in the West that the moment I see whatever allegations come out against a certain figure, whether that's Andrew Tate, Donald Trump, whoever it is, immediately my first thought is not even, you know, because your natural first thought, you would think in a civilized society, even if it's innocent until proven guilty, the first thought is like, maybe he did something. Wow, well, I didn't know that about him, or what, you know what I mean? You have the initial thought of like suspicion, like, hey, maybe this person has something going on. Things are so broken that whenever I see stuff like this, I immediately have to assume, especially on the way the media and the system treats it, that if allegations or whatever it is come out against the person, it's probably because it's a projection. First of all, whether they're guilty of it or not, it's just a projection because the person is speaking truth to power. They're a threat to the system that is. And it should not be like that. I should not live in such a broken system where my first natural thought has to be, hey, they're indicting a former president. It has to be, this country's so corrupt, so here's a person who's actually speaking up against the corruption, and seeing something like that must only prove he's speaking up against it, right? That shouldn't be my first thought, but it is. Because you look at this guy actually, and it's not alleged, proven he was grooming children while working at the British taxpayer-funded British Broadcasting Channel. And they totally protect this guy for years. And the very first question when it comes out is, well, I think you've had a hard week, man. Are you okay? Like, what more do you need to know? It's always a projection. Every single time.
You can tear it up.
Absolutely. Philip is part of the club, and I'm not. And this is the thing.
Dollar for Dollar sends a member chat that says, Primetime 99 Alex Stein freaking slam dunked on Brittany Griner. I'm glad to be back in the great state of Texas. A gallon of gas was literally the same as a burger at an In-N-Out without fries, no cap. Thank you for the member chat, Dollar for Dollar. It is true. Yeah, California, very expensive. Glad that you're back in a superior state. And that's it. California, just, you know, going back to my points about institutional failures everywhere. California is the most beautiful state in our country. It should be, you know, at least at one point it was, actually. It's not a dream. It, at one point, was quite the paradise. And now everything is just so broken that, you know, that's the case. Thank you for the member chat. Appreciate it.
I'm a mentally resilient person, right? 14 months they've attacked me. I'm not going to sit and complain about that because that's not how I operate as a man. 14 months they've complained about me. If you type Romania, human trafficking, you type in any of these things, my name comes up, my face, I'm a bad person. I've lost all my bank accounts. I've lost all my social media accounts. I've been vilified all across the matrix in every single possible way. They print my face every single day with something negative next to it daily. Nobody gives a shit about my mental health, right? Because I'm the enemy. And what's scary about this is Lucy Williamson herself, she was begging me for an interview. The BBC were begging me for an interview. I don't need any of these people. The only reason I even sat down with the BBC is because they were begging me. I can go and just say my own words and get plenty of views, right? But the whole time I was in jail, they're begging me for an interview. Can we speak to him on the phone? Maybe you can give an interview from jail. Can we have an interview? Please, 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 please. And I was saying, why do I want to talk to the BBC? And the BBC were saying, no, we don't want to do a hit piece. We want to come across, we want to be impartial.
This is what they're telling us.
That's what they always say.
We want to be impartial. We believe there's a side of the story that hasn't been told. We're really interested in some of the, let's say, what's the word? I don't want to get this wrong. Inconsistencies in the Romanian justice system. We're very interested in his side of the story. There's been enough hit pieces. We want to tell the other side. We want to hear Andrew Tate's story. And I said no, on repeat. Then they sent me a list of questions. I didn't even ask for a list of questions. That's not who I am. I don't have to script. I never ask for a list of questions. They sent me a list of questions. Here's what we're going to ask. It's about his mental health. It's about the Romanian justice system. It's about the fact he hasn't been charged. His liberty's been deprived. All this stuff. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. Maybe it's a bit interesting. And the Matrix is obviously printing lies about me. And these are some interesting questions from the Matrix for the first time ever. Okay. They walk in here all smiles and happy.
Which they always do,
all smiley
again.
faces trying to take me off guard. I already have my list of questions, right? It's all going to be nice and easy. I sit down, and they instantly attack me. They put the cameras on first, and they attack me, expecting me to stutter and make a fool of myself.
This is always the interaction with liberal media. I see someone in chat ask me about like what it was like on the Vice panel. Yeah, I'll tell you, this is exactly what it is like, and this has been my experience multiple times, is they will come to you so cordially. They will be the nicest people ever. And the whole thing Vice sold me was like, you know, we want to have a good faith discussion and people to sit down and share their perspectives and all this stuff. And they did the interview. They were so kind to me, like some of the nicest people ever. But then you sit you down and then, you know, they purposely put me in the middle of the liberals. But that's the thing. I knew exactly what I was going into. I knew exactly, you know, but considering that type of thing was just sort of a panel where they bring in random people to come on, not random, but people of relative influence just to come and talk about stuff. You know, if you were totally naive and you just had opinions, you could totally be psyoped into thinking, into coming in totally unprepared. That's the thing, coming in totally unprepared, right? Because, you know, you're told, oh, we're just going to have a nice little discussion and everyone be nice. And like, yeah, that's not what they're setting you up for. But I do think it's very interesting. The BBC not only was just the standard fake liberal journalist thing where they're like, oh, well, we want to have a good faith discussion and all this stuff. They sent him a list of questions, none of which they asked. Like, that is scummy. And honestly, if I were Tate, I would release that whole list of questions, expose the emails, show the world. I think he should. Because that is a new level of low that even I've never experienced. I've never been sent the questions beforehand saying, this is what we're going to ask you. Don't worry, it's not a hit piece. And they come and immediately throw out the questions. That is just another level of dishonesty that I've never even heard about, but I'm not surprised. But, you know, it is interesting though, right? For journalists, for people who purport that they're supposed to tell the world the truth, they are the biggest liars on planet Earth. They are the fakest people on planet Earth. They are so unbelievably fake, right? And it tells you a lot. I mean, not that it's surprising to anyone, but it is interesting. The people whose job it is to tell the truth are the biggest liars and the fakest people out there. Republican thinker for 550 Canadian says Tate has to say he won't off himself so people know he didn't do it if he gets mysteriously Clintoned. Well, don't worry. Thank you for the 550. He does do that in this interview, but let's keep playing.
It's kind of like they tried to sucker punch me. I'm in the club, and they're my friends shaking my hand, and they tried to hit me and knock me out. And this is the thing that's so amazing about it. Yes, I destroyed the BBC. But of course I did, because I'm smarter than all of them. But why should I have to rely on my wit and intellect to destroy BBC with their research team and their plan, their deliberate plan to try and annihilate not only my credibility, but my life? They are trying to put me back in jail, these people. They're not dishonest. They're genuinely evil. And they don't give a shit. Yep. And so why should I even sit there and entertain them? I believe I could slip every single sucker punch they throw at me for the rest of human time. I could sit with any of these clowns. And no matter who they sit with their research team, whatever garbage they come up with, I'll make a fool of all of them. But why am I even entertaining them anymore? What's the point? That was the last chance I gave mainstream media. They lied for months to get that interview with me. Completely dishonest, head to toe. And like you said,
it's definitely just going to get repetitive at this point. You know?
We heard your mom's upset, that poor old lady. Maybe everyone should stop talking about it because his mom's upset. Let's not talk about it anymore because his mother's old. You're the
actual groomer.
You have to sell your sanity.
Actual
nowadays.
Groomer. You know who else's mom is old? Andrew Tate's. I don't hear anyone caring. How do you think that old lady feels? My mom is upset that he was a groomer and groomed children. Don't care. It's so ridiculous.
Afforded protections.
It's ridiculous, that's the reality dude.
Of it, because if you're a sane thinking person, you don't buy their bullshit, and that's what upsets them. They don't want anybody who thinks for themselves. They need you to They want you to believe exactly what's on the television screen. Believe in COVID. It's COVID now. Oh, Putin's invaded Ukraine. Putin's cured COVID now. Now it's Ukraine. It's insane till the next thing comes. It's absolutely asinine.
Did any of the questions that they sent you ahead of time?
Zero.
By the way, we didn't. There was no.
No, that's not how we operate.
Asked us ahead of time whatsoever. Did they ask you any of the questions they said they were going to ask you?
Zero. They start with an attack and it became a battle instantly.
Did they ask you at any point what jail was like?
Zero.
What your mental health was like?
Zero.
How, like, you completely missed the mark when everyone wants to know what was jail like. Well, but they don't even ask you that question.
But this is what's so interesting about it. These people are so detached from reality, because they are genuinely detached from reality. Yep. They think that finding a video I made 8 years ago, a 4-hour speech I made 8 years ago, and finding one line of it without context that can be misconstrued, they think that sitting down with me and saying that to me is an aha moment. Nobody cares. Because you're taking it out of context, one. And I said you're taking things out of context. She goes, I'm not taking it out of context. I said, if you're presenting...
And they've already done this before. They've already done this a million times. That's why it's part of why it's such poor journalism and just poor content. You've done the thing. Piers Morgan tried to do it way back in the day, and he's already, you're a human, right? The interesting questions that should be asked are not the things that have been asked a million times. How about what's new, right? Well, how about this case? How about the ongoing trial? What's new there? But, you know, BBC, well, what do you expect?
Taking it without context, that's taking it out of context. That's what it is.
I still think it's crazy they sent him questions and then didn't follow them, though. I've never heard of that in my life.
When you omit details, when you refuse to put in all of the details, you can lie by including one detail which may happen to be true. You can tell the truth and miss all the details around the truth, and you are lying by omission. You're lying by omission. And you're sitting here saying, oh, you said this 8 years ago. Nobody cares. Because they know me, and they know I didn't mean it in that way, and they know it's taken out of context, and they know that it's an old video on the internet, and it's not even an aha moment they think it is. But they just want to sit with you for an hour, attack you and attack you and attack you,
the same
wait for you to make one mistake. You know? If I would have stuttered or made a single mistake, that's the only 3 minutes they would have shown. That's all they want. They want that 1 hour, then they take the little bit. With me, they cut it down to 12 minutes, and they look terrible in all of it. But if I would have made a single mistake, it would have been the only bit they shown. That's all they care about. Fake news.
Did you tell them, did you say, I'm only doing this if I'm able to record as well?
I said that.
Because I know that's what happened with Trump as well a couple of years ago.
I didn't even tell them, I just recorded it.
Okay, so they didn't know you were recording.
They didn't know I was recording until afterwards, and then I said, that was dishonest, I'm going to release the whole video.
You told them before you released it.
I told them.
There is no contract or agreement with BBC.
No.
Nothing was signed. It was just simply an interview. Okay. Because I think
here's the thing when interacting with liberal media. I don't know if any of you out there will ever have to do this one day, but I'll tell you how it's done. Okay. The best thing you can do, and I knew this going into Vice, yes, they're going to cut you up out of context. Yes, they are setting it up to make you look bad. You have to so utterly and thoroughly dominate the entire situation that there is not even a single moment, a single sentence they can take out of context to make you look bad, because everything you say is flawless, right? You have to be really on your game. And I think it can make you look good if you're that on your game, but if you're not prepared, that's the big thing. If you are not prepared and you know, you just slip up once, you maybe lose one portion of the debate, whatever it is, they can butcher you, right? So that's really what you have to do. Anyways, let's pause really quickly for super chats. Brandon Gross for $5, thank you very much, says, did you hear about the LGBTQIA alphabet gang's church got struck by lightning and they blamed climate change? Yeah, I'm sure it was climate change, right? I'm sure that's why. Yeah, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. I agree. This country is crazy. Everything is crazy. The whole world's crazy. Arnie for $5 says, if one were to consider running for office, should they join their county GOP's donor club, even if the current Republican Party sucks? Thank you for the $5, Arnie. My advice is yes. Okay. I know people are going to say, no, don't listen. I've learned, especially in 2022, is the first year I really witnessed people's campaigns for office. Money does matter. Endorsements do matter. And honestly, those personal, especially in local elections, smaller elections, it's not really about what you believe. It's about who you know, the connections you have, the money you're able to raise. And so you can really believe whatever you want to believe. But yes, I would say making those connections with a local GOP, getting the fundraising money, it's very important. So I would say 100% do it. And to anyone who gets mad at that, they just don't know how running for office works. I've witnessed it firsthand. I have to say, you don't even have to change or conceal anything you believe. If you have the personal connections with the right people, especially in smaller races, that's all it's about. That's all it's about. Make those connections, be in office, just as long as you don't piss those people off, which, you know, it's really, like I said, it's a personal connection thing. These are smaller country club style things. I would say go for it. I would say go for it. So 100%, 100%. All right, let's continue on here. Thank you for the super chats. Again, I will read them periodically throughout the stuff. Actually, let me make sure there's nothing on Streamlabs. I don't want to miss those. Let's see. Let me make sure. Okay, we're good. All right. Let's continue.
That was very important when you released it for people to
leave
see
a like on the stream, by the way,
what fully was said versus, and by the way, you know the Philip Schofield interview that they put up, the 12-minute one that just came out, you know the comments are turned off.
Of course they are.
The comments are turned off, yours are turned on, his is turned off.
Of course.
And who knows many reasons why they would do that. But going back to BBC. So, okay, they come, they want to ask the questions of you. For some of the people that maybe aren't following the story closely, but they know who you are. We're in the car, we're driving, and a lot of people are asking questions. We ask the drivers, like, hey, are you going to Tate's place? How do you know we're going to Tate's place? And he says, well, who's Tate? Oh, Andrew Tate. Oh, tell us about Andrew Tate. Well, this is, okay. What kind of a guy is he? He said, I actually really like him. I said, why do you think he's going through what he's going through right now? Oh, it's always because of money. Okay, so we're at a different restaurant. So tell us, why are you going through this? Why is he going? Everybody's saying a similar thing about this, right? But for those who don't know, there's 3 different camps. Yeah. The camp that already sees you guilty, it doesn't matter what they read. So for example,
I honestly, that's the thing. I really do feel bad for the people of Romania because their entire country's national reputation is being tarnished this whole thing. And, you know, really a lot of people are going to be scared to move there now. Think about it. Andrew Tate, the one rich guy everyone knows from there, he moves there, gets thrown in jail. You're like, think about how much money they are driving out of their country, how much influence. It's terrible. It's going to be a terrible thing for their country. Imagine the tourism drop, all that stuff. It's going to be awful. But the reason I especially feel bad about it is the Romanian people. I mean, they're just another one of those Eastern European countries. The Romanian, not Armenian. The Romanian people are overwhelmingly Christian, socially conservative, right? Like, socially speaking, the country is very similar to a place like Hungary or Poland, you know, those based Eastern European conservative countries. But the problem with their government, I don't know what it is, their government's very corrupt. There's a lot of crooks, right? And that's a big thing. The mafia has a big influence in that country, so it's not like Poland where the corruption's actually very low. So, you know, that's the issue. And I genuinely feel bad for the Romanian people because I know about them. I know their country is based, quote unquote. That's a big reason why, you know, they chose to move there in the first place. But it's also very corrupt government. We hate to see it. Burgundy Blue for $20 says, Vince, have you ever heard of the idea of the cathedral? Thank you for the $20, big donation. It's the idea that all society's cultural institutions like university, news media, Hollywood, and social media are controlled and act like a modern church. Thank you for the $20. I mean, they definitely are. I mean, you could compare it to a church or not. I mean, I guess that's one comparison to make. I don't really like comparing it to a church because I suppose it works, but also you could say it's like parts of a church body. I don't know. I compare it more so to like a gigantic squid, like the Kraken. They all have their different tentacles that do different things. That's probably more so how I'd compare it. But thank you for the $20, Burgundy Blue. I appreciate it. All right, let's continue.
Well, this story here, you know, from BBC came out.
Romania didn't have the best reputation before this law. No, they didn't. They didn't. But that's the thing, right? Is in terms of the people, this is what I'm trying to say. In terms of the people, it's a lot like Hungary. It's a lot like Poland. Like, I know that. And that's like a lot of the Romanian people stand with Andrew Tate in the situation. But they have a problem that their government is very corrupt, right? Hungary, decades ago, you know, managed to clear out all that corruption, and they got like the right people who actually care in power. Whereas Romania, it's a very corrupt government, right? And they never cleared out the corruption, and that's part of the problem. That's what they're facing now.
Last night, 10:30, Andrew Tate choked me until I passed, that UK woman claims, right? This is Alice, another anonymous name, just like Sophie, right? Yeah. But there's 3 camps. There's those that say, well, look, I'm already thinking he's guilty. I don't like him anyways. I need anything to get me to think he's guilty. Yeah. Whatever it takes. I don't have to do my own due diligence. I just have to hear anything. Then there's a camp that's a diehard fan. There's nothing you can do that they did wrong. You know, in their eyes, it's going to be wrong. Then you have the people in the middle that are the reasonable ones, that are saying, you know what, let me look at this. What about this? What about that? The people in the middle may say the following question. They
And
may
I'll be honest, that was
and
me
I may
at
have
first.
asked this question from you
This
last
was
time
me
as
at
well.
first.
They may say, Andrew, okay, if this guy is so innocent, how can they get you to go to the dungeon for 92 days? How can they put you on house arrest? How can they do all this stuff?
Yeah.
If you're somebody that was born in US, you lived in UK, how come somebody else isn't coming to bail you out? You got different lawyers. How is it that they can keep doing this to you if you're not guilty? What do you say to those people?
Yeah, and once again, I have to be careful what I say because of the court case, but Romania has a law, or the law in Romania is basically, if you can prove to a judge that it might have happened, they're allowed to hold you up to 6 months during the investigation
So
stage.
corrupt.
If I was guilty of anything, I would have been charged long ago. And we're going to talk about charges soon because I still believe they're going to attempt to charge me. But we're now approaching the end of the 6 months they can keep me under a form of arrest for without charge. Typically in Romania, when I was first arrested, the guard said, within 2 weeks, you'll have your indictment. I was like, 2 weeks? He goes, yeah, everyone gets charged quickly. Nobody waits 6 months for a charge. If they arrest you, they charge you, like every other country, right? The fact they've waited 6 months and gone into my entire life and attempted to find something shows they don't have a case.
That's
Why
the
I
thing.
believe it happened is because
So many detractors keep on saying, oh no, that you just don't understand the Romanian justice system. And to a degree, like I understand, yes, there are corrupt laws on the books, like the preventative arrest thing, that are allowing them to do this. But if you ever need proof like the whole case is corrupt, it still is true. Sure, the United States, usually it's indictment, 48 hours, you get the charges. Still in Romania, hear what he said, it's 1 to 2 weeks, I believe that. So the fact that you're now reaching the entire 6 month period, and not just 6 months, because the investigation allegedly has been going on since, like, I believe April 2022. If you keep an investigation going this long and you cannot find a single charge and you're still yet to, it's over a year, and they can't find a single charge. What do you think is happening there? Probably a very similar thing to Donald Trump, where we're just going to indict you. We're going to look into your entire life and just try to find something, right? You're going to try to find something. And they can't find anything, but clearly, because it's taking this long. And that's why, really, like, when this first happened, I'll be honest, I always had an inclination it was a setup, right? But part of me was like, well, I don't know. I don't know a lot about Andrew Tate. He lives in Eastern Europe. He has this mafia aesthetic. Maybe it's possible, right? There's a small glimmer, maybe. And then you see everything that's happened in this case, and I'm firmly convinced my inclination initially was right. Yeah, it's total, you know,
they
facade.
didn't have a case when they were trying to hit me with this garbage, and they thought, you know what? If we put him all over the news, if we
Andrew needs
slander
to
his
move
name
to Poland.
completely,
Yeah, I agree.
there was a
Yeah.
hotline set up. If you're a girl who's
Or
been hurt by
Hungary.
Andrew Tate, call this number in the UK.
Far less corrupt
Hotline.
government, you know?
So they were attempting to use the media to find what they wanted. Months go by, case file's empty, nothing's happening. My lawyer's saying, when are we going to close this case file? Like, yeah, we're just waiting for some papers. We're going to close it. Around the time I was canceled, things started appearing in the case file again. They start spying on me again. Very interesting that it happened around that time. I don't know if they understood that I didn't have.
Yeah, I really wonder why it happened at that time, right?
In the USA. I don't know what happened. They started to build this case, and they spied on me for all of these months, spending millions of euros, spying on me everywhere I went, trying to find evidence of a crime. Eventually, they get to the end of their legal limit to spy on me, and they don't have any crime. They don't have anything. So in my current court case, we have two Americans who lied, the ones who we have the conversations between them saying they're going to get an Oscar for lying to the police. We have the CCTV of them coming and going. We have their Uber records showing they can travel the country freely. We have their phone calls with their mother where they're saying, yeah, he didn't hurt me, and my boyfriend caught me. We have all of it. We have all the evidence. We have those two, and then there's nobody else who could possibly even take the stand. I don't believe, as high level as this Matrix attack is, I still don't believe a Romanian judge is going to put me in jail with the dossiers. I've seen it. It's garbage. I don't think I'm going to end up in jail. But it's
And that's what I'm a little bit uncertain of. I'll be honest, like he knows the situation better than me. But I'll just say as an outsider, I'm a little bit worried about that because it's Eastern Europe. You know what I mean? You know how bribing works, And when you look at the source of all of this, let's be honest, it's not Romania. I don't think even the Romanian government particularly cared. I think they got a call or some type of that, right, from the EU, the UK, probably forces in the US as well, collectively, that's who's pressuring, in my opinion, the Romanian government to do all of this. And so I see it as like, if they can convince DCOT to do all this stuff, who's to say the CIA can't interfere also in a court case? If the CIA historically overthrows governments and allegedly interferes in elections worldwide, who's to say they can't bribe a judge? You know? So that's why, I don't know, I'm a little bit, you know what I mean? You know, and I said this in the video today, but if I were in their position, I know you can't exactly do it right now, but if I had the window of a chance, if I were in their position, I might look at fleeing the country. I mean, that's just me. I don't know. But you know, I hope it all works out for the best. But I do have to admit, I'm a little bit worried about that. Not because of necessarily Romania. It's because of the fact that, like I said, if the CIA can overthrow governments, surely they can get involved in one court case. It's not that difficult. Or the UK, or the EU. That's my big concern there. And also, let me say, that's the big reason why everyone is always like, why do you care so much about this case? It's Romania, blah, blah, blah. I'll talk about this more in a second, but that's the reason why. Because I say the slippery slope applies absolutely here too, and people say, well, no, it doesn't. It's Romania. Why do you care? I care because, again, understand it's not just Romania. This absolutely came from UK, US, EU, Western powers made this call. And if they can make the call in a foreign country, they certainly can do it in their own. And that's why I think it's worth talking about. But let's continue here. Location area for 50,000 dong, says Andrew Tate literally admitted to having women scamming men in the Nelk podcast. He's not a good person. Thank you for the 50,000 dongs. I mean, listen, the conversation is bigger than that. And I'll address this in a second, but every single time we talk about this, everyone is like, oh, I don't like this about him. I don't like that about him. I view it as it's first of all, like, that was a long time ago. And then secondly, it's bigger than that, okay? This is one of the most influential people in the world being persecuted for political reasons, okay? Like, that's what's happening here, you know? And you can sit here and say, I don't like this about him, I don't like that about him. The way I see it, the whole situation is bigger than that, okay? It's actually much bigger than that. And frankly, it doesn't matter if you think he's a good person or not. Why does that actually matter? This is a matter of there is a global injustice going on here, right? It's the same thing with Donald Trump. You could dig up, oh, I don't, you know, this aspect of his past personal life is not socially conservative. Oh, so then he should be indicted? He should be thrown in jail?
Just taking years of my life, damaging my influence, having bad things to say about me, keeping me under control, keeping me locked in a house. That's all they want to do. They have no interest in the truth. There's no victims. There's no one to take the stand.
Do you know who Sophie is or Alice is or no?
Yeah, so the BBC,
Ali?
That's really interesting. So then the BBC says, well, we found victims, because the BBC have done enough investigative journalism to understand that the case is garbage and there's no victims. So they said, well, we found victims. They found one called Sophie first. That was a few months ago. I think I was still in jail when Sophie appeared.
Is that her real name?
No, that's her fake name. So they have a girl with a fake name called Sophie. They don't show her face. They ask me, what do you think about Sophie? How can I comment on Sophie when Sophie isn't real? Firstly, you've made her up. Secondly, I don't know who you're talking about. You're saying that 9 years ago I was emotionally controlling? That is the most subjective garbage accusation. What does that mean? 9 years ago I said you shouldn't party with those guys in the club. Is that what I said? I don't know what I said. I don't know who she is, if she exists at all. And they're saying 9 years ago you were emotionally controlling. Sophie said so. Who's Sophie? We're not telling you. What's emotionally controlling mean? We're not telling you. What comment do you want me to? If this person even exists, which they don't, then I destroy the BBC, make it very clear to them that Sophie doesn't exist, on repeat, because she doesn't. And 2 days later, Alice appears. What's interesting about this is that DCOT, the federal agency inside of Romania, along with help from international partners, have tried so hard, spending millions of euros with federal level tools to find a victim so they can put me in jail. And they can't find anyone. But the BBC just pulls them up whenever they want. The BBC does. Where do these people come from? And I say this every single time. If anybody believes they've been wronged, male or female, by me, go to the police. Go to the police. I encourage you to go to the police. All these people say we don't want to go to the police. We just want to stay on the news. What, is that because you're not real? Is that why?
And also, it's less dangerous. Not that you obviously can face a defamation case for going on the news, but that's a lot. You might get in a lot more trouble for lying to the legal system. But I do have to say it. I do have to point this out. For all Andrew Tate, former Playboy, all of the women he has been with, and they can't really find anyone, that to me is a little bit shocking. You know what I mean? It's like, because you would think, I mean, imagine this. Imagine if, let's just say, I don't know, Hugh Hefner, right, is another like former Playboy. If you brought up some charge with him and set up a national hotline, which they did in the UK, have you ever had a bad experience? You probably get a lot of phone calls, right? They cannot get anything. It's ridiculous. The most they can get is emotionally controlling. What does that even mean? That's not, that doesn't mean anything, right? I mean, not to say it's not real, but you can't even prove it. You don't really have to substantiate it. It's totally subjective. You can just say, I felt like I was emotionally controlled. He was mean to me once, so I felt like it was controlling. It's a nonsense allegation from 6 years ago?
That's pretty convenient.
So,
I mean,
it's
a bad person. Why
it's
do you
very
know the cops?
silly.
Oh, because you have no evidence and it doesn't exist? That's why.
Are all these accusers in the UK, not even in Romania?
Not even in Romania. So Sophie and Alice are supposedly both from the UK. And Alice's story
To
is...
correct, it's not Alice. I said Alice, it's Evie. Evie or Evie or something like that. Evie.
It's all made up names.
It's all made up.
Yes.
So Evie,
we could call whatever name we want, but
yeah, Evie is saying 13 years ago I choked her or something.
Yeah. By the way, when is the 6-month time limit?
End of this.
Okay. And can we reference the tweet you just posted a couple days ago?
I want to stay on the
Sure.
She was commenting on Evie. You were going to say something about Evie, what she said 10. So she's claiming 10 years ago or 13 years ago, you guys had the consensual sex the first time. She comes back for the second time around. According to the story, she says she was being, your hand was on her throat, strangled me. She was passed out for a minute. And then she came back and she said, I did not approve of the second time having sex after she was passed out. So these stories they're making, and then she says, the guy asked a question saying, how come you didn't do any police report back then? Just, well, because...
It's very convenient that none of that is possible to prove. Way past any statute of limitation, I'd have to imagine. It's like, it's so ridiculous. It is so silly.
It's not fully rape, and it's not that because it was consensual. I kind of wanted to be there, and I didn't tell anybody about it 6 years later. There's way too many things that doesn't give it credibility for somebody to say, I didn't do anything about it then, but 6 years later I told my friends.
So ridiculous.
Yeah. And this is the thing that's scary. If you say to any red-blooded male, 13 years ago you had sex with a woman consensually and she's now unhappy about how that sex happened. You can get, any man on earth can get screwed with that.
Correct.
If this person exists at all. And
if this
like you
person
said, she
exists at
refuses to
all.
go to the police if she exists. And she's saying it was consensual. I think last night they aired it on Newsnight, and they said, why are you coming forward now? And I think this actor, the person literally said, because now he's rich and famous. They literally said those words. That's what they said. Oh, because now he's rich and famous, I think it's unfair. It's asinine. I don't understand genuinely how a man can protect himself in the Western world anymore. How can you even exist anymore? If this is what they're going to hit you with as soon as you get to a certain level of influence, there's no man on earth who's safe from this.
You can't.
I said this to my judges. I had a few male judges. I said, they could do this to you.
Yep.
They could do this to anyone.
Yep.
They could do it to you or me or any man watching this. Any man watching this. They can put in the BBC 9 years ago you did something. They won't tell you her name. They won't give you any chance to defend yourself because you have no idea what they're fucking talking about. And they will print it on repeat until you lose your job and lose your bank and lose your social media. And then you're going to sit there bankrupt and depressed. And then they're just going to move on from you. And if you don't die, if you're like me, a cockroach who refuses to die, if you sit around and refuse to go away, they're going to make up a new one.
And that's why I care about it. The people always say, well, can you stop doing this? I mean, if you don't like it, then don't watch it, okay? We do a lot of other content. If you don't like when I cover Andrew Tate, then you don't need to watch it. But it's like, they always come and say, well, I think he's a bad person. Okay? There's a lot of people in American politics that I also think are bad people. But I also care about, like what's happening here. You know what I mean? Are they after him because he personally is, according to some people, a bad person? Or are they after him because what he represents is a challenge against the Western system as a whole? Like, let's be totally real and mature. How hard is it really to be a mature adult about this? You know what I mean? And I don't see conservatives do this for a lot of our own figures in this country. We sit there and we'll defend Donald Trump, despite Donald Trump having a quite similar past personal life to Andrew Tate. Maybe not the same, but similar, right? Because they get it. They totally understand it. But I don't know. There's something about this guy right here that for some reason conservatives apply different standards. See, I actually apply consistent standards, which is why I say, okay, I think his message is a net positive. Do I agree with 100% of the message? No, not necessarily, but that goes with any other figure. I don't agree with 100% of anyone else besides obviously myself, right? Like, you know, there's no one else that I'm forced to do this so often besides this guy. But you know, I'll tell you the reason why. I think genuinely, the reason why a lot of American conservatives find it so easy to just join the forces, let's be clear about this, join the CIA, the UK, the European Union, the globalists, join all of the liberal forces, our enemies on the planet, in dunking on this guy right here for whatever reason, is precisely because, you know why, folks? That's the easy thing to do. Right? When I go out there and actually defend the guy or you know, say this or that, that is actually more controversial for me to say, right? I'm gonna get hate for that, even on the conservative side. I lose subscribers every time I talk, and then I gain a lot more because there's a lot of people who get it. But still, I lose subscribers. I get demonetized, right? Do you understand this? It is the convenient position, conservatives, to stand there and toe the exact line of the liberals. It is much harder, and it takes a much higher degree of maturity to have the take that like what Burgundy Blue puts in chat, and this is a fair position. He says, personally, he thinks Tate is immoral. He thinks he's degenerate. However, this trial has been unfair, and Tate himself is way less harmful culturally than the cathedral. Thank you for the $5. That's his super chat, by the way. Appreciate it. See, that takes a lot more maturity that a lot of you, that I guess a lot of people just do not want to embrace, right? Because it's much easier to purity spiral about everything. It's much harder to understand the nuances of certain things. You know, it's much harder to go out there and say, look, this guy is a general force for good. What he represents in the culture is right wing. So even if I do not agree with this part of his message or that part of his message, or I think he personally is just like, I don't really like the guy, I think he's a bad guy, whatever. See, it's the immature thing to do, the simple thing to do, is to just say, okay, then you know what? He must be a human trafficker. The much harder thing to do is to say, well, let me take a look here, right? And the much harder thing to do is speak up the opinion, which is politically inconvenient. Liberals don't care. They actually get happy, right? All of our enemies get happy when you throw this guy under the bus, as they do Donald Trump or anyone else who is allegedly controversial. And I don't get why, you know, well, you know, I have to, every single time, I have to say the same exact thing, and because the same people say the same things all the time, okay?
It's crazy, and it's genuinely scary, and you're not safe from it anywhere anymore. I will say right now on this podcast, I encourage absolutely anybody who believes I've harmed them, male or female, to go to the police with evidence, and we'll go to court. Let's do it. I don't harm people. If I was harming people, I wouldn't be out here as open as I was. The biggest criminals and the biggest gangsters and the most heinous people on earth don't have social media. You know this. If I see a guy with an Instagram pretending he's a gangster, he's not a gangster. The real gangster has no Instagram. Thing too. But that's the reality of it. You think I'm going to become the most Googled man in the world if I've been running around hurting people?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. If he really was a mafia, international human trafficker, I don't think he's that stupid. I think he'd keep a low profile, right? It's pretty obvious what's happening.
It's absolutely insane. And I think there has been a shift in the consciousness. I think, especially because of COVID and a few other things, people are starting to understand that all these people do is lie. I think people are starting to understand that. And the harder they try and hurt me with these lies, the less people believe it, which is scary for me. Like I said earlier, it's scary. They keep coming up with more garbage. The bullets keep bouncing off. So now they're sitting around going, we can't convince the world this person is a bad person. How do we get rid of him? That's the scary part.
Connect is an application which...
All right, so we'll go on here to the next clip in a second, but that's him talking about this. We're going to go next to his experience in jail and a little bit about his relationship with his brother. That's pretty interesting. But first, let me you know, get back on that point here. Dirty Mike for $5, thank you very much, says, this has nothing to do with whether he is bad or not. It has to do with the insanity that is coming from the left. It affects us all. Let me reiterate that. I know I touched about it a little bit in the second, but let me, I'm going to clip this. I'll make this a whole thing, okay? Let's talk about this very briefly here. So, to the people who always say, why do you talk about Andrew Tate? I don't like when you make videos defending him, whatever it is. Okay, so here's the thing. First and foremost, whether or not you believe what's happening in Romania is personally relevant to you, I would argue as a conservative, it objectively is. It objectively is. Because here is a guy who was thrown in jail by the West for political reasons. And that matters. Why? Because of the slippery slope. We understand this. It should not be a hard concept to understand. If they can do it to this guy, they can do it to more people, blah, 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 this and that. And like I said, a lot of people will say no, because it's Romania. That's his fault for going to Romania, bro. Maybe it is, but do you really think that it's just the Romanian government involved here? Do you think the Romanian government particularly cares about anything? No, right? They're that corrupt. No, what's happening here is the UK, the EU, probably the USA as well. A couple phone calls were made, a little bit of political pressure was put on, and that's who's really leading this whole case here, okay? So before you say it's Romania, it doesn't apply to me, where do you think the political pressure to throw him in jail is coming from? Do you think it's coming from within Romania? No, Romania is a primarily Christian, socially conservative country. You think they're the ones who have been rallying to throw Tate in jail? No. It is the Western powers where most of you live. Most of us live in US, UK, Canada, or the EU. Demographics. I know that to be true. So whether or not I think you personally realize it, it is important. It does matter to you. Okay? And secondly, let me just say this to be totally real. People say, oh, it doesn't matter. Please stop talking about this. Okay. I don't know why I'm even entertaining that, because I think, I should just make the content I want to make on this channel, and that's it. But clearly, let me just say, clearly, when you say, oh, I don't care about it, then why do you watch the content, right? There's so many people who, they always, every single time I make an Andrew Tate video, they get mad, but they'll sit there and watch the entire video and then leave comments about how they didn't like the video. It's like, part of the reason I make certain content that I do is I try to gauge what is relevant and what is not. And we'll look at the fact that my last video on the BBC interview with Andrew Tate got 200,000 views in the span of a few days. It is the most viewed video in the history of my channel besides YouTube Shorts. I look at that and say, clearly people do care. Clearly a lot of people out there do actually care about sort of, what's going on here. And, but seriously, if you don't like me talking about Andrew Tate so much, and I don't mean this in a malicious way, I'm not telling you to unsubscribe or any of that. I'm just saying then the best thing for you to do is not watch the content, because I never make content where I try to say certain things for likes or views or whatever. I just say what I believe, but I will acknowledge, and I think this is what all content creators do, we try to make content that people care about, right? We try to find things that are interesting, right? There are a lot of topics out there that I am very passionate about, but I would never talk about because nobody would really care, right? And so when I look at Andrew Tate videos and I see everyone is watching them, everyone is interacting with them, that seems to show to me, to the people who say, I don't like when you talk about it, clearly you care about it, clearly it's relevant to you. And so it's silly all around. And I think most people understand this. I think most people understand this is relevant, this is interesting, this is of global significance. And if you are a conservative in America, it absolutely does matter to you, as does the Donald Trump indictment, as does a lot of other things that we talk about on this channel, right? It's true. All right, with that said, let me make sure. Did we get any super chats? I don't believe we did. Okay, I think we're caught up here. That's what got us here in the first place. Yeah, absolutely. And this is absolutely true. Okay. All right, let's continue on here. So I have a little playlist of the order here. So next up, he talks about his experience in jail, and he talks a little bit about his brother, his relationship there, which I think is an interesting message that I think is missing. Is missing.
And jail
nowadays.
as a whole.
So let's take a look and listen here.
I mean, there's so many stories I can tell. There's so many different ways I remember it. There were times I laughed. I will sit and say some of the...
Sheeny Beanie says, I think people don't like that you're defending him. Well, they can do that. I mean, that the thing is, like I said earlier, it is the politically convenient thing to dunk on Andrew Tate. And honestly, but outside of the red pill community, I think that's also true in the conservative movement. Most conservative content I see about Andrew Tate is just, I don't like him, he is a degenerate, blah, blah, blah. And like I said, I think that is the very simple, easy position to take. You're not going to get demonetized by YouTube. You're not going to face any problems. That's exactly what they want you to do, right? They're fine with you doing that. So I fully understand. Yeah, it's the harder thing to go out there and say, maybe I don't agree with him on this or that, but I'm going to be mature enough to realize what's going on here. So, I think people don't like... Yeah, I guess that's what it is. You're right. There are people who are immature and they don't... they really, it's like, they're very narcissistic when you think about it. Everything is around, I believe this, I believe that. when they can't see the bigger picture that, hey, there's something much bigger than you and your personal worldview that's going on here. You know what I mean? So that is, you know, I get it. I understand it, but
We're in jail.
you know.
Get out of here.
Yeah. And some of the worst days of my life were in jail. But there were days where me and Tristan, when we were finally in the same cell, there's times we laughed like we've never laughed before. I'll sit and admit that's absolutely not really true. I feel like if you're going to be the kind of person who strives for an exceptional life, which is what I am, I think I'd be a coward if I said I want an exceptional life, but I only want it to be exceptional in a good way. I don't think that's genuine. I want an exceptional life. And exceptional means away from the norm. And away from the norm means flying your Bugatti on a jet to Dubai and taking your own plane to meet it there. And it also means a Romanian dungeon with cockroaches on New Year's Eve. They're both exceptional experiences. And the times I was with my brother and it was just him and I, we truly had some genuine days where we laughed like we always laugh. Me and him laugh and have fun on a private jet, and we laughed and had fun in a Romanian prison cell because that's just who we are. And I also have to give my brother some credit while we're here. I would like to state that I absolutely, genuinely believe I have the best brother in the world. And I'll tell you why. I always knew I had the best brother in the world, but he proved it in jail, and I'll tell you why. My brother was put in jail for being my brother. He hasn't said any videos. He hasn't said anything on the internet. He hasn't said any of the things I've supposedly said. The Matrix isn't attacking him. The BBC doesn't print about him, nothing. Why was Tristan Tate in jail? Because it's Tate brothers. So they just took him and threw him in a cell. Now what's interesting is, when I got out of jail, so many people near me got heat. Old business partners got heat with the tax. They got hit with like tax paperwork and
Okay, before we continue on here, okay, so there's people saying chat saying like, I'm tired of net positives, right? And I understand what you're saying. You're saying, I'm tired of this whole idea as a social conservative Christian that, you know, he says things I agree with, but the things I disagree. I wish there were someone out there that just said everything I agree with. You know, and that's an ideal world. I understand that. But can you name me like, besides, you know, Christ's perfect sacrifice on the cross and perfect time on earth, besides that, can you name me any moment in history where change was not affected by net positives? If man is fundamentally flawed and imperfect, then how can we expect for any movement to be built by anything but net positives? Okay? Because let's tie this back to Trump, or if you don't like Trump, then whatever Republican politician you're like, this is our guy. What are they if not just a net positive? Okay, did Donald Trump have a perfect presidency? No. You know, is your favorite commentator on the entire internet, whoever that is, what are they in the end besides a net positive? Okay, you need to understand, if we're in a state, and I view this as cultural warfare, spiritual warfare, whatever. I view it like warfare. You don't gain ground in warfare by just immediately going for the throat. You don't immediately attack the enemy's capital. If you do that, you're just going to overextend and then get destroyed, right? It's incremental ground, okay? How do you conquer any enemy? You hit the weakest point first, you march, right? You march on. That's how warfare is done, right? I believe that's how any form of warfare is done. Real warfare, cultural, spiritual, that's just warfare. That's a state of our existence. And so, you know, you can say I'm tired of net positives, and I understand the sentiment, but like I said, I feel like that's also a very easy thing to do. The harder thing to do is say, let me understand kind of everything that's happening here, you know? So anyway.
They were calling everyone who's ever known me, and ex-girlfriends got heat, and all these people got heat. And some people complained, some people didn't. But some people were like, oh, since you've been in jail, it's been so stressful for me. The media's outside my house. Like, stressful for you? I was in jail. What do you want me to do? And people were complaining at me. And as these people started to complain, I sat there, I said to Tristan, you got thrown in jail purely for being my brother. And never for a fraction of a second did you even moan. Not even for a fraction of a second did he say, oh, they only put me here because of you. Why am I here? I'm innocent. This has nothing to do with me. Nothing. In fact, he said the absolute opposite. He said, I am so glad I went to jail with you. I would be furious if they sent you here by yourself. If they're going to lock you up, they better lock me up. And there was a time, about 2 months in, because there's less media pressure on Tristan, they were talking about releasing Tristan first. And he was saying, no, I won't leave without Andrew.
Going down with the ship.
I won't leave unless my brother leaves. Wow. I won't leave. And he was telling the guards, I won't leave. Keep me here. I'm not leaving.
That's very noble.
They said, the judge says you have to leave. He goes, then I will stand outside the gate. I will sleep outside. I ain't leaving this jail. And our lawyer said, well, we can make an appeal to just release you because there's less media scrutiny around you. And Tristan's like, no, Andrew's in jail, I'm in jail. Refused to leave. He was adamant he had to stay. That's a brother for me. And it was the same for me. I said to Tristan, if they came into me and said, Andrew, go home, I'd be like, no way. If Tristan's in jail, I'm in jail. We're in jail together. He never for a second complained, never bitched, never moaned, and he was only in jail for being my brother. And then I come out and there's other people, oh, they sent me a piece of paper, blah, blah, blah. You're moaning? It's unbelievable. You truly learn, like I said, jail confirms everything you already knew about the world, and you truly learn who's on your side and who isn't. And that's good to learn, but it's actually crazy.
See, again, chat, you can say what you will. I think he's an immoral person. That's fair. Whatever. That's your opinion. But my whole point is bigger than that. And especially something like this. Like, that story is very noble. Their brotherhood especially is one of a kind. It's very noble. And it's just all it is old school. Back in the day, everyone was like that. That was the expectation. You know, that's your family. You go down with the ship. But you look at our culture today. Look at the other YouTubers out there. Logan Paul, Jake Paul, they're always like attacking each other. They did diss tracks on each other. Same thing with like KSI Deji. You know, that's the standard projected on so many youth. Who cares about your brother? Who cares about family? Who cares about loyalty? It's a very treacherous world out there. You understand this, right? And that's how I have to live my life just in America. Always looking, everyone's trying to scam you. I really like have a hard time trusting anyone. I'm an only child, so I never had this benefit. The reason I say like stuff like this is a net positive is because there is something very missing, lacking about a story of brotherhood like this that, you know, you can say, oh, blah, blah, blah. I don't hear anyone else talk about this. I really don't. Right? I mean, and maybe in some long book from a long time ago, you can hear about the, you know, the brothers that went down with the ship. But where is this in modern culture? It's nowhere to be found. Right? And that's part of why I'm like, well, you know, you have to understand. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like that. There are a lot of net positives that I think these two brothers bring to the culture. And this thing is one of them. Because masculine fraternity, brotherhood, is totally missing from the culture. It is nowhere to be found, right? It's nowhere to be found. And, you know, we have this culture where treachery, everyone backstabs each other for girls, many such cases. There's no male brotherhood. And you wonder why our society is in such a bad state for many reasons. That's one of the biggest reasons why I would argue is the destruction of male fraternity, the destruction of true masculine brotherhood. What do? When it exists, they call it gay. You know, like it's a total psyop all around. And you know, say what you will, I find that to be a very inspiring story, right? I hear it like that. I'm like, you know, that I feel something inside when, you know, this brother who, Tristan Tate, who like has nothing to do with this, they're really not after him, they're after Andrew, but he says, you're going to jail, I'm going to jail with you, and I will die by your side. I don't care what anyone says. Oh, I don't like, that's inspirational. And if that's what young men out there hear, that they need to hear, then, you know, then we should accept, hey, that's good that young men out there are hearing this. And that's how I view it. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's that complicated. I think if you're mature, you can absolutely understand this. So anyways, Andrew M. for 11 Canadian dollars, thank you very much, says, if people hate Tate this much because he is a sexual degenerate, then keep in mind King David had an adulterous relationship with Bathsheba and killed an innocent man. No one is righteous before God. Thank you for the 11 Canadian. Thank you very much, Andrew M. It is true. And let me just say this. Okay, listen, that is true, obviously, 100%. I'll also say a lot of the politicians you like today and think are the best, let me just say, there's a lot of stories there, okay? Even the ones on our side, okay? If we're going to use this on every single person, there's, you know what I mean? It's like, I think you just have to be mature about it. And I don't think it's that hard to be mature about it. You just have to think critically about it, you know? It's like, oh, he sells degeneracy. Oh, okay, fine. So does every rap song. You know what rap songs don't teach? Stuff like this. That type of brotherhood, which is very important, right? That's my, you understand, that's my thing on this, right? If you want to say you know, I don't like the promiscuity or whatever, which I would also acknowledge. I think he doesn't talk about that as much anymore. I think his understanding of a bigger platform, maybe becoming Muslim, whatever. I notice he doesn't really talk like that anymore. But still, regardless, if you want to say, but it taints the past. Okay, fine. Still, that does not separate him from anything else in the culture. What does is stuff like this, which is why, again, I say to many people get mad, but I'm mature enough to say that's a net positive. And people need to hear that, you know?
So the larger psychological analysis of it all, everyone lives inside their own minds, right? So it's kind of crazy. I came out of jail, and some of the first messages I got from people was them complaining about the problems me being in jail had given. Like, you think that wouldn't happen, right? You think, oh, you come out of jail, people would be like, oh, are you okay? They're like, oh, you're okay? You're out now? Okay, yeah, well, listen, Mo. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. And I'm like, I was in jail. What do you want me to do? Yeah, that sounds unfortunate. I was in a jail cell. What do you want me to do about it? It's kind of crazy how much everyone's kind of self-interested. So it's been a learning curve, and you learn a lot about a lot of different people, and your circle gets smaller. And I think that's probably one of the reasons God put me in there, to just learn a lot and make my circle smaller. And you just have to listen to him and pay attention to it and say, okay, all right, you're off, you're off, you're off, you're on, you're on, you're on. But my brother, I have to give him credit, because I tell you, I also think me and Tristan are one of the best teams in the world because we have different roles inside of our brotherhood. My role is to be concerned and to panic. Not panic, that's the wrong word. I never panic. My role is to be concerned and try and fix the problem. I'm in jail, pacing up and down. How do we get out? And Tristan's role is to not care. And together, that helps us achieve the objective best, because when we really need to get out, I'm in charge. His role is to not care. Sometimes, when it was at the height of frustration, I needed his superpower. Tristan's superpower, and this is his superpower for life, is he is the master of not giving a fuck. We would go to court. We would go to court. Imagine this. You're in jail, right? Weekends were the worst, because the TV was worse on weekends for some reason. Like you had like 3 channels. And the weekends were the worst, and you could hear out the window everyone having fun. I hated weekends. So when a Friday would roll around, I'd say, okay, Tristan, we just have to zen away the weekend. And on Monday, there's court. We just have to zen away the weekend. So for the weekend, we just sit there staring at the wall. Intrusive thoughts, can't sleep, all those things you're trying to get out your brain, just sitting in silence because the room's tapped, just staring at the wall, just staring at the wall.
You know what's crazy? Not to pause too much, but you know what's crazy? Is really like the last few months, I have been thinking extensively about, could I handle jail? What would it be like? You know what I mean? And I actually find stories of what it's actually like very fascinating. And maybe this is paranoid of me, but I look at the way the country is going, I look at the way things are going, and I'm like, if I'm ever a figure of prominence, I may have to face the reality one day that this all happens to me, right? Which is why I find stories like this very interesting. And it's something in fact, I had a dream about it the other night. It was crazy. I literally had a dream where like something related to the January 6th investigation, which isn't even real, but they were like, they sent me to jail. It's crazy. Like I've had dreams about that. I think like when I'm in my spare time, I literally think about how I would handle that. And it's insane, because I think if you are someone who long term, maybe not now, like I'm not being arrogant, oh right now the system fears me or whatever, but long term I think about it. If I'm going to rise to prominence, if I'm ever eventually going to be someone with an influential voice, it's a possibility like we all have to consider. And you know, so I have thought about it, and I find this story interesting from one of those reasons.
And you think Monday would never come, and Monday would eventually come, right? Or Sunday night comes, and 8 a.m. on Monday they're going to take you to court, and they might let you go home. They might let you go home. You've done nothing. This person in this room can decide if you go home. And it's Sunday night and you can't sleep and you're awake all night long. There's no clock, but you just the seconds feel like hours. You're just sitting there. Eventually 8 a.m. comes. Put you in handcuffs, walk you to the court. You walk in there. Everyone speaks Romanian. Don't have a clue what's going on. Everyone's just talking at each other in Romanian. Then they say you'll get the answer in 3 hours. Go back to jail. When I went back to jail, I was sitting in the room. I was like, do I pack to go home?
It would be an opportunity to get in shape.
Okay.
I do have to say that.
But you're nervous. You're anxious.
Could you imagine that?
Am I going to go home? Is it over? Do I get to go home?
You have nothing to do besides work out, maybe like write.
Sitting there,
write your memoir.
Sit still. Tristan finishes court, walks straight into the room. It's a matrix attack. It's bullshit. I'm going to sleep. And went to bed, clean asleep. I was like, how the fuck are you asleep? He didn't care at all.
Out of respect.
He just went straight to bed. And then when he woke up like 6 hours later, matrix attack? I'm like, yeah, you thought so. And just rolled back over. Didn't care.
But it's perfect for a guy like you.
But that's what you need. I need that.
I agree.
Because if I had someone else next to me as hyped as me, I would have gone insane.
I agree.
I need someone like him who's just like, he had the superpowers like, bro, I love jail. Jail's great. Look, we got coffee. I love jail. None of my women are messaging me. I love jail. I'm telling you, I had 45 minutes on the phone a day, and I used all of my minutes. Tristan never made a single phone call from jail.
Get out of here.
Not one.
All right, let's do a poll in chat. If you were in jail, who would you be? Would you be Andrew or Tristan? It's a good question, right? I feel like me personally, I like to think I'd be more like Tristan, because like, what are you gonna do? You know, it's really not in your hands. It's obviously in God's hands, first of all. But then secondly, the people who are media, it's really the legal system. It's your lawyer's job. You know, it's like you really have no control over any of this stuff. So I like to think I'd probably just sit back, relax, not really relax necessarily, but I'd probably just use the opportunity, channel my thoughts, no screens, right? I don't have social media. I'm not distracted. I can't be distracted by anything because there's nothing to do. So I'd probably just try to get really in shape, like just do thousands of push-ups, you know, read the Bible daily, maybe start writing books, write a book or something, you know, like that's all. You could just focus your time into just avoiding all the distractions of the world. So I feel like that's what I would do, because imagine you're in this little cell, and I don't know how he does it, because if you get very antsy like that, you're very claustrophobic and you're locked in this small room. I'd probably just try to be like, okay, listen, you know, there's nothing you can do. That'd probably be me. But how would you guys be in jail? You know, let me know your thoughts.
I was like, Tristan, do you want to speak to anyone? Nah. Sit there watching Romanian
People
news.
are saying Tristan. Yeah, I would be like Tristan too.
Like bulletproof.
What
But
can
the
you
only
do?
reason he's so bulletproof that way is because he knows I'm doing the absolute best the other way. He couldn't be that way if I wasn't trying to get us out, because then he would try to get out. You need the yin and yang. So like when it was chill time, it was his mental frame, and when it was how do we get out of here, it was my mental frame. But Tristan's superpower is genuinely not caring. I can't explain the level of how much it didn't affect him. He didn't bother him at all. I didn't see him sad. Not that he was smiling. He didn't care.
You consider yourself a stoic. How much more stoic is he than you?
I just think we have different roles, and I think we've evolved into them over the time, because it's not just jail, it's with everything. That's what we are with everything. If there's a business problem, I'm the one who's like, shit, we have to fix this now, shit. And Tristan's the one like, Andrew, you are so ridiculously rich, chill. But we need that. We need both, right? But he couldn't be that chilled if I wasn't the way I was, because he wouldn't be successful. Totally. So you need the opposites. So everyone goes, oh, you and your brother are so close. We're so close because we're actually very different people. But yeah, he was amazing in jail. And even afterwards, I still struggle to sleep. He sleeps fine, because I think my experience of jail was a far more stressful one, but I adopted that. Now, I'm not saying I couldn't have done what Tristan did. I could have done what Tristan did. If I were to go into jail and say, your MO is to not care, I could not care. But my MO was, how do I get out of this matrix attack? So I was the most stressed I've ever been in my life. So that's carried over. So I don't sleep. He sleeps fine, but he slept fine in jail. So why wouldn't you sleep fine now, right? So yeah, it was interesting, but I have to give him props, because it's amazing to have that level of clarity. And he said things which were absolutely and utterly true, things I already knew, but it was nice to hear.
I want to ask you a question. So I have two boys, right? And one day they're going to watch this. They're not going to watch it right now. They're 11, 9, but they're going to watch this, right? And in school, you know, I'll go and the kids that are, you know, 11, 12, 13, they're like, you Andrew Tate, you know, how was that interview? Oh my God. So 11-year-old kids are watching these types of content, by the way. It's pretty wild where they're at. But here's a question about brothers. There's a lot of brothers out there. As a father, there's certain principles I'm teaching them, okay? One, if you can speak from the idea of how your bond was built based on a man, your father, Emery, injecting certain values and principles in the two of you. You guys better do this. I don't want to see this. And then which part of the code did you guys create? Because there's friendship, but there's brotherhood. There's a very different story.
Absolutely.
How was that developed?
Yeah, so my father, and I have endless stories about my father. A lot of people who dislike me would call him an extremist. I don't think he was an extremist. I truly believe I had the best father on the planet. And from a very young age, he made it clear. He said, look, you're Tates and you're going to have enemies. You're going to have people who are against you. Your best bet is to be a team. So whenever me and Tristan would fight, which happened, we got...
His father was a very interesting character, by the way. If you never heard some of those stories, he was like this international... He's a chess master. I don't think he was a grandmaster, but a guy... very interesting character. I'm always interested by the stories about him, because he truly was an enigma.
Put in a room together. and we had to sit in that room, and my dad would say 3 hours or 4 hours in silence. He'd sit us down in the room, here, looking at each other, and say, if I hear a noise, I'm starting the time again. And we'd have to just, imagine when you're a kid and you fight and you're furious and you're so mad, and then you end up sitting across from the person you hate, silent.
See, people today would call that child abuse, right?
Make a noise, dad gets mad, and dad's outside, right?
That's
So
abusive.
just sit there, 2 hours, don't make a noise.
You know?
We'd stare at each other. And over time, we thought, every time dad was home, we just stopped fighting because it wasn't worth it, sitting in this isolation, weird, silent stare thing. Because that's what happened on repeat. It happened like 5 times and we just stopped fighting. We'd fight all the time when mom was home, and when dad would come home, we'd literally just look at each other like truce. Like, we don't want to sit and do this thing we had to do.
Yeah.
So we became a team, and then I think it evolved from there because there's always been a hierarchy. I am the older brother, I'm the bigger brother. He does respect me for that. We both have opinions, but you know, it can be vetoed by me in the end. And we have our specific roles. My specific role is I'm the one who takes the most action. I'm the one who over worries. I believe, especially in business and many other things, I say it to all my staff. I say react fast, react early. Like panic early. Like panic now. I don't believe in waiting for things. It's just not who I am. I can give you a million different examples. If my email processor, this happened just before my cancellation, said, oh, we'll put your account under review.
See, here's the thing, is that I always find these stories interesting because parenting like that is, maybe it happened to you guys, I don't know, but I feel like it's so unheard of in the modern world because, you know, we consider that's abusive, that's too much, and maybe it is a bit much. I mean, his dad was like a autistic chess grandmaster, so you know what I mean. But you think about it, right? Yeah, maybe that was brutal, that was tough, but the toughness that instilled in them, first of all, it created their bond, but you know, through what would you say, forged through the fire, right? It created their bond. And if they had not had a bond formed like that, do you think they would have sat beside each other in prison and been like, I'm never going to abandon you? And it's just, there's no second thoughts, that's, you know what I mean? I'm your brother, I'm by your side. You don't know that. Because as much as we all like to say, and if we were in this situation with our sibling, it would 100% be the same. Let's be honest, a lot of people in the world would say, no, let me out, you know? I see it. You know, people backstab siblings all the time. And, you know, I think part of it, you know, part of just in general is that we coddle kids. I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm just saying we coddle kids so much in modern society. Maybe I could be a victim of it too. I don't know. But they're not ready for adversity. They could not handle a situation like this and just be like totally, you know, about it. So
you'll have an answer in 72 hours. As soon as I get that email, within 3 minutes, I'm like, get a new one.
Let me pause for super chats, by the way. Sorry. Sheeny Beanie for $5 said if they crucified Jesus, who was spotless, innocent, with no fault in him, then of course they will put us in jail. Thank you for the $5, Sheeny. And yeah, like I said, it's I'm not joking when I say it is something I mentally prepare for. I think about it. Maybe not every day, at least once a week. At least once a week, I imagine what it's like, right? But thank you for the $5. Daniel McQuaid for $2.79 Canadian says, can't wait for the Vince prison arc. Because I would actually be kind of cool. I'm not saying I want it to happen, but could you imagine like the image after that, Teflon down when he's free, you know? The walk out. It is true. Thank you for the $2.79.
I've never waited for anything in my life and it worked. I've never waited and it worked out fine. Ever. Every time it's your canceled. Every time it's your deleted. Every time something, get a new one now.
People are saying base dad. So they're, you know, I was just a little bit like, oh, are people going to get mad that I'm praising the parenting? Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, you know, and I'll be honest, I never got parented like that, but I also never needed to, I guess. But, you know, yeah, I mean, I think it's good. I think it's necessary. I think a lot of kids would not just, you know, people always say, oh, they're so rambunctious because they don't face consequences. That's true. But I feel like there's another side of it, which is there's something about, you could say, the struggle or the trauma, quote unquote, of that also builds toughness, right? And that's the other side of the hardcore parenting thing that I think is not talked about.
Just get a new one. I need today's email out. Get a new one. We can't get a new one. No one will accept us. Build one. So in a day, we build our own. Like, I'm the panic, fast, and early guy. Tristan's the complete opposite, and that makes us a perfect synergy. And I super need him, and I need his energy, especially in jail. Man,
I will say, if I ever, sorry to keep pausing, I know. Sorry, if I ever do go to jail, though, you guys all have to make very cool edits of me. That's my only request is courthouse, handcuffs, all that stuff. I need the coolest edits, okay? I need all of them. Every single one of you, okay? That's your contribution. Don't send me a letter. I don't care. Just make a cool edit, put it on the internet, and I'll see it when I get out, okay?
Fantastic in jail. He was like, Andrew, I'm like, what? He goes, if when you were 18, they told you could be one of the richest, most famous men on earth, with street cred in every single city that knows how to speak English, all you had to do was sit in jail for 2 months, would you have taken it? I was like, yeah. He goes, and what the fuck do you care for? It's like, true.
It's a good mindset.
He goes, I know, he used to say that, what kind of man hasn't been to jail?
True.
True. What kind of man hasn't been to jail? He loved jail. He was loving it all the time. He goes, what kind of man hasn't been to jail? Of course I've been to jail. I'm Tristan Tate. Of course I go to jail. But he didn't care. And his energy was amazing to tap into. But we both understand that neither of us could be us without the other one's polar. And that's why we live together. That's why we'll always live together. I've had a lot of like women try and say, why do you still live with your brother? Why don't you want to live with me? Da-da-da. And I try and explain to them that, one, I don't think I can be my most competitive without him. Two, I'm most emotionally stable with him. I like the idea. I'm most competitive with him. I'm my best version of me. If it doesn't matter if I have to go into a fight, doesn't matter if I have to run a business, I'm better with Tristan by my side than I would be by myself. And three, my ideal family life, even my ideal family, the way I live my life now, is very much more like a clan than a nuclear family. I like me, my girl, my kids, Tristan, his girl, his kids, my cousin, his girl, his kids. I like this idea of lots of people. I like that. I like that feeling. So a girl says to me, well, you don't want a family. Like, I want a family bigger than you want. I just don't want to just sit with you. I want a lot of people around me, and I think it's better for that. And I think it's better for the children especially also. I think they enjoy it more.
This is a very interesting point he brings up. Not very often talked about. But there's actually a difference between the nuclear family and the traditional family. Now, in America, we more so subscribe to the nuclear family, and I suppose, I mean, realistically, that's probably the type of family I'm gonna have because, I don't have siblings, it's just not really workable. But there's something to be said about actually the superiority of having a traditional family versus a nuclear family, right? Historically, you want to talk about what the truly conservative way is. It's not necessarily to move out to the other side of the country and talk to your parents like once a year. It's more so you have this homestead, you make your own home, you have your own estate, but you kind of all raise together, like Andrew says, like a clan, right? And there's benefits to it. You could argue maybe there's drawbacks too, but it technically actually is the more traditional way to do it. Now, what I will say is that I think perhaps, in my opinion, you want to talk about, oh, men these days, they're so effeminized, and what are all the problems? Why are men so... I think part of the reason is actually this idea of the nuclear family versus the traditional family. And what I mean by that is that in America, you grow up, you go through school, you live your life, you have male brotherhood, you have fraternity. But in American culture, the moment that you get married, you leave, right? You're with your wife your whole life. You barely talk to your guy friends from back then, and you lose any sense of fraternity. You lose any sense of brotherhood. And because you only live with your woman and you have very little male fraternity anymore once you get married, what happens to a lot of married men in America, and the stereotype is true, they become emasculated. They become feminized. Sometimes they straight up become depressed, and they certainly lose their edge, you could say, because they no longer have that brotherhood, right? That male on male fraternity. I'll give you the perfect example of this is, my dad, by the way, somehow he managed to keep it. Okay. If any of you guys know my dad, none of you guys would, maybe my few friends are watching this, and you guys know my dad. You would never expect that this guy is my dad, okay? He's a giant, super buff, bodybuilding white guy who shoots guns and drives a Dodge Challenger. Total 1980s, what's the Commando, you know what I mean? Like an action movie hero, Arnold Schwarzenegger, like that's him, right? That's actually my dad, not joking. But his best friend from college, they used to go around and they were this tight in college, right? They used to go around, they caused a lot of trouble, they did this stuff. They got in the freaking fights, they even allegedly may have ran from cops in foreign countries. Allegedly, that's a joke, obviously. But there's a lot of chaotic stories. And I'm not saying they should still be doing that in their 40s. But what happened is, they together, they were brotherhood, they were tight, they were men. You know what I mean? When my dad's best friend got married and all this stuff, so he's been married like 3 different times, been through a lot of divorces, just been emasculated by his wife, now lives up in San Francisco. Now my dad and him are still friends, but he, right, my dad's best friend from high school, kind of a liberal, very emasculated, doesn't like guns, you know, kind of a sort of a Democrat, you know what I mean? And my whole thing, and I told my dad this the other week, I said, you know, you ever think that if you and him stuck together and stuck closer and didn't just separate totally and never talk to each other like once every year, you know what I mean? Do you ever think that maybe he would be a lot more like you are today? And my dad didn't really receive it at first. He's like, I don't know. But I really sat him down. I said, think about this, right? It's you guys' masculine energies, your brotherhood playing off each other that kept both of you guys as your edge, right? And he ended up, you know, he ran off, started a family, you started yours, but I don't know, you're just cooler. You just managed to keep your masculinity intact. But he, you know, he married very like dominant woman, like 3 different times. And he's just that whole process. I understand it. Lives in San Francisco. Totally understand. It emasculated him, right? And I just look at it like, you know, if they sort of not live in the same house or anything, but if they kind of stuck together, imagine what he would still be today. And that's the thing. That's why I'm not saying that the nuclear family is bad. It still obviously is the ideal in our country, but there's something missing about it where men, because they lose any sense of fraternity and brotherhood once they go off and they're just totally with their wives and that's it, there's no male spaces anymore. I think that's a big part of the reason why men today are the way they are, and they don't maintain brotherhood without their lives. And that, believe it or not, is a fault of the nuclear family. It's an interesting thing to talk about. Let me know your thoughts. It's an interesting debate.
But yeah, I've got the best brother on the planet. I truly do. And this is why I'm saying some of our best days of our lives are in jail.
I was going to ask you that. You guys live here in this compound. It's an amazing place. I was going to ask you, you kind of just answered it, but you foresee yourself living with your brother the rest of your life?
1,000%. 1,000%.
Hot take. Like I said, I know it's very alien in America. I don't think anything is wrong with that. I actually think that is more ideal than a nuclear family, in my opinion. Now, I don't have brothers. I don't have siblings. I don't really have cousins who, you know, I'm super close with, like, to that degree. So I'm going to have a nuclear family. It's just the way it's going to be. But I would say if I had brothers like that I was very close with, I would say this, maybe not live in the same house, but definitely like kind of plan out our life together. Make sure our kids know each other. You know what I mean? Like, I do think there's something about that that's very underrated in American culture.
I can't imagine not wanting to live with Tristan.
Yeah.
If you want privacy, you have privacy, right? We have a big house. So
Yeah,
it is what it is.
on one wing,
Yeah,
he's on the other
it is
wing.
what it is. But I can't imagine him not being around. If there's a problem, I just shout his name, or I just can't imagine it. And I know I'm my best self. Also, there's the overall male competition, the masculine competition that exists.
That's what I just said. Yep.
So we live currently here. We got me, my brother's personal trainers here. We got camera guys here. We got war room guys here. We got loads of guys here. But I can give you a million examples. There was a record set next door of a gym, and there's a stair machine, and there was a record set of 188 floors within a time frame. I came along and smashed it with 198. I only held the record for 45 minutes because someone beat it with 202. As soon as the record's beaten, everyone gets pissed off and puts their trainers on, puts their shoes on. As soon as it's beaten, everyone gets mad. Who beat it? Who beat it? And everyone goes and did it. And that's how you push yourself to the level you never thought you'd be able to push yourself.
202.
No, because I'll keep male fraternity.
Good luck.
240 minutes.
No, that's what that was beaten with. Now it's 222. Been beaten again. I don't know.
So it says Vince is going to be a liberal when he gets married, lol. No, you don't, because I'm going into it. I understand this, okay? So that's not going to happen, because it's going to be very clear with my wife. You're not going to get between me and my guy friends. This is necessary. You know, I have to go out and provide and kind of build the world while I also raise this family. So like I understand. So, but that's the thing. I'm not going to marry the type of woman who's super controlling like that, or you know, just does that, tries to emasculate me. I'm not attracted to that. I know what I'm looking for. But the problem is, it's so common in our culture today. And like someone said earlier, you know, happy wife, happy life. This very cliche thing of when you get married, all you should just be very subservient and submissive to your wife as a husband. It's wrong. And like I said, you hypothetically could still have that with a nuclear family. I don't think the dads in the 1950s were exactly getting emasculated by their wives, but I do recognize, right? I think over time, the breakup of male bonds, you know, you break them up all into their little nuclear families, you know, their little bubbles, the little nucleuses, right? Because those male bonds are lost, it is true. Men only interact really with their wives. And what happens when you only interact with women, you need to interact with women, but when you only interact with them, that's not healthy, because the only energy around you is feminine. And that's actually a problem. That's a problem with this whole idea of the nuclear family. Now, Do you have to all live in a clan? No, but I think you should do your best to maintain some degree of fraternity, brotherhood. It could be with friends. It does not have to be with you know, your siblings or anything. But I think to some degree, all young guys out there, when you get married, keep this in mind, right? You don't want to lose your male spaces, is what I would say. Sheeny Beanie for $2 says someone's got to give you the Car Jenners cred for. Something you got to give the Car Jenners cred for. I don't know what that even... Oh, Kardashian Jenners? I mean, I don't know if I'd call their family traditional, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. It is true. They are a clan, you know. They do stick together. They're very evil, but they're powerful because they stick together. That is true.
I'll ever get to that.
That is true.
But I'm still 198. I got to try again. But the point is, when you have men around you, there's that natural masculine competition, and that's what drives you. If you're going to be the best version of yourself, even if you're a boxer training for a fight, you train with a team. You train with other boxers. You train with other boxers or other trainers. If you're on a football team, you're pushed by your team. I think life should be the same, right? Imagine you took the normal average man and you moved him into a house of 5 people, and you had a philosopher and a fitness expert and
you know,
hypnotist,
this is not talked
whatever
about
it was.
But this is very good advice.
That will make him a more competitive person overall, because he's trying to compete with all the other people who are on his level. You don't want to take bitch position. So I don't like the idea of my life without masculine competition. That's why I'll always live with my brother.
And if you met a girl one day who says, Tate, I want to have your babies, live with you, but it's kind of weird that your brother's here, what would you say to her?
Yeah, a few of them have said that. I offer some degree of compromise. I'm like, look, we can have our own house separate if you really want, but I'm going to be spending a lot of time at that other house, including nights over. I want to stay with where my brother is.
So you would compromise a little bit, but he's going to be living next door or with you.
100%. And I don't think, and that may be unusual in the Western world. I don't think that's unusual in many places.
Exactly, it's not.
Well, you talk about this all the time.
Truly traditional, it's not. That is how human beings have historically lived for thousands of years. Nuclear family is a very modernist thing. And not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying it has these shortcomings to it. You see what I'm saying?
But you don't even know how much I love that. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
To me, as a kid, that was a dream. Like if you could, you know, right next to each other, there's a family in our community, billionaire family. They live right next to each other. The oldest son has the biggest house, 12,000 square feet. Then the youngest son has the second biggest house, 8,000 square feet. And the parents live in a 6,000 square foot house right next to each other.
Absolutely.
Okay? The 2 boys have 4 kids. The 8 kids are always together.
Absolutely.
What a great environment.
Absolutely.
It's a
wonderful.
environment.
It's wonderful.
I can't see how a person wouldn't buy into that, the benefits of it.
And there's also benefits to the relationship, because I think you have a better relationship with your woman if she can go and talk with other women and be with women and I'm with guys and then you're together sometimes and you can split it out. It's better for everybody. This whole idea of just man, woman, boom, child, bang.
That's the thing.
I understand where it's come from. I'm not saying it's all typically bad, but I do think that in those scenarios, there's a lot of men who are particularly miserable, particularly men, especially.
True.
And the idea of a clan and having that team around you, I love that. I wouldn't live any other way. I love living that way.
Well, being born and raised in Miami, there's a lot of Latin culture there.
Yep.
And, you know, the American friends, they just move out, move on their own. That's what they do. But in Latin culture, the abuela's living in the house, the family's living in there, the women are all kind of congregated together.
We could also
it's a different world.
We can also discuss it financially, right? If you're a man and a woman and you have 3 boys and they're, let's say, traditional, Western, whatever, they all go and pay 3 different rents and they all move in with their girlfriends and everyone's getting wrecked, right? If you all stay together and combine your income, you also do much better financially. This is how a lot of immigrants even survived, especially Muslim immigrants in England.
I've heard you tell the story about that.
Absolutely, yeah, they all stay together in one big house, they all pool their incomes. You have a bunch of people with average jobs and Ferraris on the drive. And then they buy the house they're in, then they buy another. You pool the incomes. If you all split and separate and just spread out, you're just paying all different rents, all different electricity bills, and you just go broke. You have to think of the last name and the generation and the clan as a whole. So yeah, I love the idea of living with my brother. I'll never live without him. And his woman can move in, of course. His kids can be around me, of course. I'm uncle. Why not? I have no problem with that.
Connect is an application which allows you to take a minute to connect with.
So there's that video. We'll move on in a second, but let me get caught up on super chats here. I think that's a fantastic point. And you know, I think that's something that we as conservatives in America very rarely talk about. And like I said, I'm not saying it's practical for everyone. It's not. Really, realistically, that's not that practical for me because I don't have siblings. Like I said, I'm an only child, and maybe that's a downfall of, you know, the way that is, you know. And I guess I can have male friends, right? I can have non-relatives that I set something like that up with, but it's just realistic. Like that's the way my cards fell, right? But I do think if you are able to do it, don't always assume you have to stick to this cliche of the 1950s nuclear family where it's one man, one woman, and altogether, children, right? Because as ideal as that is, and as better as that is than what we have right now, obviously, if you really want to break it down, that is not the most historically traditional way of living. The really, truly most historically way is, like he said, the clan, right? So if you do have a bunch of brothers or sisters or whatever that, part of the problem in America, we're all so individualist too. How many of you guys, you have a sister, total liberal, totally disagrees with you on everything? Then, it's like, you could probably overlook that and do the family thing still, but is she going to want to do that, right? But if you all agree, that's why it's so hard. But truly, I would say if you're all really in agreement here, that's actually the ideal way to live. You don't all have to live in the same house like a freaking, the crazy renters. No, but I'm saying you all at least live in the same community, be close to each other. I think there's something noble about that. Heck, buy land, build your own houses on that land, and then you all pay off the land. You all collectively pay the mortgage or whatever. Think about that too. Think about how much financially better you are, right? Like he says, you can work an average job if you have 3 incomes like that all pooled together and working together. You can invest, you can buy Ferraris, you can live a very good life. It's very true. I think it's a very good point on his part. But anyways, let's get caught up here on super chats. Let me think. I did read that from Sheeny Beanie. Okay, Burgundy Blue for $20 says, honestly, your dad sounds very based. Well, thank you. I will tell him you said that. Thank you, Burgundy Blue. Personally, being the child of European immigrants, my upbringing had a mix of the traditional nuclear family, while at the same time, my cousins were some of my closest friends. Sorry. Thank you for the $20, Burgundy Blue. I appreciate it. I mean, I guess to some degree I did too, because I always grew up with my grandma, right? My grandma, both my parents worked, but I never went to daycare because my grandma just stayed home and took care of me. And so I guess I did have some degree of it. My problem though is that, like I said, I am an only child, and to some degree, I guess if I were to self-reflect and criticize myself, I think one of my biggest shortcomings is I'm a very big only child. Like I'm a lone wolf. You know what I mean? I don't trust people that easily. I really always just want to do everything myself. I don't have an easy time delegating, I've gotten better about it, but growing up, I was actually a little bit introverted, So there definitely is a benefit to those types of bonds that, I think is missing. And thank you for calling my dad based. Should I tell you guys more about my dad? Do we want to continue, or do you guys want to learn about my dad? I feel like we probably want to continue here. Because there's a very interesting thing. Now that's something I kind of, in places I disagree with Andrew Tate on is the religion thing. And that's actually the next clip. But
for me,
if you let me actually, it's funny because I was just thinking about this before the stream too, when I kind of skimmed through this stuff. It's funny, totally unrelated. Just want to talk. Okay. Let's take a pause and just relax from the content. Okay. The older I get, I realize how much I am my father's son. Okay. So if you're ever curious, my origin story, whatever. So growing up, I was always, and like I said, this is the only child thing, whatever. I was always a very independent spirit. And I feel like you even see that now. My parents, I'm from California. I chose to go to school all the way in Florida. That's where I live now. Halfway, most kids are like, oh, I want to stay close to home. I'm going to get homesick. I was just like, whatever, and I'm here and it's not even that I don't like being home. It's just I'm that independent. Like, oh, I'm just, okay. I went halfway across the country at 18, whatever. It's cool. It's chill. I have no problems, right? But it's interesting because growing up, I always never really felt like I shared that much in common with my father, right? Not that we got along, we never had problems, but I was always like, I'm such a different person from him. That's what I always thought growing up, right? For a number of reasons. But it's very interesting as I get older. Maybe you guys experience this too. As I get older, I realize how similar I am to him. Now, I think I'm sort of like a different version of him. If I were to put it in a certain way, I think I suppose, and let me say this the right way, I suppose I'm like a wiser version of him. Okay, and let me speak, I don't say that in like an arrogant way, I'm smarter. It's more so like, I guess, the way we approach life, right? Like we're very similar. We're actually very similar people. But and he's not a dumb guy. He's a surgeon. but he, I don't know, just views the world in a much more simplistic way than I do, right? He has a very more straight to the point worldview, and it's kind of reflected in his personality. He is the 80s, you know, commando. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know? He drives the Challenger, he works out, he's jacked, he shoots guns. You know, that's his existence, that's him. And I still do like all of those things, but I also am like so more, I guess, sophisticated. Like I like to talk about stuff and whatnot, and he's more straight to the point. But it's very interesting. I used to think that made us very different, and then I realized later on that we're actually very similar in ways that I never even noticed growing up. And then I get older, I'm like, you're just like your dad. You're literally your father's son, and it's true. Even on little things. I'll give you an example of this. Is like cars, okay? Which is something that seems very minute, but it's very interesting. I had this debate before. I was talking on the channel about why I don't understand why guys drive luxury cars. That's like a woman thing. If I'm buying a car, I want speed and power, and like when I drive fast, all that stuff. And I was like, where did I get that from? Because I have all these friends that are like, no, bro, I want a Mercedes, I want a Lexus. I was like, what the heck is wrong with you? And then I realized, I was like, because my dad growing up, that's always how he drove, and he always drove cool sports cars and muscle cars. So I realized, like, I'm my father's son. That's where I got it from. And I realized all these little things, and I'm like, wow, you actually are just like your dad, right? And I think a lot of people, they don't realize it when they're young. They're like, you know, I'm my own guy, and then teenage rebellion, whatever. And then I started to realize, no, I literally am his son. It's true. It's very interesting. But anyways, let's continue here. Let's get into this is the interesting part, right? This is Andrew Tate kind of explaining his religious beliefs. Obviously, I'm a Christian. I have disagreements, and I think it'll be an interesting discussion. But really quickly here, Burgundy Blue for $5 says, we'd all like to hear more about your dad. Also sad to hear you were an only child. Even if siblings are very different, they are chaotic best friends. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, the only thing I wish is that I feel like if I were an only child, if I had siblings, I should say, I probably would have certain better skills in terms of, like, I guess, working with others and not being such a lone wolf, which is my problem, right? I'm an incredibly, it's, you know what I mean? And we talk about the strength of Brotherhood, and I feel like that's one of my weaknesses, because I don't latch on to people. I'm in the very, like, lone wolf, Sigma male, quote unquote, or whatever. Like, that's my life. Like, believe it or not, like, I actually, you could argue, live a rather lonely life, not even in a depressing way. It's just like, that's my state of existence. Like, I don't need to be reliant on people or whatever. And it's good because I'm self-sufficient. It's bad because I lack the bonds maybe that, you know, people with siblings can have. So thank you for the 5. I appreciate it very much. So let's continue here.
You know, own business. I asked this question the other day. I'm so curious to get your thoughts on this. For the longest time, when I got into business, I was, you know, a younger guy, 21. I'm like, okay.
John A says everyone is truly the child of their parents. Some run from this truth while others accept it. Acceptance of this is a sign of maturity. No, it is. Yeah, exactly. Like, I remember I grew up, I was like, I do not understand how he is my father. Like, there are some points with that. Now, with that said, I don't know. We always shared some things in common. You know what I mean? Like I said, like the car thing, you know, I played sports, he's played sports, you know, as a kid. But yeah, there were just periods where I was like, I don't understand how he is my father. And then you get older and you realize you're literally like just like him. Like when you talk the same as him, you have all the same ideals as him, you know. It's true. It's very true. It's very true. And that's something I realized as I get older. It took some age, you know.
Very coachable. Tell me, what do I got to do? I'm a coachable guy. What do I got to do? I'm a coachable guy. Super coachable. I want to make money. I'm sick of time of being broke. Yeah. My dad's at the 99 cents. Too many heart attacks. I want to get out of this. Yeah. So I'm like, hey, Patrick, basic stuff. When you're doing business and you're talking to rich people, I'm Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. Never talk religion. Never talk politics. Never talk sex. Just don't talk about those 3 things. I said, okay, guess what? Never talk politics, never talk religion, never talk sex. No problem. We're going to business. So what do you think about the political climate today, Patrick, David? Yeah. Oh, what do you think? Yeah. You know, well, I think this is, but what do you think, Patrick? I don't know, you know, quite frankly, I think I'm trying to figure it out for myself right now, but we'll see what's going to happen, like, you know, whatever way you're deflecting and you kind of go on your phone. Hey, what do you think about God? What is your opinion on Islam or Muslim? Yeah. Well, you know, for me, you know, you deflect that. Eventually, you're sitting there, you're like, the people that I know at that level want to talk about
those three topics.
Yep.
Now, sex is maybe off camera and they're kind of having fun with it, but they want to talk about politics and religion.
Yep.
So we, for the longest time, have been silenced, and now the ESG community, all this time they've told us to stay quiet, and they're saying what? They're talking politics, they're talking religion, and they're talking sex. Sex the way through LGBTQ, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it? It's normal, it's normal, it's normal. No, it's not normal. Well, listen, you guys shouldn't talk about politics and sex and religion, shouldn't be doing that. And then you see this one, you know, during COVID, one pastor, Australia, a Syrian man. I don't know what his name is, Vinny. What's his name? The Syrian pastor, priest from Australia. And he was fighting all the anti-COVID guidelines, and his stuff is going viral. He's doing this. And you see these messages. Some of the people that stood up, they stood up because they feared God, okay? And for you, with your life, it's been interesting watching you go through your evolution of your faith. Pre-2022, former atheist, couple of the things you've said in the past, God isn't real because you can't prove it. Okay, kind of like that was more the Malcolm X argument, right? Bad things happen to good people and good things happen to bad people far too often for God to exist. I'm the center of my universe. That's pre-2020. Then gradually you start talking about Christianity, and you know, in 2020 you made a video announcing that you were wrong about what you had said previously about God, right? Now you start saying people are who are atheists are angry, bad energy people, and I don't want to be on that team anymore. And even if God is not real, the world is a better place if people do believe in God. I know God is real because there's so much evil in the world that there has to be an equal and opposite force. The devil can't exist if God does not. And if you look at the world today, it is very obvious that the devil does not exist. And I'll go to the last one here with Muslim. Quotes from you. Christians don't have a religion anymore because they tolerate everything and stand for nothing. And by the way, I actually agree with you, the fact that they're tolerating way too much. Islam is the last religion on the planet. God.
I agree with that too. Not the last sentence, but it is obviously true that Christians in the West are soft and just literally we just sit down and take everything, and you know it's very frustrating. Now, my chief disagreement with that is, well, we'll get more into it. We'll flesh it out, obviously, as it goes on. But I don't think that determines truth. That's my biggest thing. Yeah, you could say a lot of Muslims around there do defend their faith better than Christians. I also don't think that's entirely always true, though. Because, first of all, you know, the West historically has been the biggest target of the modern left, right? And why is that? Why did they seek to destroy the Christian Western world and not the Middle Eastern Muslim world? Because at one time, you know, the Christian Western nations, the empires, were the strongest forces on earth. So when Marxism came around and you know, let's figure out what civilization we want to topple, it was the West, right? So Western Christianity, yes, there are many criticisms. I'm you know, just as frustrated as Patrick is and Andrew is and all that. But I think it's important to point out, Islam has not been put through the ringer, I guess you would say, to the degree, right? If we had all these forces rise in the Middle East, maybe they do better, maybe they do worse, but you don't really know that, right? Because they've never been through that. That's the first thing I would say. And then, well, there's a lot more to say. And like I said, we'll flesh it out. But Burgundy Blue for $10, thank you very much, says, since liberals seem to always deconstruct cultural norms, when do you think they will normalize incest and campaign for the right to marry your own cousin/sibling? It is still illegal in half of all states. Thank you for the $10, Burgundy Blue. I certainly think at some point it will become a thing, okay? Because you look, you know how one of the most, they say one of the most popular trends in pornography is incest, literally, well, not directly, but like the step sibling thing. So I definitely think it's true. I feel like they're gonna come to normalize pedophilia first, but I definitely think at some point it definitely will be a thing. You know, the sexual liberation, once they win one battle, they're gonna move to the next. And so once they run out of things, yeah, you know, eventually incest is gonna become a thing for sure. I definitely think so. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it.
God is something to be feared, respected, and to prove yourself to, which means you got to earn his right. It's hey, I want to earn your right and your respect, right? How did you go, if you don't mind talking about your own evolution? Because us as men, if you knew me at 25 years old, you probably would have liked to party with me. I was a selfish guy. I was a guy you would have thought I was, right? And we go through this phase of where the selfishness kind of comes down a little bit. You still need to be selfish because you need to be driven, but to the point where you're like, listen, man, I got to really do something. And then somehow, some way, God enters. What's been your evolution of your faith, and where are you at today?
Yeah, I think Newton's, I think it's third law, equal and opposite force, what you just said there is absolutely true. There has been equal and opposite force to all the evil in the world. And that the equal and opposite force to all that evil has to be God. And I've talked about this at length even with atheists, and I try and say that regardless of whether you're an atheist or not, you're thinking of God as a man in the sky, but you need to think of God as a concept as a whole. And once you do that, it's impossible to accept that he doesn't exist, right? I said to the atheists, I said, let's say there was 2 islands. You're shipwrecked, right? And there's 2 islands. Both of them are full of savages. On one island, you and your friend are shipwrecked. On one island, your friend goes and he crashes and they kill him and they eat him. And you go to another island and they want to kill you and eat you, but they don't because it's against their religion. Did God save your life? Who cares? Who doesn't even know the name of their God? But their God said, don't kill shipwrecked survivors. And now you're alive. So their God saved your life. The concept of God in and of itself saved your life. You owe God just for the concept of it, the idea of it. So even the idea of opposing evil as a whole is a belief in God. So you're either an evil person or you believe in God in some regard. And then once I understood that there had to be an equal and opposite force, I was raised Christian. I live in a Christian nation. Romania is actually, I think, the 2nd or 3rd most Christian country on earth. It's a very Christian country here. It's churches everywhere. They strongly believe. And that's where I began my journey, but I always had a very healthy respect for Islam because I understand that to a degree, to have a religion at all, you have to have an intolerance, to a degree. Because without an intolerance, you don't have rules. You don't have laws. You don't have any, like you said, you have to earn God's respect. If you're a religion which is tolerant of everything, then you don't have to earn God's respect. You can be a bad person and do bad things. God loves me, so it's fine. Well, no, it's not, because that's not the point of the religion.
Well, see, the thing is, though, is that Christians don't believe that either, right? I think, to my understanding, both Islam and Christianity have a belief in repentance. You know, I think the pathway to that repentance is different, but fundamentally we believe the same thing. But I think it's just very often abused, right? Because, yeah, in Christianity, you're not supposed to just go sin because God loves you. Part of truly coming to Christ is turning from that, right? And obviously we all struggle and we have our stumbles, but it doesn't make it okay, obviously. But, you know, I think, like I said, I think Christians believe that too. Now, I think his point is about the lukewarmness of Christianity in the West. But, I mean, I'll be honest, though, I've met some lukewarm Muslims too, to tell you the total truth. You don't see them as often, and I know the Middle East, it's his experience, I understand it. But, all right, let's continue here. We'll flesh out our points as we go.
So then you extrapolate that out, and I was sitting and thinking, well, what's the primary function of a religion? And the primary function of a religion, I don't believe is the religion exists so I can live forever. I mean, that's a nice thought. But I think on a macro level, the primary objective of a religion is to restore and contain some degree of traditional value within the society. How do you judge, let me change the way I worded that. How do you judge the success of a religion? I don't think you can judge it by the number of people who join it, because there's lots of people who are Catholic who don't act Catholic. They don't act in any way particularly Christian. Anyone can say they're something. You can walk into a strip club and everyone says they're Christian. It doesn't mean anything, right? So how do you judge the success of a religion? Well, I like to think the best way to judge the success of a religion is how successful is it at fighting evil? How successful is it at preserving the morality of a population in X parameter, in X geographical area? So when you look at it from that way, you can't say that Islam isn't the most successful religion on earth. It's the most successful in regards to opposing evil. It's the most successful in regards to opposing its differing viewpoints. It's the most successful in regards to having people act within the limits and the confines of what it finds to be moral and good to God. It's the most adhered to. It's the most feared. It's the most respected in most forms. And then also I'd like to think...
I would say it's the most feared.
Yeah, it's the most...
So here's what it seems to me, and I could be wrong, but it seems to me that the perspective he's coming with this is more so of a philosophical one than a truly religious or spiritual one, right? It's more so he's saying, well, look, right or wrong, whatever, I see that Islam is doing a better job in the modern world than Christianity, and that's why I'm a Muslim. And I suppose if you view it in that light, then, you know, I probably wouldn't be Christian either, right? Because Christians aren't doing a good job, at least in the West. And if I lived in the West, I'd be like, well, clearly this is failing. But my whole thing is that if a religion is true in a true sense. I mean, I guess he's coming this from a philosophical perspective, so I guess I can see what he's trying to say. But I think in a true sense, if God is true and God is eternally true, then that's eternally true. That's an eternal truth, right? So I would still say, even if the current state of things is not the best in a certain faith, you need to look at the arguments of, is this faith true, is it not? Like, that's a fundamental pursuit for me, is what is the actual truth, not what is kind of doing the best currently in the world. Because also what I would say is truth is unpopular, right? Truth is hard for people to handle. And also truth is very viciously attacked by the forces of lies, the forces of non-truth, right? And I would point out that if you look at it that way, well, like I said, there's a reason why the Marxists first have targeted Christianity. There's a reason that the Christian Western world was the first thing they came for. Now, I would also point out they are starting to come for the Middle East too. And so we'll see in 100 years if the Muslim world is intact the way they maybe brag about being right now as compared to Christianity, right? So we'll see about that. But I would also point out, hey, if the truth of Christianity is actually hard for people to handle, if the enemies of both Andrew and myself are targeting Christianity seemingly the most, I understand Islam takes flack, by the way. I'm not saying that, there's no liberals out there, because I'm seeing that increasingly, right? Liberals are starting to target traditional Islam more and more, so I'm not denying that. But I would say if we're going to take this angle, which I think you should just look at the apologetics. Is it true? Is it not? But if we're going to take this angle, I would point out, why is it the religion that they targeted, right? Why is it the religion that the truth of it is so hard for people to understand that even a lot of people who proclaim themselves to be Christians, as you point out, are soft about it. They're scared of the actual truth. Because if you understand truth is hard for people to handle, what is like the hardest for people to handle in so many directions in the world? It should be Christianity. It is Christianity, right? So that's just a point I would make.
Most feared. But what is respect without fear? Do we respect men we don't fear? If there's a man who could do absolutely nothing to you on any level at all, you might be nice to him, sure, because we're not bad people. But would you really respect him? If you could take his chick in front of his face, set his car on fire, and he wouldn't do a thing, you wouldn't respect him. You might be nice to him because we're not bullies.
Someone brings up a very good point in chat. Magadonian says, those who believe Jesus was a good man / prophet, aka Muslims, have more or less been left alone. Well, thank you, Magadonian, my friend. It long predates Islam, right? Even in the Roman Empire, the people who just said Jesus, he was a prophet, he was a good guy, he's a teacher, no one really cared about them. It was the people who proclaimed Jesus is God and Jesus is the only God, because that interfered with the idea of the God emperor of Caesar, right? That's really where the threat came in. You know what I mean?
You wouldn't respect it. Respect and fear are linked. They're not always the same thing, and you can maybe have fear without respect, but it's very hard to have respect without fear. And also, I heard someone say once that we see the world as we see ourselves. If you're a thief, you think everyone's a thief. If you're a liar, you think everyone's a liar. And I kind of agree with that. I understood that. I also like to think we see religion as we see ourselves. I like to see myself as a person whose respect you have to earn. I like to see myself as a person who has strong, rigid boundaries. I like to see myself as a person who will stand up and say, no, that's wrong. I like to see myself as a person who's not afraid of being shamed by whatever community for saying, I don't agree with that particular ideal. I like seeing myself that way. So if I'm going to see myself that way, then I'm going to naturally align with a religion that operates within that form. So when I say Islam is the last religion on earth, I say it because it seems to be the only one who will stand up and say, no, we don't care. No. That's not what the book says. No. I was raised Christian, and Muslims as a whole, we have no problems with Christians. None at all. I don't want anyone to think I'm anti-Christian, like I dislike Christians. We don't have a problem with Christians. We believe in a lot of the same things. We believe in Jesus. We put more respect on the name of Jesus than most Christians do. I just don't like the idea of people saying you're a Christian and saying, but because I'm a Christian, I can do whatever I want and throw all the rules away and none of it matters. Because once you have that level of tolerance, you no longer have a religion. Islam seems to be the last religion left with parameters. If you don't have parameters, you don't have a religion at all. So the closer I found myself to God, the closer I found myself to Islam. That's just how it ended. And Andrew.
Like, genuinely, if I ever one day sit down with Andrew, I would love to have a conversation about this, a respectful one, because I think genuinely we could have a very good conversation. But getting back to the point here, I guess it's a proximity thing, you know what I mean? And by the way, like I said, I don't think that should be the primary argument for a religion. Either this is the truth of God or it's not. mankind is flawed, mankind is imperfect, so you can't, I would argue you cannot judge the behavior of followers, although many people implicitly will, and that's something that Christians need to keep in mind. But in a true objective sense, the actions of the followers should not determine the truth or untruth of the religion, right? But with that said, I would still point out, I do see it actually from Muslims, especially at least in the United States. I don't know how it is in Europe. I'm sure Dubai, they're about it and all that. But in the United States, very often, especially during the Obama years, I saw Islam be compromised by progressive values on a regular basis. And this is always the thing that a lot of the red pill people who are drifting towards the Islam thing say. They say, well, Islam is the last force against wokeness. And yet I look at it in America, because that's really where you have to compare it. You have to compare. The big thing for me is that it's not just Christianity or Islam. Specifically in the West, there is this war against tradition. The wokeness, quote unquote, is a Western thing. So I think the proper way to look at it is, how does each faith fare in the West, especially in America? Right? That's the way I would look at it if I were to have this debate. It's not, oh, the Middle East is doing fine. Yeah, well, you know what else is doing fine? Uganda, Eastern Europe. We need to compare how each force fights the powers in the West specifically. And when I look in the West, and I understand, by the way, I fully give credit. I acknowledge that there is this political realignment where increasing numbers of Muslims are coming over to our side and protesting against the woke. And I appreciate that, and I'm optimistic about it. I hope that we can work together. But we should acknowledge also the reality. The vast majority of Muslims in the United States vote Democrat. They vote for the Liberal Party, right? And I understand they're a small minority, but still, they vote for Democrats, okay? The only Muslim politicians I can think of in our government are the most progressive politicians: Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. Those are sort of the quote-unquote ambassadors. I'm not saying they're genuine Muslims or whatever, but those are the quote-unquote ambassadors for Islam in America and, to my understanding of the West, right? And so don't get me wrong, I appreciate when they go out in Dearborn, Michigan and protest for the same things I do. But I always hear this criticism all the time. It's like, what are Christians doing to stand up against the woke? Yeah, in the Middle East, I'll give you credit. They're doing a good job, the Muslims. But what are Muslims exactly doing in the West? They're starting to join us in this fight, and I appreciate it. I welcome them with open arms. We're not, historically, we don't get along. We have these differences, but if we're going to fight the same common enemy, I'm fine with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with them coming over to our causes. But I will say that en masse does not happen. What is more so the trend in the West, again, is that the Muslims, through their even if they're socially conservative, which many of them are, through their political attitudes, through their voting habits, they are enabling the forces of the woke, of the progressives, right? And they were, where are Christians protesting? The vast majority. And I understand a lot of Christians in this country are lukewarm, but the people in our country who are protesting against the woke and are standing up are almost unanimously Christian. And I understand, the Muslims are not a big part of the population. I get that. But even if you look at it proportionally, right? Percentages that are voting Democrat or supporting certain causes. Islam, the Muslims in America at least, are not doing that, right? They're starting to join us, and I'm optimistic. I like it. Happy, we need the numbers, right? we'll take what we can get. But to pretend like, the Muslims are the ones leading the charge against the woke. No, they're not. It's the Christians. It is the Christians, at least in the United States. It is us, right? And it's like, I look at the Muslims in Dearborn, I'm like, okay, welcome to the party, but we've been here for decades, centuries, right? We've been the ones doing it. So that's what I would say, right? The whole strength argument, do they really stand up for themselves? I see Islam get compromised just as much in the West. And, like I said, don't hate Andrew, but this would be a genuinely good conversation. I think we could have an interesting conversation. If we ever sit down one day, which would be very awesome, I would love to have this conversation.
Speaking of fear, one could argue that Islam these days, certainly in the last 20 years with the war on terror, they've also been the most vilified.
Absolutely.
Right? So, everything that we've seen happen with extremism and everything that's going on all over the world, how are you grappling with that? You've been a Christian for years now. Islam, everything.
And you know what? That's such an interesting question, because when I was younger, especially when I was an atheist, I would sit and think, people are really doing terror attacks and doing all this crazy stuff because, you know, they're upset over a cartoon. That's so stupid. And nobody should kill anybody. Nobody should kill anybody.
Charlie Hebdo, everything.
Yeah, nobody should kill anybody. Nobody should kill anybody. I'll make that very clear.
Agreed.
But also part of me is now saying, why would you want to insult the prophet for billions of people? Why would you want to do that? I'm not saying I don't even want to make the argument against free speech. I'm not even saying you couldn't be allowed to. This is a sensitive subject. I'm just saying, what kind of person wakes up and thinks, I want to do that? I don't know. I just don't think that's a healthy mindset. Like when I see these Satanists, and they're, especially in America, and they're doing, let's keep it on Christianity, these Satanists, and they're dressing up Jesus as gay and all this stuff, like, that's not done in any kind of good faith. There's no good reason to do that. That's done with genuinely malicious intention. And what kind of people want to do that? And then the answer by extension is, I thought America was a Christian country. So how can you have a Christian country where the prophets of the religion are mocked to the highest possible levels within the confines of the country, and it's promoted?
We used to be a Christian country. We were built as a Christian country. The superpower that you know and love, that you imagine as America, that is a Christian country. Whatever we are now, please don't, in a genuine sense, as a Christian, as a person who wants America to be a Christian country, please do not look at the modern America and call that a Christian country, right? Because we're a country, in my eyes, under occupation by what we call the globalist American empire. Abbreviation there, you know. So please, as a foreigner, do not look like what America is representing now. No, we used to be a Christian country. We still should be. Maybe in some ways, parts of us, we still are. But, that's the thing. I would argue the modern America, not the America that was built historically, but the modern America really is more of an atheist country or secular country than a Christian country. If you really do want to be genuine about it. I know the majority of Americans identify as Christian. It used to be like 80, 90%. Now it's like 65, but we still technically have the majority. But let's be honest. How many of those people who identify as Christian remotely to any degree are pious whatsoever? Do they even ever go to church? Maybe on Easter? Do they take their faith seriously in any regards? I understand people, are at their levels. It's a spiritual walk. But let's be honest, right? At least half of that identification on the polls, it's just because they were born that way. Maybe they're baptized or whatever, but that's it. So don't get that. I don't think America's a Christian country today. It should be. Now, if you were to go back and look at the point where we were a Christian country, rightfully so, then you could say, then I would say use that as your standard, okay? But I don't think we're a Christian country today, unfortunately. Unfortunately, right?
Is that a Christian country? Doesn't seem like a Christian country to me. I don't think the same thing would happen with Islam in Saudi Arabia. I can't imagine that happening. So how can you say we're a Christian country, but everyone's mocking?
John A says, Vince, it's not about the outward, it's the inward. Most people are not right with God. No, I agree it's about the inward. I brought that up earlier. It's like, it's either true or it's not. You know what I mean? But I'm responding to some of his critiques, right? Because he says, well, look at how weak a lot of Christians are, and that's kind of his case for Islam. And I did point out, I said that should not be the ultimate case. But if you want to take it from that direction, in fairness, let's kind of compare that. So I agree. It's ultimately inward, not outward. That, you know what I mean? But I'm just responding to some of the kind of philosophical points raised, I guess.
Our God on the streets, ha ha ha. It's on Netflix, ha ha ha. That's not a Christian country to me. So if you're not a Christian country, then where's the religion? The religion's supposed to enforce certain boundaries. You're supposed to at least show it respect, And it's also kind of interesting because in Christian countries, there's more respect for Islam than there is for Christianity. In a Christian country, name one. They still don't do it with the Islamic Prophet.
Why do you think that is?
It's too much smoke. It's just not worth the heat. Because people believe. And I'm not advocating for violence on any level. I'm saying that even these degenerates who are trying to destroy people's belief in God, like we've discussed earlier, because they don't want you to have any baseline morality. If you believe in God, there are commandments, yes and no. That baseline morality prevents you being an absolute slave. So they're trying to destroy it. But even those degenerates who are trying to mock and disgrace God, understand there's a point where it just backfires and, ooh, this is smoke. And they don't want the smoke. And shouldn't God be feared? I'm scared of God. It's the only thing I fear. I fear God. They can put me in jail. I know I'm telling the truth. God's on my side. I fear God. So God should be feared. So once again, does anybody fear the Christian God? I haven't seen anybody scared of him in a long time. And it's kind of crazy because it's...
We do, though. I mean, look at even in Eastern Europe, you would, I don't know, I've never been there, in fairness, but it seems to me that people do. I mean, I don't know. It's just a thought, right?
Very interesting.
Also, if you think that, no, whatever. Yeah, it's just a thought, right?
The mass migration and all these things are leftist policies, but then also Islam is the most right-wing religion on earth. It's kind of very interesting. I grew up in England, and I grew up in Luton, which is a town which is mainly Muslims. It's a huge Islamic community. And there was a bunch of English people who were complaining about there's too much immigration, we're losing our culture, and I understood their point absolutely. But these are the same people complaining about all the left-wing LGBT in schools and all these issues. And I was like, the only allies you have against this are the Muslims. They're the only allies you have in any of this. The Christians don't protest against any of this stuff. There's very few Christians who will get up off their ass and complain. In fact, I saw on Twitter yesterday, one of the churches was lit up in rainbow.
Again, I don't know what it's like in the UK. I don't know what it's like in Europe. Never been there, never lived there. But as I reiterated, in America, that's all I can speak for. That's absolutely not the case, right? Yes, it is true, as he points out. You have the Rainbow Church. A lot of Christians are lukewarm. But to say that none of the Christians are standing up against this stuff, I mean, who's primarily leading the conservative fight against this stuff? For all your criticisms of it, right? Primarily, who is standing up? There's the only opposition force really in the United States are the Christians. Now, it's very interesting. I think I see like one or two Muslims in the chat, and that's something that I think like 5 years ago we would never be speaking to each other. Now we're like, hey, maybe we agree. And like I said, when I look at Dearborn, Michigan, up there, they're protesting against the school boards. I have seen increasingly, not just in America, but in the West in general, Muslims are starting to get involved in this stuff. And I genuinely, appreciate that. I genuinely do. I've seen in Germany, right, as a traditional Muslim family didn't want to teach their kid about LGBT, and they took the kid from them. I believe that was in Germany. I genuinely, I do not see you guys as, we have a lot of disagreements, and there's a lot that we've never historically gotten along with. I do not see you guys as my enemies in this whole battle, right? I don't. I agree we can get along. But I just think it's unfair to us. It's incorrect to say, we are the ones standing up against wokeness and you're not. When, maybe in your parts of the world, sure. But like I said, we have to talk about what's happening in the West, because that's where the wokeness is originating. So how does each force compare? Let's reiterate again. Conservative movement in America. It's primarily all Christians. Muslims are starting to get involved. Appreciate it, but it's a Christian-led thing, okay? Muslims are starting to come along, but you say, where are the Christians? We've been here. It's the Muslims that are now starting to show up, and good for them. Good for them. But I just think it's unfair to us to say that we're not in this fight, which, again, I understand all your criticisms. I 100% do. But it's unfair to us to say the Muslims are the only ones who have been doing this stuff when you look in the West, and I understand the proportional argument, but still voting trends, average political affiliations, it is the Christians that are leading the fight, right? So that's my source of disagreement. Again, I think me and Andrew would agree, look, you have a faith that's different than mine, but if we're up against similar forces, then we can work together. I'm all for alliances. I understand, especially in a nation today that is really, when you really break it down, minority Christian, you're going to need people who are not Christian, at least for the time being, to join us and vote for the same ideas. I understand that. So I'm not against the idea of working together, but I just feel like it's not fair to us in the efforts we've been doing when they have this idea that we've been doing nothing and the Muslims have been doing everything. Maybe in the UK.
Nothing against gay people. I don't care. And that's actually another point I want to make into about this thing. I think most people don't care, and I think that bothers them. Have you ever had an argument with a girl, and she's like stropping around the house, she's huffing and puffing, and you just don't give a shit? So she has to keep upping the ante till you eventually go, what's the problem? Because she tried the low-level stuff, and you didn't care. I kind of feel like this has a remnants of that. I'm gay, cool. I want to get married. I want to wave my dick in your kid's face. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I feel like they tried to annoy us, and we're like, we don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. Be a person. We don't care.
Point.
And now they're like, okay, well, we have to get to a limit where they have to react. Yeah. We want attention now. We want them to care about
What's
this.
the right move on that?
Well, that's the point. You know, it's difficult because there comes a point where you simply have to address it, and now you have to oppose it. And this is sorry to interrupt you, but this is why they're so careful and so clever with what they do. They package it all together. LGBTQ. I would argue. I don't know what Q is. Firstly, sorry, I don't know what Q is.
Questioning.
Q. All right. I would argue that G and T are very different things.
Beyond.
A gay man and someone who's chopped the dick off are very different things.
Completely.
So they package it all together. So now, because the spectrum of your enemy is so large, you have people who are fully this way. You have people who we accept and are normal in society. We have no problem with gay people. And they put it all together. You're an enemy of all these people. And they complicate the argument. And then
Hercules says Muslims pray every day. I'm not even Muslim, but all my friends pray all day. I mean, Christians do that too. Devout ones, at least. You know, ones that are doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, I'll admit I probably don't do it as much as I should. I should do it more. But it's also a part of our faith. You know, that's, I don't understand. I don't understand the point.
mix it all together, and now you're a bigot. And really, you just want your kids to be left alone. Really, you just want to leave the children alone.
Of course.
So all you want to do is leave your kids alone. And then it's like, okay, I'm now raising children. I have more children than most people would believe. How do I protect my children from this insanity? God. Which God can protect my children? Allah, Islam. I'll move them to Dubai or Saudi Arabia, and none of this will happen. Can I trust a Christian nation? Some of them. Romania is a Christian nation, and to a large degree, they oppose quite a lot of this stuff. But they're also NATO, and they're also EU, and they also rely on bailouts and grants and money. And on a long enough time frame, even in the 7 years I've lived here, I have watched certain attitudes change.
I can imagine.
Money buys influence and power.
So, Andrew.
I can imagine. Oh, absolutely. Well, who's to say that the Muslim world is immune from that? You know what I mean? Especially a place like the UAE, right, with Dubai and all that. Wouldn't you expect over time, because there's a lot of immigrants, right? And I understand the Muslims still have the power, good for them. Over time, as more Westerners come into Dubai and bring all the money and all that stuff, wouldn't you expect the same thing to happen? In fact, I'd argue to a degree, you're already starting to see some of the things happen, right? A lot of these Middle Eastern countries, over time, not even saying it's right or wrong, but just over time, some of the stricter Sharia laws they have on the books, do you start to notice they're starting to loosen them? Saudi Arabia, one example, right? Again, you know, whatever, but I'm just pointing out, right, that they did do that. So I do think that just as Eastern Europe and, you know, all the other Christian countries are eventually starting perhaps to fall victim to this stuff because it's hard, it's a difficult fight, I think the Muslim world is bound to deal with the same problems, right? Maybe Afghanistan will be a few years behind because they're Afghanistan, right? You know, Taliban, all that. But I think a lot of the more moderate Muslim countries that I sometimes have praise for, right? I think Dubai is a very, you know, good, clean city. It's a nice place. But over time, I would be very surprised to not see the same things happen. I think you're already starting to see that. Look at some of these protests with the World Cup, right? The Muslims ended up winning that fight, but we know how seeds are planted. We already start to see that. I would argue you already start to see that in the Muslim world. You already start to see some of those laws loosening up. Prime example, Dubai, right? I think years ago, decades ago, you could not drink in Dubai, right? Because I think alcohol is forbidden by Islam. Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone correct me. But I've heard that you used to not be able to drink, and they started to loosen those laws a little bit to allow tourists to drink because it brought in Western money, okay? Now, you may say, okay, it's drinking. Drinking's not even prohibited by Christianity, so it's not the biggest deal. Sure, it's not the biggest deal. But how does a slippery slope start? How did it start in the Christian world? Did it start with gay sex for little kids? Or did it start with, you know, very moderate at the time, seemingly things? If that's the case in the Christian world, I'd already argue you're already starting to see the start of that slippery slope in the Muslim world, right? Another example. Not endorsing Sharia law, okay, but let's just as another example, as a statement of fact. Saudi Arabia. You heard what's happened there the past few years, okay? Is it still, you know, super theocracy country? Sure. But over time, as the forces of the West start to eat away, I'd argue you're still seeing the same thing, you know? Still seeing the same thing. Anyways, let me get caught up here on a super chat. Daniel McQuaid for $6.99 Canadian says Tate said that Christians are too weak, but then he started claiming he is fine with sin. So much for being strong. Thank you for the $6.99 Canadian, Daniel McQuaid. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a matter of, you know, he's trying to present the take to a mainstream audience and all that, but, you know, yeah, I mean, I understand the point. Thank you for the $6.99 Canadian. Appreciate it. I mean, he basically did just give, like, the mainstream Fox News conservative take on it. So it's like, you know, he's not, I don't judge him as heavily for all of his takes because I don't view him as a political person. I view him just as a very influential celebrity, right? But, yeah, I mean, it is true that, in my opinion, LG, B, and T are not separate. I would argue, I think the T is just an extension of the G, especially. Maybe a little bit of the L, too, but especially the G. And you can actually see that in their behaviors, right? Most gay men, what is their normal behavior? They're generally more effeminate. They act more like a woman, right? So T, in my opinion, scientifically, is actually just an extreme case of the G. Vice versa with lesbians. Lesbians tend to be more masculine. The T there, in my opinion, is a more extreme version. That's why I actually think they are all connected. I think one is just a extreme version of the other. That's the way I would view it.
Not to cut you off, how much of you converting from Christianity to Islam is actually the belief in God versus the societal pressures that are facing children? Because it seems like it's a little bit of both.
For you to believe in God, you have to respect him. How can I believe and put my life in the hands of someone I don't respect? And I'm going to respect a God which is feared.
Yeah, but it's a vertical relationship, right? It's not a horizontal. If you base it horizontally, they're going to disappoint you. If you think about, if you're going to believe, let's go believe Prophet Muhammad, his teaching, and let's go believe the Bible, NIV, and Jesus, Father, you know, for God so loved the world that he gave his, you know, you gave your son for me. Let's say that's true, and you're doing it based on faith. Who would do such a thing for me? What a level of sacrifice for you to do that. Who am I for you to be so worried about me? If you look at it from that angle, it's not necessarily coming from a place of fear. It's coming from a place of grace. It's coming from a place of love. It's coming from a place of, you know, a different feel. Because I do believe the part that upsets me is the fear aspect. That they're allowing others to mock your God, to mock Jesus, to mock whatever religion it is you're a part of, and you're kind of like, oh, they're just funny, man. No, it's not funny. You just crossed the line. Like JC has that one line where he says, don't tell me why what the guy said about me. Tell me why he was so comfortable saying it to you.
100%.
Tell me why he said comfortable to you. So I think that's the part about faith. I understand when you're saying the fear and the respect side. So that's the part where fear is needed. I totally agree.
Guys, be nice in the chat. Come on. Can we all get along? Can we all sing Kumbaya? Okay, let's all sit in the circle, okay? All right, chat. We're all sit in the circle. We're gonna have a restorative justice system. It's freaking elementary school, okay? Please tell me how he hurt your feelings. Kidding, of course, but, you know, just relax, okay? We can freaking have discussions. Can we do that? I'm not singling out anyone. I'm just saying, can we just, you know, be respectful? Come on.
But the part where you were making a point about LGBTQ, you're like, I don't even know what Q stands for, is questioning. And then you're like, well, gay, okay, cool. Trans, listen, man, spectrum. And he said if we were to say which religion's the far right, it's going to be Muslim. Totally get it. They're on the far right. Christian today is kind of going center left today. Like they're kind of being soft right now. Okay. So if I want to raise my kids, I'm going to take my kids to, you know, Dubai, and I'm going to take my kids to Saudi Arabia. Why? Because I'm defending against some of these immoral philosophies that they have. I don't want to go there. I actually understand that argument.
Yeah, and I truly, and I want to make one more point, I do believe there is one God, and I believe there's many different paths to God. And I am not a religious scholar, and I'm not an expert on Islam. I'm doing my best, and I'm reading the Quran as often as I can. And it does say that Christians on the day of reckoning will see how close.
All right, Andrew, we're gonna get him. Okay, we're gonna get him. Listen, I don't know if it would ever happen, but you never know. You never know. might come over to our team in the end. I will say, in order for that to happen, I think we need to have more productive conversations regarding this stuff, because, you know, very often the Christian response to Andrew Tate is one of two things. It's either A, they attack him, which is okay, or B, they'll just comment stuff like, Jesus loves you, and that's it, right? Which I absolutely agree, and I'm not saying don't comment that, but I very rarely hear us sit down and really address his arguments, which I hope that we did here, and I hope we did in a constructive way, right? But there is absolutely a personal side, I think, to all of this, and there's probably something to be said that, you know, he probably gets attacked by Christians a lot on social media. Fine, maybe that's justified, maybe that's not. But then he goes to the Middle East and they're all welcoming of him. Hey, Habibi, you know. I don't know. It'd be interesting though. Genuinely, it'd be very interesting to have a conversation about this, or really any Muslim that is kind of Islam pilled by Tate. It'd be interesting to have a conversation. Genuinely,
they were to the truth, and we are allies. We are not enemies in any regard, Christians and Muslims. And I do believe that the idea of Christians and Muslims shaking hands and saying let's put an end to a lot of this garbage would be fantastic.
I agree. By the way, I agree on that point, 100%.
Anti-Christian in any regard. I just found myself, as I became more and more religious, seeking and looking for a faith which not only I could be proud of, but a faith which was guiding in regards to, I don't know what a Christian would answer to certain questions nowadays. What does a Christian answer to, I'm a transsexual and I want to show your kids my genitals? What's a Christian? Well, a Christian's supposed to say no, do they?
No, they don't.
I know what my Muslim friends would say. I don't know. If you're a Christian, I don't know how you're supposed to act. I don't know what you're supposed to adult. I don't get it anymore.
The true believer says
the true believer. The true believer.
Yeah.
But how many are true believers? I don't know. I see all over Twitter, all these churches are losing their minds. It seems very complicated. Islam seems very, very simple. You know what's right. You know what's wrong.
Connect is an application.
He's not wrong. I think his criticisms of the behavior of Christians is all on point. I agree. Like, I say the same exact things. But I'd also say, well, I don't know, maybe it's a different experience. Like, I'm here in college, right? I see kids who say they're Muslim drink all the time, which is forbidden by their religion. You know, I see them be just as hypocritical as us Christians, you know? And so, like I said, I really, in my opinion, I feel like it's a Western thing, more so than a Christian versus Islam thing. I just think that in general, you know, when you're under constant bombardment by the forces of secularism and wokeness, it's a lot easier to compromise the faith of people than in a place like the Middle East, where that stuff has not gotten there yet. Not to say it won't, because it already is starting to, but it really hasn't invaded yet. That's really the thing I would say. But anyways, let's see. How long have we been going on for? 2 hours? I'm still good. I'm still good. You guys want to keep going? We got more video. Oh, actually, on that front, though, I might as well play it. So I did see, when I tuned in today, I actually caught towards the end of the interview. Let's play it. So Patrick Bet David, very classy move in my opinion. He actually gifted Andrew Tate, check this out. He gifted him a copy of an old Bible from the 1800s and Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis, which is, very, very classy move by Pat, I think, but check it out.
Power. Shit, let me do like dad. Sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. But cool. I just adopted it because it was his hand symbol, so I just copied it. And there's a lot of theories online that, you know, it's occultist this and occultist that. I let the conspiracy theories run, but it's far more simple than that. There's lots of pictures of my dad doing it, and I copied it. That's all it is. Respect.
So again, 5 hours felt like 5 minutes, just like last time. I can't tell you how many people last time said,
glad you came, bro.
You know, people wanted to watch every second of it.
Thank you.
This was great. And
by the way, that hand symbol, I just thought he did it because it looked cool. But he actually try this, okay? I notice, I might actually start doing it. Reason being, I notice you focus your thoughts more. And I think it's something to do with the fact that your body is centered. And so your thoughts come, because I get distracted very easily. My thoughts are all over the place. Sometimes you can hear it when I talk. But try it. Everyone try this right now, okay? You got to do it specific like this. Put these 3 fingers here, lock them. And then that sort of Illuminati triangle. But don't just put it. The biggest thing, in my opinion, is the tension. Press the tension on your fingers and just sit there for a second. Maybe it's just me. Do you feel like your thoughts are more collected? See, it comes from some like East Asian thing. I don't believe any of the spiritual stuff, whatever. I just think it's a thing that, like, when your body is centered, your thoughts are, you're focused more. You see what I'm saying? Everyone try it. I want to know, because I saw this. I tried it today, and I was like, was that just a symbol? And I was like, I wonder. I feel like it actually works. And I'm not, obviously, like, everyone's gonna be like, oh, you're joining the cult. No, I just think it's a physical thing, in my opinion. It's just, I think when you have this tension on your fingers here, your focus is in the center of everything. It centers your mind. Try it, chat. Try it, chat. You're balancing your chi. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you balance your chi. Maybe it just works for me because I'm Asian, right? It's in our blood. Oh, you know. Whoa. Right? We sit here like this, and then we're about to freaking jump up, freaking Bruce Lee, just take out like 10 bad guys. Maybe it only works for me because I'm Asian. But literally, like, I swear it's true. It actually works. You're more focused when you're like this, okay? Like, a lot of times my thoughts go in different directions. I notice when I'm like this, straight line, focus. Like, attention is at, and like I said, I think it's because your attention is at the center. When your body motion's all over here or at your side, that's where your attention is going, right? Hand, mind, they're linked. I feel like when you put it together like this, that's why. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it just works for me. Oh, Asian. That's what all the cult members say. Oh, you shut up. Try it then. You don't. You can tell me yourself if that works. Okay. Yeah. No, I will. Next time I'm at some debate, I'm gonna literally freaking. It's in my. Technically, Andrew is culturally appropriating it. It's our thing. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's like a freaking kung fu thing or whatever. But anyways, Brandon Gross for $5 said, if someone were to become Christian in today's society, I hear all the time, it's so hard to believe in something with so much suppression online information. Thank you for the $5, Brandon Gross. And it is true, right? There's such a disinformation campaign against Christianity that, I think when you Google a lot of biblical questions, the first thing that comes up is some theological liberalism on transgenders or homosexuality or whatever. But understand, that's part of the psyop, in my opinion. That partly goes to show, hey, this is true, which is why the enemies of truth are after it. That's the point I would raise. Thank you for the $5, though. Appreciate it very much. Vince channeling the Asian energy. I'm telling you, try it. Try it right now. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. I swear it actually works. And like I said, it's not spiritual. I just think it literally is because you're like I said, you focus at the center. When your body's focused at the center, your mind is focused at the center, and you cannot be distracted. That's just my opinion. I don't know. Try it. Everyone try it right now.
We got a couple gifts we want to give you. The audience that's watching this, there's a couple things we want to do for you. We want the world to see this interview, and a lot of you guys will be part of history. 5 of these hats, Future Looks Bright, will be signed by Tate. And on Twitter, we will pick anybody that posts the interview there with hashtag TatePBD for the interview when we release this. 5 of you are going to get these hats sent over to you for you to pick them up. And aside from that, I got a gift for you as well.
Amazing.
Let's start off with the first one. The first one is a Bible, okay?
Okay.
Now, whatever you choose to do with this, whether you give it to Tristan or you keep it,
yep.
This is a special Bible because it's from 1870.
Cool.
Wow.
Okay, this is not a newer Bible. It's 1870. We wanted to give you a gift that would have a lot of meaning behind it. We had to go look for this. Brandon worked very hard to find this. We finally found it. So this is a gift from us to you.
Brother, I absolutely love things like this. Thank you very much.
And one of our vice presidents in our company, who is a Muslim himself, but we love this guy, respectable leader.
Yeah.
His family, we were calling around to get a high quality Quran with a lot of meaning behind it.
Yeah.
The Quran that his mom passed down to them is the one he gave to us for us to give to you. Can we look for this all over the place?
Brother, thank you
so this is a gift to you as well. We know this is important to you. If you open it up with the presentation in it, I hope you appreciate that.
How do I hear you?
I think it's right there.
That thing
so
looks
this
like
is
it's in
something
a
that's been passed
gravestone.
from family to family to family.
It's incredible.
We hope you appreciate that too. And then the last one is a book I read years ago by a guy that's an interesting guy, C.S. Lewis. It's one of the best books I've read, Mere Christianity. If you've never read it, he's an interesting guy, Oxford professor who went from being an atheist.
Andrew, read it, okay? If he reads it, it's a different ball game. Let's go. Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Patrick, okay? We love Patrick Bet David, but this is a smart move, okay? Let's go.
To all of a sudden believing in God and his transition to it, it's
cool.
wild. If you've never read it, highly recommend you reading that. I think you will enjoy it.
This is incredible. I'm truly humbled, and Yeah, if they send me back, I have plenty to read. I'll take them with me. Thank you very much.
Plenty of reading to do. Once again, brother, really enjoyed this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Very cool. Okay, so let's move on here. I mean, you guys want to keep going? I'm still good. I'm still good to go. I overly caffeinated, to tell you the truth, but I'm still good to go. All right, let's keep going here then.
Or maybe all of a sudden you put in your profile. Obviously, I joked about it. You're the most.
Because we've lost a little bit of viewership because it just gets later, but viewership's still pretty good. Like I said, this is actually, the whole interview is like engaging. I'll give it a lot of credit. It's good content. You can sit down and watch a whole 5 hours and not be bored, which I don't think I could do on my own. To tell you the total truth, I could not do that, but it's impressive.
Googled women on earth, that was based on your Twitter profile. Nina Turner comes out and says, if somebody says they're a woman, not a tough concept. Your response is, I'm a woman, right? You do that. And you've left it on Twitter.
Yep.
Tell us why.
Because I am.
So true.
You don't believe me?
You're a woman?
Are you misgendering me?
I have to choose to agree with you, right?
My pronouns are she, her. No, but the level of, it's all a joke, right? But there's actually a very sinister undertone to all of this.
Andrew M says, can you talk about the whole Michael Knowles scenario? I will when I want to do a single video on it or segment. So I don't want to in between rush it because there's actually a lot I have to say there. So I will, probably not tonight, but I will. Dan McQuaid for $2.79 Canadian says base C.S. Lewis donation. Hope he reads it. Yeah, I know, it's true. See, you guys can all. I don't give up on Andrew Tate, okay? Because even you listen to his argument for Islam, I don't. He even admits it himself. I don't think he's super deep into it. He's not. We can bring him back, okay? But I think it has to be done in the right way, and I don't think that I don't know. It has to be done the right way.
And the sinister undertone is that your baseline instincts and your baseline senses are.
And I will say this, okay? I think. And this is part of why I recognize that a person like Andrew Tate will exist in the culture, is I feel like a lot of the institutions traditionally that you think should be doing his job for him in the West, and this is just a criticism, right? Whether that's the conservative movement or like even the masculinity movement or the church, I feel like very often their message is feminized, right? It's effeminate. And just as one example of this is the way I see a lot of churches make their appeal. What's like the most common way I notice that the modern American church appeal to young people? It's like, that hole you're feeling in your heart, God loves you and it can be filled. And that's not wrong. I'm not saying it's entirely wrong, but I think you speak to certain audiences with a certain message. And there's just something about the way that I notice the Western church appeals to people that is very feminized. It's very feminine, right? And it works for females, obviously. Good for them, right? You have to make different. I think men and women are different. You have to present them in a different way. Whereas I think in Eastern Europe, Africa, whatever, I'd have to imagine the Christianity there, the way they approach it is probably more balanced genderly. It's generally more masculine. But I think that's, for better or worse, I feel like that's probably part of what Andrew Tate sees. He sees a very feminized church in the West, which is true. And he's just like, I don't really feel this. I don't really identify with it, right? And I don't think that has to be the case, but I think it is the case. And it's something I noticed too. I don't know. You guys can tell me if you disagree. I do think there's something to be said that the Western church, one of its biggest criticisms is it is feminized. And that is part of why you look at how this translates to the world. That's part of why the church won't stick up for itself. No one is saying to go do violence or whatever, but why do you think part of the reason that, Christians in the church, instead of actually standing up for our values, we just kind of cower away? Maybe people will call this sexist, but let's be honest, it's true. That is feminine behavior, right? That is feminine energy. The masculine energy is to stand up and say, hey, what the heck is this, right? Hey, right? But you don't get that from the church because the church is very feminized, in my opinion. It's one of the biggest criticisms probably I would have of the way we operate as a Western church, right? That's the way I'd see it. I don't know, just a thought. Totally random. That's just a thought.
How you've always perceived the world, right? They have to attack them at some level. And they did. I mean, it's fantastic with COVID. COVID, I know we can talk about it now, it was amazing. I used to say to people all the time, who have you seen die? Do you see a pandemic? Yeah, on the news. No. Do you see ambulances rushing back and forth everywhere? Do you see bodies on the street? Do you see lines outside of hospitals? Do you see a pandemic? How a pandemic would look? Do you see a pandemic? Oh, but my grandma, my friend's grandma, your friend's grandma was 96. Okay? So I'm not saying it's not sad. I'm saying she was 96. Do you see a pandemic? No, you don't. But they have just lied to you.
I'm gonna skip this for YouTube purposes. Hey, Andrew, don't you know? It's all real. The science is never wrong. I'm gonna assume it's fine for YouTube considering it's still up, but hey, reaction content. Hey, just be safe. We already know. Brandon Gross for $6 says, what is the best way to learn and start Christian teachings? What Bibles do I have to read? I'm genuinely interested because I want to do I do want something to help. Okay, Brandon, I think my advice might not be everyone's advice, so anyone else wants to give their advice, I don't think there's a one way to do it. But what I would encourage is don't just start by opening the Bible from Genesis and try to let me read this and understand it. I did that the very first time. I was just very confused, because the Bible has to be read in context, and considering there's a lot of ancient context and prophecy, I wouldn't do that. I would probably start, if you don't want to get a book on it, maybe start watching some YouTube content. You got to be careful about what is true and what is not, but I would probably start researching apologetics, listening to other people explain it first. That's kind of what did a good job of bringing me into the faith. For me, it was Mike Winger, right? Who theologically I still agree with a lot, but maybe not as much anymore. But kind of sitting down, just listening to his lectures, listening to him talk about it, someone of authority and knowledge on it, that was what worked for me. I don't know what's going to work for you, because there's no, God works, I think, differently in every person's heart, and so I would not take that absolute advice. But if you want my advice, I'd probably say don't start with just opening the Bible, because you're going to be kind of confused. That was my experience. I would say start with listening to people's cases and teachings of the Bible, and then once you kind of have a foundation of just kind of understanding it, then you can open it and read it for yourself fully in context and kind of learn more and understand. That's my take. Other people might have different takes, but that's what I would say, in my opinion. And if you do start from the Gospels, start from the New Testament. Don't start from Genesis. I thought that's what I was supposed to do. And I was like, well, I was very confused. Okay. And I was like, Nephilim? Yo, what? They were giants? It's like, don't start from there. Okay. I would say start from the New Testament. Someone said John, probably works. Go ahead. But I know there are people who hate that take. They're like, no, you have to start from the Old Testament. Read it in order. It's like, understand, actually, when the apostles brought people into the faith and spread the gospel, they did not actually start with Genesis. They started with the gospel, right? So that's how historically, the apostles and church fathers, that's what they did. And so that I'd argue that's where you should start too. Start with the gospel, then learn the context, then read the gospel again. That's probably the way I'd say the best way is to do it.
Ignore your eyes, and you have to say it's the truth. You can't say it's not the truth. And the people who are in charge of the world, they think generationally. They have time. Right now, it's a joke. 200 years from now, it won't be a joke. 200 years from now, it'll all be fucking standard operating protocol. The grandchildren of the people who are in charge now, that's what they want. They'll pull it off. In the end, slow, incremental damage. They do it with nearly everything. They'll take all your rights away. They'll take 100 of your rights away. They'll upset you. They'll give you 99 back. We're good again. Don't worry. And the grandchildren of the people in charge of the world get what they want in the end. They think generationally. So now we're at the beginning of it. It's all a big joke, right? But especially before Elon had Twitter, when you couldn't say the truth online, when you couldn't say my eyes see X on the internet without going to jail or losing your account or getting a hate speech charge in the UK or some garbage, they're controlling what you think. And on a long enough time frame, what you think becomes true. We all believe 2 + 2 is 4. But with a hard enough psyop, if you can't say that, if you have to say it's 5, on a long enough time frame, math breaks down and everyone's just going to believe that 2 + 2 = 5. That's what happens.
You think we're going to get there?
Have you ever seen the experiment? There's a really interesting experiment with monkeys and a banana and a water spout. Have you ever seen this? They put 5 monkeys in a room, and at the top of the room there was a banana. And when one monkey tried to climb up to get the banana, they turn on the hose and splash all the monkeys with ice cold water. So the monkey would come back down and wouldn't get the
That's
banana.
racist,
And when
Andrew.
another
What are you
monkey
trying
would
to
go
say?
to climb up, they'd splash all the monkeys with ice cold water. And what would happen over time
That's
is
racist.
when a
Cancel
monkey went to
Tate.
climb the rope to get the banana, the other monkeys would jump and pull him down and hit him and teach him a lesson. Don't go for that banana. If you go for that banana, we get splashed with water. Then they'd
Facts.
swap one of the monkeys out.
It's a good point.
Now there's a new monkey in the room who doesn't know the game. The new monkey would attempt to climb, and all 4 monkeys would attack the monkey, pull him back down, and kick his ass.
This is racist.
He knows if he climbs the rope to get the
How
banana,
dare
he gets
he.
attacked. He doesn't know he gets splashed with water if he gets the banana. He doesn't know the game, but he knows if I try and climb, they're going to attack me. After a certain amount of weeks, they change another monkey, and another monkey, and another monkey. Over time, you have 5 brand new monkeys who have never been splashed with water ever. But nobody goes to climb the rope, because if they do, they're attacked by all the other monkeys. And nobody even knows why.
Damn.
That's just how it works. If you climb that rope, we beat you up. That's just how it works. That's what they're doing on a long enough time scale to humanity. There are already X amount of people on the planet. There's already a population, X%, who knows what it is, who ignore their own eyes and repeat what they are told. You can't
chat's
say
going
that that's not what they're doing, because they're
I don't
already
know what's
successful
happening
with
in
X
chat.
amount
What's
of the
going
population.
on?
They've begun.
Be
the
nice.
seed is there. 2%, 3%, 7%, who
All
knows?
right, hey, listen, we all, how about, I think we need to go back to elementary school, okay? We're all benched. No more recess. No more recess until we behave. Let's all go to the principal's office and have a little talk. Hey, you need to stop fighting. That's what we need, okay? Everyone just breathe. Take a deep breath. Freaking go to the principal's office. The school is so stupid when you think about it. They should have let kids fight more when they were younger, unironically, but I'm honestly just making a joke.
They've already proven they can do it. Now it's just a matter of not shutting up and hammering at home. Make sure they repeat it in schools. Children are young. They believe things. They're impressionable. Hammer it to the kids, especially. Put it in every Disney movie. Give it to the kids all day long. They grow up sooner or later. Long enough time frame. That's it. It's generational
But
attacks.
do you think that's going to work, though? Because let me maybe unpack the question. So I'm from Glendale. I went to Glendale High School and Staloy, right?
SoCal gang, let's go.
Yesterday, a big fight broke out in
Shout out. You remember the other night? What did I say? We love the Glendale Armenians. Patrick Bet David is a Glendale Armenian. What did I say? They're based. They literally are, okay? We love Armenians. Look at my Armenian over there. Is he the greatest? He is.
Glendale. Massive, it's all over the news.
Yep.
So the fight was over these parents, Armenian parents, who were for 4 years are like, listen, we don't mind if you're gay, but don't teach our 4-year-olds about transgender.
Yep.
Don't put these books in. Yep. Finally, yesterday, big old brawl.
Yep.
It's all over the news. They're fighting. Armenian parents are like, we're not going to tolerate this. This
Yep.
is just not going to happen to us, right? Then you go to YouTube. YouTube comes back and says, hey, starting such and such, all the videos that were put up about the election and, whether it was a fake election or not, we're no longer going to give a strike or take those videos down. Yeah. They can stay up there, right? This is totally fine. Then you see the Surgeon General comes out, the attorney, I don't know if you saw this one here, he comes out with an article saying new Surgeon General advisory raises alarm about the devastating impact of the epidemic of loneliness and isolation in the United States. This is the same guy that was part of the camp, is now saying, hey, our epidemic of loneliness and isolation has been an underappreciated public health crisis that has harmed individuals and social health, our relationship, our source of healing, et cetera, et cetera. This is the same guy that said, wait a minute, lockdown, do this, do that. Yeah. So the more and more arguments are coming out against even ESG. I don't know how close you follow ESG, where why are we doing this? Did you see how much Target lost? $10 billion? Did you see how much Bud Light lost? 25%, 12%? This is no longer working. Well, if you want to, even one of the insurance companies I work with closely, it's one of our biggest one we work with. Yesterday, I see their post on Instagram. Well, because of Pride Month, we're doing this. I know the people in that company, but they just raised a few $100 million. One of the companies they gave the money to was one of these bigger guys, the Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street. So when you take money from those guys, you have to have a certain ESG score. But a lot of people are now saying this is not a proven formula that it works. Stop doing it. So do you think guys like you, who are maybe in business, who are maybe in church, they're saying, Pope, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Who are maybe in the Christian church, who are maybe in different denominations, they're in the military, sitting back saying, I didn't sign up for this. So meaning successfully, do you think these guys will be able to manipulate their agendas down everybody's throat, or there's going to be certain people standing up?
Well, certainly I'd like to believe that the tide is shifting and we're starting to get some degree of victory against the matrix as a whole. I do believe that the public sentiment is shifting. However, the fight is long and it's very, very difficult because I agree with what you're saying. Only a year ago, I would argue it completely and say it's basically over. I'm actually very impressed with the ground we've taken back with common sense. But these people operate so slowly. It's generational, these attacks. The attacks we're suffering now were started in the 70s and 80s. They take it over time. And yes, it's fantastic that those parents fought back against that school. That's fantastic. But there's a whole bunch of schools where they didn't. And who knows, okay, that particular book might be removed. A softer version will be implemented. Next year, maybe that book will come back.
I can barely listen. I'm just watching the chat of Civil War. Everyone, gather your chi. Whoa! Okay, this is true. Okay. I almost turned off my monitor. Be like a Bruce Lee. Be like water. Be like water. True. Be like water.
And they're insulated from these things. That's what's most scary. You talk about Vanguard and BlackRock and all these companies. What's actually scary about it is the people who are making these decisions are completely insulated from the consequences of their decisions. They're in Switzerland. They fly private. They don't care. You think they care about any of this crap? They'll say, oh, do this. Oh, it's caused a riot. They don't live there. They're nowhere near it. They have nothing to do with it. When's the last time you've even seen a politician? Do these people even exist? They're have nothing to do with where they operate. It's actually amazing. When I was in Dubai once,
that's true. I've never seen a politician.
I saw the leader of Dubai walking through the mall. I was like, he's a person and he just walks through the mall. I was so impressed. Imagine a Western leader walking through the mall.
That's based.
Never in a million years. It's just pieces of paper, private jet, van.
Imagine being so respected by your people that you can just walk through them all, you know? Oh, but he's a monarch. Whatever. Oh, democracy, fine. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not saying a monarchy would work in America or whatever. It's just I find something admirable about that. And to people who say democracy is so unrepresentative of the people, really? So how come in that monarchy, the sheikh, whatever they call it, he can walk through the mall and be among the people, yet in democracy, they can't do it because everyone is so mad at the politicians that someone is going to want to try to kill them. Just a thought, okay? Just a thought, you know, just saying. Brandon Gross became a Dao Pack General member. I appreciate it. Thank you, Brandon Gross.
All these people who are in charge of everything don't even live in these communities.
The U.S. is a monarchy. Actually, that is true. Yeah, we're a monarchy currently for Satan. You're right. You're right about that.
That yes, we can
devil
win
is the king.
because I don't think you can fight to the best of your ability if all hope is lost. I do believe we're winning and taking ground back, absolutely. And I believe that we're doing that by purely telling the truth. What our eyes see is what's real. And we're doing it in the name of God, because you're saying Armenians are strictly religious. I think God and religion is one of the best ways you can combat these things. However, the fight is never ending, because they're never ending going to try and implement. You talk about ESG scores. It's garbage they put together. That's not going to end. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse over time. And it's kind of unfortunate and it's kind of upsetting that we still have this system where the people can be unhappy with something. The peasants can revolt to a degree. But does it even really matter at some point? You get to a point of power where you don't care about money. And then things are really difficult, right? When you control everything, you don't care about money. I mean, I'd like to actually argue. We talk about Bud Light. This Mulaney, whatever is it?
Dylan Mulvaney.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dylan Mulvaney.
Sweetheart, yeah.
And yeah, I know we've damaged their share price, et cetera, et cetera. I would believe people who own that company or beyond that company, I don't think they truly give a fuck.
InBev.
I don't think they care. Maybe they care a bit. I don't think they're losing that much sleep over it. Maybe they are, a little bit. But I'm saying you get to degrees of power and levels of power where you don't care about money. I'll give you a perfect example of it. I know we keep going back to this, but it was actually a massive pivotal event in awakening so many people was the COVID scam. I said this multiple times in many different countries I visited. I said, if they cared about you, they would have left everything open, maybe put a tax on everything, extra tax percent, whatever, and built hospitals. Why didn't they do that? Why did they lock you all up? Because it's a mass compliance exercise. They want you to comply. They don't give a shit about your health. They just want you to comply, and they want to test how many people comply. And people were saying, yeah, it's all about money, it's all about profit. And I said, that's actually a very optimistic way to look at it. I think that if you destroy the economy and lock everyone in their houses and destroy everyone's businesses, you don't care about money. You're beyond money. You're above.
Well, I think in some ways it is money, but it's more so that the crashing of the world economy like that helped serve certain goals, right? Great Reset, take out Trump, all that different stuff. So I think that's more so what it is. The crashing of the world economy allows you to reset things and have this thing where money literally is not real and freaking, you know, all this nonsense, you know, and then in the power vacuum of all these dead businesses, BlackRock, Bill Gates, all these things can come in and buy up more shares of the economy, and the rich can get rich, not just richer, but more powerful, right? So in some ways it is about money, but it's more, I think it's bigger. It's about upending the old financial system and bringing in their new one. I think that why do I keep doing that? That's the way I'd put it.
You want power and you want control. Because once you become actually rich, you learn that the world is all just about people. Right? The best things in your life are people. The best things in your life are family. The things that make you happiest are your friends. Your life experience is the best if you have good team around you, good assistants, good helpers, good staff, whatever it is. It's all about people and controlling people.
Digital currency and social credit scores. Yeah, exactly.
To get other people to do what you want.
So in some ways it is
That's
about
all
money.
is.
It's just a different kind
I
of
want a Lamborghini. I can't build one. He can. I will pay him to build me a Lamborghini. It's all about people. So once you get beyond a certain level of money, and there's a certain level of control you want that money perhaps can't buy, then you think, well, I don't care about the money. I want the power. I don't want money. I want them to stay in their houses. Why? Because it says so. I don't have to. They have to. Ha ha ha. It's funny. And I've said that and sat with people and said, do you really think people in charge of the world are so petty that they would lock up?
Let's move ahead a little bit. Let's see here.
It's gone to the moon to fund this proxy war in Ukraine. Why has this happened? Because America's in charge of everything. And America has decided that Europe has to bear the brunt of the bullshit for its proxy war. You're going to have higher gas prices. You're going to have inflation. You're going to have mass civil unrest. You're going to deal with it all. And we're going to sit over here and insulate ourselves because we have the global reserve currency. And the war is going to happen over there, and everyone's going to die, and we're in charge. So now we have this globalism. How can an empire fall when you have basically two camps? There's two teams now. There's two sides left. So I agree with you completely about empires falling, but I'm saying if the empires fell in days of old, the kings would be strung up. But now when the empire falls, nobody notices. It doesn't matter. We don't know who the kings are. We don't know who's in charge. We don't know where they are. They're not going to be anywhere near the trouble. That's for fucking sure.
It's true.
They're just going to be somewhere else. Oops.
True.
Oh, well. And do they really care? Do the people in charge of the world care if America's crime rate goes up 1,000%? Would they lose sleep at night?
I actually think they do.
That is true. Imagine if you like expelled all the politicians from power. Would it change who actually runs the country? Good point. Actually.
Partially.
But my democracy. I love my democracy. Smooth brain. You don't even understand how democracy, quote unquote, works. That's your democracy. You wonder why I'm so critical of it all the time. I'm like, I don't even care. I'd rather have a freaking cool king than this system. You're like, but Vince, we vote on our elected representatives. Do you though? Do you really though? Okay, whatever you say. If that's what you think happens, then okay.
You know? Think about it. So I'm with Andrew Schultz, and I'm taking your position with him.
It's like we more so have an oligarchy by the bureaucracy and all the interests involved than we do the politicians, you know? This is why when people say, you know, we need to replace Mitch McConnell, but they don't care who does it. It's like, I agree, we need to replace Mitch McConnell, but the next 3 Republicans in line are going to be the exact same, you know? See how that all works? Okay? It's bigger than that. This cliche, some of you still believe in that we actually live in this like representative system. That's not true at all. That's why that's why I view democracy as a false god. I really have no belief in it. I mean, I'll accept the system in front of me. I'll vote if that's the election, but to pretend as if we truly have a, oh, but Vince, so when I praise the Sheikh of Dubai because he's a G and he like walks through the mall and is actually with the people, and you say, but Vince, what about my democracy? I'm like, really? Because our politicians can't do that because actually the people can't stand them. So who's really representative? And the politicians, to a large degree, don't even make the decision. So who's really running the country? It's true. So I have like no faith in the current system as it's given to me. I'll participate in it because I don't see a choice. You have to play the game that you're given, play the cards that you're dealt. But you know, on a grander level, it's like, oh, but the sacredness of American democracy. Yeah, what the heck is that? Screw American democracy. American democracy could fall tomorrow, and I would not care. Okay? And honestly, there's a million things that could replace American democracy that might actually be preferable. Okay, might be far preferable to this ridiculous system that we gaslight ourselves. Hey, actually, but we're voting. We're voting. Aren't you glad? But what about my right to vote? Who cares? Your vote doesn't mean anything, first of all. And then second of all, freaking... I would rather some of you idiots not have the right to vote, to tell you the total truth. So, I worship God. I don't worship democracy, okay? Democracy is not my God. And some of you need to have that reality check, right? Let me tell you, the vast majority of empires in history, successful civilizations where the people actually, lived in prosperity and comfort and nobility, those were not democracies. Successful democracies in human history are the exception, not the rule. The vast majority of successful civilizations were not built by democracy. Yet you sit here and pretend as if this corrupt system we have that barely even constitutes a democracy, it's so worth dying for and defending. No, it is not. You could topple the entire political system tomorrow, and if you gave me a better alternative, I would surrender to you my right to vote on this corrupt, failed system. And if you disagree, then I don't know, fix the system. But it's true. Totally unrelated rant, but down with democracy, okay? Democracy sucks, okay? What has democracy given us? The destruction of civilization? That's the rule of history, not the exception. The general rule of human history is there's been a lot of democracies in human history, believe it or not. You know what happened to them? You know why you never hear about them? Because they all got crushed and utterly annihilated by these systems who said, that's kind of stupid, actually. That's actually kind of stupid. I don't think the ordinary person, just saying. So I'll keep voting. I'll do whatever it is because I'm not LARPing and saying I'm going to overthrow any system. I'm just saying, if you were really break it down philosophically, I have no allegiance to democracy. Democracy sucks. Democracy has barely built any successful civilizations, even our own. America was at its peak when it was less democratic, just saying. There's nothing inherently noble about democracy. And if to some people who do, please explain to me what is noble about democracy. Oh, Vince, it's the idea that everyone has a say in the government. Why is that noble? Because if you understand the reality of human existence, you understand the vast majority of people are stupid. The vast majority of people are not equipped to make political decisions. So why is handing them the keys to destroy the civilization actually noble? I don't think it is. If you were giving me my ideal system, I don't know, maybe you'll keep, for the sake of America, we'll keep some degree of a republic intact. But you know what? It's not going to be one of those republics where everyone has the right to vote, okay? Just saying. If you were to give me my ideal system, I don't think everyone is meant to vote. And the founding fathers didn't think that either. But Vince, what about my right to vote on corrupt politicians that are all the same? Okay.
You know who Andrew Schultz is?
You do you.
Good guy.
You do you.
He says, part of me that gives me comfort is knowing these guys are so obsessed with their money. He may be wrong. We can debate this. Yep. They're so obsessed with their money. So when you say I'm a threat to democracy,
there's
no way they're going to let America fall. Because if America falls, everything else falls.
Yes, I am. I don't like democracy.
Screw democracy. Much as they can to control.
Down with democracy. But we're going to topple your fake pagan idol of democracy. We're going to topple it and crush it into the ash heaps of history where it belongs. Seriously, that's where democracy belongs. Brandon Gross says, calm down. You must gather your chi. True. I am like water. I be like water. This is so true. Thank you for the $2. Daniel McQuaid for $6.99 Canadian says, can we please hold a poll to settle this silly discussion? Is Christianity a liberal religion? That would be very helpful. Daniel, the problem with that is that would be democracy, and I reject democracy. So the answer is just no. Okay, the answer is no to the question of the poll. Thank you for the $6.99 Canadian. Sheeny Beanie for $5 says, I don't want most people to drive, so I definitely don't want most people to vote. Just saying. Thank you for the $5 Sheeny Beanie. It is true. I view the nobility of, I'm not saying like a non-democratic system is inherently good. I'm just saying, for me, I care about the country I live in. I care about whether my country is stable and safe and I can raise children and live a happy life, okay? So if that can hypothetically exist in a democracy, fine. At least democracy, quote unquote, fine. But if given the two alternatives, either A, you live in a third world disaster that is a democracy where everyone votes and they vote on to make the country an even greater third world disaster, or a system where nobody or very few people vote, where everything is safe and stable and clean, I think I would probably take the latter. Because I don't believe there's anything inherently virtuous about political representation. I think if it yields positive results and it's the best system, practically speaking, fine. But, you know, I don't believe there's anything inherently virtuous about democracy. Now, I'm also a believer that certain societies should be governed differently. I don't think every society is the same. And so, you know, if a certain society works better for some type of representative system, then fine. If it works, I'll take it. But if it's not working, then I don't understand the worship of that system. Just saying.
To get the machine to break because they're so in love with money and power.
So who are we to tell the United Arab Emirates,
well, I hope that's
you
true.
need to be a democracy?
I would love for that to be true. You know? My argument is that these people are already so deeply entrenched, they print the money. They'll print the new money. They don't care. If they cared about money, COVID wouldn't have happened. They closed the entire economy. I don't think they care about money. I think they control the world to a level where you want to eat? Do you want war? Like, I don't think they give a shit about money. They'll print the new money. They'll change the name of it and print the new one. At a certain level of power.
All right, let's see. I mean, that clip, I mean, I agree, but I think it's not, in my opinion, the most interesting one. So let's see here. Let's see what else we got. What is playing on my phone? Yeah, I don't know why that was. What the heck? What was that? I don't know what that was. We're being hacked, guys. We're under attack. Random noises are playing from my phone. I don't know what that was even about. Okay, there's one more clip I'm trying to... Is it here, though? Let me see. Is it here? Well, maybe it's in this one. I want to get to what I want to close with is some of his stuff on masculinity, but let me see.
The entire spectrum. So there's going to be people who exist outside of those lines. That's what I liked about Trump. He's not perfect, of course not. But he says what he means what he says. I actually disagree with him on many things. But he says what he means what he says, and that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of a man who says what he means and means what he says because he can't be bought, because he's principled.
Is that an endorsement of Trump 2024? Let's go. Unironic, I've said this before. You guys, this is part of why you guys are like, why do you, I don't think you guys understand the power here, okay? I'm not saying it would happen. I understand he has a lot going on personally. But imagine if Andrew Tate came out and like got his supporters to vote for Trump. Obviously, he's verbally says he likes Trump, all that stuff. But imagine the turnout machine, that not just Tate, but the whole like red pill world. And this is part of the reason why I try not to totally burn the bridge with these people, because I'm like, I see the angle here, okay? You guys have not gathered your chi like myself. No, in all seriousness, right? In 2024, especially with Gen Z, if Tate came out hard and was like, everyone needs to vote for Trump for the sake of the civilization and to fight the Matrix. I'm not saying it'd single-handedly win the election, but it would help. And it'd help us make a lot of inroads with the people in Gen Z that I've said before. I've said, listen, Republicans are not tapping in fully, right? I understand a lot of our generation is cringe liberal, whatever. There's a lot of like red-pilled people in our generation that follow people like Tate or whatever, but they don't vote. They don't really care for politics. They're just invested to some degree to these social issues. The machine you could create in Gen Z from this community is strong, but we gotta recruit our boys. You know, because we know who do you think he supports? We know who Tate supports politically. He's not coy about that, but we need him to come on. We need you. All right, your brother, we need you over here in America, okay? And I'm sure the UK, he could probably help the youth vote there too. Just saying, it's something to consider. I know he doesn't really like politics. I know, it's not he has no reason to. The Western regime already hates him for enough reasons. I understand all of that. But I don't know, I'm just saying it would be a powerful tool. It really would.
Can't be bought. Even now, if they were to come to me with $100 million and say, we'll sponsor you with this company, it's $100 million, you just have to shut up, I'd say.
The Nuggets have won the NBA Finals. That's cringe. I was rooting for the Heat, okay, my Florida team. Who cares about the Denver Nuggets? Like, that is the most irrelevant basketball team. I was hoping it would be Lakers and Celtics because that's classic, that's traditional. Heat, fine, whatever. Who the heck cares about, what even is a Denver Nugget? That's like the Utah Jazz. Like, who cares about them? Denver Nuggets. Oh, the Denver, yeah, Colorado. No, I'm a traditionalist with basketball because I don't know much about it, so I have smooth brain, caveman brain, okay? I know the Lakers, the Celtics. I kind of know the Heat. That's really it. I've only made the Bulls. That's it. Those are the only teams I want to be good. Okay. What the heck is a Denver Nugget? Who even plays for the Denver Nuggets? Some player I've never heard of? I don't know. All I know is the people I actually know of, they're not on the freaking Nuggets. I don't know.
No, I don't want your money. I don't
What the
want
heck
the
is a
money.
Denver
I don't need
Nugget?
money. There's nothing else to buy. I bought everything. I don't need it. My principle's worth more. So, and that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of principles, and it goes back to the original point. They're trying to remove all of our morality, all of our baseline understanding of things.
Connect is an application which allows you to take a minute.
Oh wait, that's just a sponsorship. We're still going.
Times of old in history, perhaps everybody was the same. Everybody was principled. Everybody had parameters, but they were different parameters. Perhaps they were competing ideas. But I think in the modern world, it's not so much competing parameters. It's just people who believe in things and people who don't believe in anything besides what they're fucking told. And it changes every day. You have the empty brains, the slave minds,
I don't care about
and the people who
basketball
actually
either.
stand up for something. And the
But I did when I was
and the free
younger.
thing, but the slave minds, you can't say, well, they believe in a different ideology because they don't. They believe in what they're told to believe in
I don't
on
know
that
what the heck a
particular day.
nugget
It
is.
changes. They don't have any true
What
core
is a
belief.
Denver Nugget?
They just repeat.
Why is that a thing?
I talk about the Matrix all the time, and people say, why did you choose that terminology? And I chose that terminology because it is perfectly accurate in describing exactly what is happening.
You know, it's not just perfectly accurate. It's easy for people to understand. Okay, it's easy for people to understand. And I know a lot of conservatives. I see this comment. It's like, that's cringe, bro. That's so, the whole take, the contrarian take. It's so normie. Don't you understand? That's the point. Because if you start throwing around these terms, the regime, people don't know what a regime is. The establishment, oh, well, you mean like the restaurant? See, they don't get it, right? But if you go, and this is what Tate is good at, you go to your normal guy, they don't know what the globalist American empire, what are you, a freaking nerd? What are you talking about, right? But he says the Matrix. Everyone's seen that movie. Everyone understands what that means. Everyone implicitly is like, I see what that means. See, he's a very effective communicator. In my opinion, that's one of his strengths, and that's why I don't use that term all the time because I feel like I have a more political audience. I do say it sometimes though because I genuinely think it's a good analogy. It's like it works. People understand it, right? And maybe if I want to expand my audience, I should figure out how to speak in terms they understand. But whatever, right? I do think it's an effective term. It's very effective.
The Matrix is a computer program which is designed to control your
People
mind so
understand
the body
it.
can be
People
used
get what it means,
to power
you
the
know?
machines. That's exactly what happens when they make you watch the news. To control your minds, you continue to use your body to work some garbage job and suffer from inflation and power the machines. Machines being soulless people who are in charge of the world. But there's also a million other different ways you can compare the Matrix to the real world. In the Matrix, they say anybody can become an agent at any time. If their mind is not unplugged, they become an agent. If their mind is not freed, they turn into an agent. You can see that in real life. Mention COVID to an NPC. Mention Trump to an NPC. You can sit and have a perfectly cordial, normal conversation with somebody for an hour and be fine. And you can mention one of the particular subjects which they are programmed to hate by the Matrix itself, and they will turn into an agent in real time. And you will see them now start to genuinely, emotionally dislike you as a person. They were your friend for an hour.
Yeah.
Now they hate you. They will turn into an agent. COVID was perfect. I would sit with people and we'd all be friends until I mentioned that COVID's garbage. And now they're an agent. What do you mean COVID's garbage? My friend's grandma was 99. And she got sick. Okay. Sorry, it doesn't change my view, and they change. And the Matrix is actually a perfect, absolute explanation of what's happening. And Morpheus says it, if your mind's not freed, you can be one of them. And that's what's happening. And this is why we don't have competing sets of parameters which are trying to argue about which is the best way to run the world. We have people with parameters who believe in family and love and God and tradition and taking care of yourself and taking care of others. There's people with moral standard and there's people with none. Zero. Empty vessels, agents who are programmed on any given day of what they're supposed to care about. These people can't tell me they care about things. That's what's most annoying about my position because it's absolutely and utterly weaponized virtue they use against me. The people who hate me because,
Facts.
one, I truly believe, and I know this is arrogant to say, but I feel like I have to say it. There's definitely a massive jealousy implement. If I wasn't so tall and rich and good looking, it wouldn't be happening. They don't fucking like me. They don't like me because I remind them of the jock at school.
Donald Trump, same thing. That's what they don't like. It's like, oh, politicians, you have to be like Hillary, nerd. No. Donald Trump's like, I'm cool. I'm literally like one of the coolest guys in American culture, and here I am, freaking towers in New York, all this money, all the gold, you know, supermodel wife. Freaking, I'm gonna run for president. No, politics is supposed to be for fat, dysgenic losers. You can't be cool. You can't be so cool, Teflon Don. You can't say things you want and get away with it. You have to be this polished. And Teflon Don's just like, nope. I'm walking in, just like WWE when he was in Raw. I'm walking in with the girl, money. I'm gonna say whatever I want, loud, you know what I mean? It's true. It is true.
That took their girl. That's part of it, right? They don't like me personally. So it's true. So they try and find an attack vector. And what happens when you have somebody who's monumentally successful across all realms of human endeavor, the only way you can attack them is by calling them a bad person. They can't call me stupid, they can't call me ugly, can't call me broke, can't call me weak, they can't call me any of these things. So how do we attack this guy? Well, he's a bad person.
True.
How do you call someone a bad person? You weaponize virtue. None of the people, who are pretending to give a shit about women,
true,
and that I'm bad to protect women, have any interest in protecting women. None of these people think I better become physically strong to protect women. None of them even believe in protecting a woman in a physical scenario. None of them even believe in protecting their family. None of them donate to any charities that involve women. Nothing. They're just taking the virtue and weaponizing it and attacking me with it.
True.
Me as a person who donates $25 million a year to charity to feed both male and female children. Me as a person who believes I have a responsibility to be physically capable so that any woman I'm walking down the street with is safe. True. I do more for women than any of these clowns would ever do. But they're just weaponizing virtue and attacking me with it. It's not even genuine virtue. That's what's so upsetting about it. These people, the matrix-minded people, have so few parameters and so few virtue. Whenever there's virtue inside of them, it's only so they can take it, weaponize it, and fire it at you. They don't give a shit about any of the issues they talk about. They don't care about race. They don't care about women. They don't care about gays. None of it. They take it, they put it in a bullet, and they shoot it at the people they don't like. It's all fake. All of it.
When you were talking about this, I wrote all these things down that we're talking about. Principled virtues, God, parents, true believers, fighters, traditions. These people they fear, right? All these people they fear. And these guys are slowly but surely starting to stand up. The scene we're talking about with Shia LaBeouf, he says, what we're doing here is a righteous act. Here's a Bible verse I think about sometimes, many times. This is his words. It goes, and I heard the voice of the Lord saying, whom shall I send? And who will go for us? And he began crying and said, here I am, send me. Brad Pitt turns around and says, Book of Isaiah chapter 6.
Connect is an application which allows...
Okay, I wanted to hear the rest of it. Why you cut that off? Okay, let's try to find. There's this segment I wanted... Thank you, YouTube, for recommending me a thing with H-Man and the freaking history... That's a great YouTube recommendation.
Before you watch this...
Here, I'll find it myself. I watched it. This is the last part I want to get to. The part I actually witnessed when I first tuned in, because I thought his comments there were actually pretty solid, but let's see.
Wordsmith, you're a linguist, no doubt. I mean...
I don't know English yet, bro.
Yeah,
I'm practicing.
You're still working on your English. You know, you've got the kickboxing belts all up over here. I would argue, I've never seen you fight, but I would argue that your linguistic skills are better than your fighting skills. I'll let you judge that.
I'll take that.
I totally agree with you that the way that you speak to a man is way different than
might be a few minutes
the way you
before
talk
this,
to a woman.
let's just go around here.
Bring that to compliance today. Say your dad and you stand up. Around
okay, okay. Now I remember. Okay, it's about
messaging
here.
with what you're saying right now. Number one rule is what? Go start a part-time income, make an additional $3,000 a month so you can send them to the private school that they're teaching right values. Okay, that's number one. 2, I can't afford to do that. 3, this is the other option that you got.
Yeah, and you're right. And Trump said it in his book, The Art of the Deal. He said, if you're not prepared to walk away, you can't negotiate. And that's the same with absolutely everything. If there's never a bottom line in which you...
Damn, a 4-hour video? Hey, we're here. I'm still awake. Like I said, just overly caffeinated, but I'm still awake. We're going. We're vibing. We're chilling.
Then you can't negotiate. You have no negotiating position. We talk about this when it comes to children in schools, but this is also very applicable for relationships. I've had girls who say to me, you know what, I was watching TV and they were saying that, I don't know, X, Y, Z. And I would say, listen, I take care of you. I love you very much. I'm going to make sure you have everything you've ever wanted. I'm going to make sure you're physically safe. That's why you're not going to go walking home alone drunk. It's not because I'm a misogynist. It's not because I dislike you. It's not because I'm controlling. It's not because I'm manipulative. It's because it's for your safety, and your safety to a degree is my responsibility.
True.
But I saw on the news XYZ. If you believe the news over me, then go find another man.
Base.
You have to be prepared to walk away, right? This is the bottom line of it. This is what I personally believe. These are my values.
100% with you.
These are my
Yep,
values.
yep.
And this
But part of the problem, I see this all the time with modern men, and honestly, I've done this before in my life. You know, I'm not Chad like I just learn. I already knew. I learned lessons the hard way, but very often men, instead of asserting themselves and asserting what they want, not in a controlling or abusive way, it's totally consensual. You know, if you don't want to be with that man, then don't. But you know, it's like, if you're going to be with me, this is what I believe, and this is what I want from this relationship, and these are my values. And very often I see men, instead of being assertive, instead of putting their foot down and saying, this is what I'm for, you know, then, oh, let me compromise, okay, you know, and basically the woman becomes the man of the relationship. I see this all the time. Many such cases. There are many reasons for that, feminism, etc. Honestly, though, one reason I would point out is that men are so starved of female attention in some ways. Like, and I've talked about this before. Your average guy out there is basically an incel. You know, everyone talks about this red pill. Look at all these people at the top. They're freaking making. But that, yes, there's this like hierarchy. I call it the 20-80 rule, where at the top 10 to 20% of men, yeah, there's abundance. There's abundance of females. You can really pick and choose whatever you want, get whatever you want. You want to have a bunch of hoes, you can. You want to you want to have a housewife, you can. Because when you're at the top, like, you have all the pick. But your average 50 percentile guy out there, he has nothing. He's a literal incel. He barely to ever gets female attention. You know what I mean? He's absolutely starved. And I think when men are in this position, the first time you do get female attention, it's everything to you. It becomes everything. It's viewed to you, it's irreplaceable, which is part of the problem, right? Because when you start viewing it like that, you will compromise everything. You know, it's like, it's everything that becomes your whole world. That's how you get screwed. Okay, that is how either A, you lose yourself, in the words of Kanye West, to a woman so heartless. Actually, that wasn't Kanye. I think that was Socrates who said that. But in the words of Socrates, to a woman so heartless, or you know, you just get dumped. You get dumped, or it just doesn't all work out. True, it is true.
This is what I personally believe.
Yep.
If she says, well, no, I'm not listening to you, and I stay with her anyway, well, then it's over, isn't it? And then she's going to do whatever she wants.
But not everybody can do that, because you earned the right.
Of course.
The proposition you're offering is so high that they have to sit there and say, I can't lose this guy.
Completely. And this is where we go back to the original point about how difficult it is to be the average man now. It's becoming more and more difficult. We're in a position now where you have a racetrack, and you have Ferraris and Nissans. And yeah, we can discuss how the Nissan might beat the Ferrari, but the truth is, it's hard. It's very, very hard. If I was a man and I was starting all over again, I would do the same things I did. I would wake up and say, okay, this game is extremely difficult. My best chance is to level up my character to a point where the game becomes easy. Because life does become easy at a certain point. Yes, now I'm in a very unique situation. But before this situation, I had only 3 problems in my life. My health, which I take care of, my woman, who I take care of, and money. That was it. If I made enough money, I had no other problems. If you're broke, you have lots of small problems.
Yeah.
The car doesn't start, the school fees are coming up, whatever, we need new clothes for the kids. I had one problem to fix. If I fix my one issue, everything else is fixed. You get to a point in life where someone goes, oh, we've got an issue, how much? Just tell me the number. I don't even want to know the ins and outs. Just do the transfer, make it go away. So, yeah, as a man, I think you have that imperative to understand that the video game of life as a man is exceptionally difficult, and especially as you get older, as you progress with the levels, it gets harder. It's getting harder and harder. You need to level up your character. This is what amazes.
Okay, chat, please do not follow one true selves. I think you'll just be ended up labeled a sexual offender. So probably don't follow that advice.
When men go, I struggle with motivation. How can you struggle with motivation in the modern world? Are you asking to just lose? Are you asking to just be erased from humanity?
Yep.
Are you asking to be invisible? How can you be an 18-year-old man and say, I don't have the motivation to train as hard as possible and get as rich as possible? You are born to lose if you don't have motivation at 18. In the modern world, as competitive as it is, all those girls, those 18-year-old girls you go to school with, are talking to some 28-year-old man with a yacht somehow. And you're sitting there lonely, and you don't have motivation?
See, I think there's a certain demographic of men And honestly, I'd say I fall into this camp where that's the type of messaging we respond to and we need to hear, right? Because I know people are very often like, he's so rambunctious. And very often, like, you know, women don't like it. They're like, you know, he's so like, why is he so rough? Can he just relax, whatever? But you guys like, what he's trying to do here is he's trying to motivate young men. He is. Because it's true. A lot of us, and this used to be me for a long time, and I'm still working on it, but I think I'm a lot better about it. I'm improving every day. A lot of us, we don't do anything with our lives. We just sit around. He's right. We have no motivation. We have no purpose. We don't do anything, you know. We don't work hard. We don't work hard at anything. We're so freaking lazy, you know. And he's here, you know, it's good cop, bad cop. He's here, the bad cop, saying, get off your rear end, freaking, you know, get to work, like, stop being a blank. You know what I mean? And I don't think there are enough figures like that just in the world in general. Because, like I said, like I brought up the point earlier with the church, but really things in general, everything is feminized, which works great for women. It appeals great to women. But this messaging is so controversial when he says, stop being depressed, you're a coward, whatever, you know? This is how men are really, we are biologically meant to be spoken to like this, okay? This is, I mean, maybe some men don't respond to this. I respond to it, you know? That's my greatest motivation. Not, hey, you know, I think you should. It's like someone comes and slap me in the face and then, you know, like that. That's the type of guy I am. And maybe you guys are the same way, maybe you're not. But, I don't think there's, I don't know what I'm saying. It's getting late, but that's what I see missing from the world. And that's what I think Andrew is very, very good at. He's the bad cop, okay? Everyone's always like, why does he so annoying with his money? And it's like, okay, I understand. You view it as materialistic. At the same time, though, you understand what he's trying to motivate you to do. He's trying to motivate men to actually, like, do something, you know, not be a wagey, not work at McDonald's, you know, go chase wealth, build something for yourself, do something, you know? That's part of, and I'd argue, if I were to kind of psychoanalyze it, I genuinely think that's part of why he presents the life that he does and presents the image that he does. Because he's trying to say, look, I have this, you don't, and you deep down want this, what are you not doing with your life, right? I don't know. I think that's what most people, men who are, you know, who start following him, I think that's genuinely what they take away from it. Because there's a lot of people who think, oh, he's just promoting men to go be freaking, you know, playboys and go, you know, run through the whole earth or whatever. And it's like, I think there are a lot of people in the red pill sphere, yes, that's all they freaking do, just pick up artists, but I think very often, and look, we've sat and listened to this for almost like, 3-4 hours. I think there's a lot more substance genuinely to his message than what some people like to give it credit for, you know? And if you want to say you don't like him as a person, fine. What other people out there are motivating men in this way? The answer is just not a lot. Because like I said, everything is feminized. Left wing and right wing. So we all coddle. Here comes along the guy, old school, 1980s. Get off your blank. Do blank. Stop, you know, you're a little blank. You know, you can fill in the words there. That's what a lot of men in the modern day need to hear. And if he's the bad cop, then he's the bad cop. I don't know. That's the way I see it.
You must be out of your mind. The only way to win this game is to become as powerful as possible. It's difficult, and it's getting harder and harder.
It's
and this
true.
Is why
Jordan Peterson is the wise and calm elder that directs you in the more philosophical. They always say, and I think it's true. I think Jordan Peterson is good cop for a lot of men. Andrew Tate is bad cop. So if good cop comes along and can't convince you to, you know, get your life together, bad cop is just like, get it together, you know? There's something to be said. Like, you understand. This is why I argue, like, you need the culture right now, the way it is, needs someone like this, right? And you can criticize as not the man in the arena. I don't like but who's the alternative? Who else is doing it, you know? I wish I could do it, but I don't think I'm like the status of man. I don't think I know enough to do that, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, to some degree, I also have to recognize, well, he's the guy who's here. He's the guy who does it. And nobody does it like him. Nobody does it as well as him. For some people, it's what resonates. So that's just the way I see it. And if it doesn't resonate with you, then fine. But I recognize how, why, and where it resonates, because honestly, sometimes I listen to him talk and it resonates with me too. It's true.
Teach the things I teach to men. You can't just be Joe Schmo and win anymore. Those days are over. You have to be something else.
The challenge those young men have, though, it's sometimes not even their fault. Why? Single mother, raised by a single mother. They've been indoctrinated and they heard the future is female a million times. Next thing you know, they're 18. They kind of have this victim mentality. It's almost not even their fault some of these times.
Oh, completely.
We're all in our late 30s, early 40s. We've grown up. I played football in school. He's an athlete, bodybuilder. Obviously, you're a kickboxing champion. We've had coaches. We've had people kick our ass. We didn't grow up with participation trophies. We've had our asses kicked. We've gone through shit, now we are the shit. A lot of these young guys playing video games, addicted to porn, they grow up with a phone in their hand, raised by women. They weren't raised how we were raised. How do you teach those kids, though?
Well, that's why that's exactly what they don't want me doing. That's why they're trying to put me in jail. Because I managed to become, I'm not for a second bragging, but the size of the movement that I created, I turned up in Slovenia. I don't know if you've ever seen that video with the Bugatti where everyone's going, top G. That's the capital of Slovenia. I can't even pronounce it. Ljubljana or something. I've never been there before. Slovenia, where even is it? Like, I can barely find it on a map. I know roughly where it is.
If you want a guaranteed way to get in touch with me, maybe you have a business idea,
hey,
maybe
Tristan.
you want some fashion tips, maybe you just want to connect.
Thanks for following me on Twitter. Okay.
3 basic tenets, because even a teenage boy can understand if you get enough money and enough power and enough powerful friends and enough sexual access that you're going to be able to build yourself to a man of, I can cry now. I've qualified to cry. When you're an 18-year-old boy, you shouldn't be crying. You should be focused, and you should be an animal, and you should be training, you should be working hard, and you should be listening, you should be going to coaching. I'm now at a level where I'm allowed to cry. I understand all the different elements of being a man. I understand the tapestry of masculinity fully. I can cry if I decide to. I've qualified for that. But before you get to that point, you have to go through all the hard shit. And the hard shit I've broken down to the 3 basics. And I think that's why they're coming to attack me so heavily. Because genuinely, because of what you just said. I'm telling kids things, and especially people often ask me, especially Matrix Media, they say, why did you get so big? Because I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, which every man knows is intrinsically true in his heart, because God has instilled him with a basic degree of morality of right and wrong.
I'll add to it. He's incredibly charismatic. He's I think he's one of the most talented speakers on earth. I'll say that. He's very, very sharp, right? But yeah, also I think he fills a void that really nobody of major status was doing. You know, the conservatives weren't doing it. The red pill guys, I mean, they were trying to do it, but really, I don't know, right? There's something about him that is unique and that filled a void that wasn't there. And that's part of why I'm not part of this conservative bandwagon that likes to just dunk on the guy. I understand there are things he brought to the table and people he brought in and ideas he brought in that are actually incredibly important and not just lacking in just conservative, it's lacking in the world, right? Lacking in the world. There's messaging that is lacking in the world. There's a lot about him too when you think about it that is just characteristically old school, you know? This whole, like, even if you want to say it's a cliche, which to a degree maybe it is, but the fact that he smokes a cigar, drives a fast car, lives in a giant house, beautiful woman, not even saying that's the ideal lifestyle for man, but there's something about it that used to be the traditional idea. Like, that's just what everyone wanted to be. And there's something about it that's still alive, but it's like, dude, let me go live in the pod. You know what I'm saying? There's just something, there's something that he awoke that I just think is important. That's just bottom line. It's getting later, so I get less articulate as we go. But you see, I think people know what I'm trying to say. You know?
I'm saying things to a 17-year-old boy, and he's going,
"What's up, Eddie?
He makes sense. I get it. Everything I was told so far just didn't quite click, but this does." And that's what they're so scared of. And I agree with you. You're completely right. And this goes back to, once again, we were saying about last names, family values. The number of times I was told I couldn't do something because of my last name, I think that was my whole childhood. My whole childhood.
That is so base, too. That is so
Dad,
base.
I got an A. Of course, you're a Tate. It wasn't even, it was just like, duh. Of course you got an A. But what else are you going to get? A B? What, are you a dummy? That's who I was my whole life. I had standards exacted on me. And I've even heard like psychologists, I have a big problem with psychologists. I don't like them as a whole. I'll tell you some of my scenarios. I've had conversations with psychologists. There's a couple good ones, but there's a lot of them who I don't like. And their ideas, oh, you raise children, don't put standards on, don't put pressure on them. How are they going to perform without pressure?
Men are built, but that's a prime example of a feminized society. Because to a degree it is true, right? Women, I'm not saying there's not women who have been very strong and been through it, but women in general, right, are valued, especially by men, more so for their innocence. We don't want, but you know, but then that female feminine standard is projected onto men. Men are not built by, men are built by struggle, by trauma, by hardship, right? That's what every great man in history, you know, they had to go and build, they had to go fight the war, you know what I mean? Julius Caesar didn't just come from a restorative justice meeting, okay? He like literally, he conquered armies, he was on a conquest in Gaul, and he came back, the effing man, right? He came back, the army followed him. He didn't just, oh, you know, I want mental health session, and then, you know, became the dictator of Rome. That's not how it happened. That's not how men are built. Men are built by, we're forged like iron. We're built through the fire. And, you know, to a degree, I wish, genuinely, like, I'm a Zoomer, I'm born in the modern world. I kind of wish I had more of it. I listen to him talk about his life. I listen to Patrick Bet-David talk about his, and I kind of wish to a degree. And I wish I'd probably be a better man if I had that. And now I guess I try to perhaps introduce it more to my life, push myself. But if I were to be totally humble about it, I don't think I'm half the man that some of these people before me are, because I didn't go through what they went through, you know? But this idea that we should shelter men through all this stuff, it's just, no. Sure, does the pressure break some men? Of course it does. But society has to have the lesser men and the greater men. But you can't build a greater man without some degree of that, you know?
Do you have pressure to perform in your business? Because I certainly do. I certainly do.
Pressure makes diamonds.
You think I didn't have pressure?
Julius Caesar didn't attend group therapy sessions when his feelings were hurt. True. Oh, Julius, you were so short. Oh yeah, let me conquer the world then. Let me, you know, like that. That's what happened.
To perform when I sat down with the BBC, they tried to set me up. You think I didn't realize instantly? Okay, war. She's ready. But you think there's no pressure? You think there's no pressure when they try and stab you to death? There's no pressure in life. You're gonna raise a child and say, give him no pressure, give him no standards, so he can just be a kid. And what's he gonna mold into? Absolutely not, really not. Life is pressure, especially as a man. You need to have these exacting standards. That's how it is. My whole life was a pressure to perform to my last name. That's all it's ever been.
That's the way it should be.
I don't know how anyone's raised any other way. So yeah, it's crazy. It's a very difficult problem to fix. I agree with you. It's a very difficult problem to fix. But I think it starts with baseline things. And this is also why I feel like I have such a duty to act. I'll give you an example. If I could lie right now for $10 million and nobody would find out, nobody, I still couldn't do it because God would know and he'd punish me sooner or later. I really truly believe that I would pay the price for that lie. I truly believe it. I think if you're a man and you're growing up and you're saying, how do I act? What do I do in this scenario? What would God want you to do? Tell the truth. You'd be amazed how far just telling the truth will get you. In any situation, I can give you benign situations that don't even matter. Your girlfriend caught you. Oh, and no, and I barely know her. Just say, yes, sorry. I love you. I'd love to stay together. But you did this. Sorry. I'm leaving. Okay, goodbye.
That's telling the truth is a masculine thing, though, right? The more feminine thing to do is, like, avoid the confrontation because the truth hurts. The truth is uncomfortable. So, it's true.
Next day, she's back. You just tell the truth. It could have gone on for weeks. She could have kept spying. She could have called the girl. All this drama. Just sometimes in life, you just man up and tell the truth. That's why in my current scenario, and I was saying earlier,
that's the only way you're free, by the way.
Yeah, completely.
Only way you're free.
Truth shall set you free.
It shall set you free. When I was saying earlier, the incompetence of my enemies is scaring me, and I don't know exactly what to do. All I can do is just tell the truth all the time. I'm going to tell the truth all the time. I'm going to say what I mean and mean what I say, and I'm going to tell the truth, and that's who I'm going to be. That's what I think is the best thing for me to do in the current scenario. But we're not even instilling that in children anymore. We're not even telling children how important it is to not lie.
Well, but that's also part of what you're talking about. I want to show you the stat because the guy sent it to me. And then we'll put this for the audience to see as well. percentage of gun ownership from 1972 till today. Same thing.
Exactly the
If you look at the numbers, pretty much the same thing. So what's been the biggest difference is a lot of these things that we just talked about. By the way, that question you asked from 1950 till today, the candidate that's talking about this, again, I went back to politics, RFK is talking about this.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very important thing to talk about because it's making people go research and see for themselves and to ask the question, what really did change?
Completely.
We've had this all the time.
Completely.
What became legal? Why are we adding all these pharmaceuticals to, you know, kiss the Tate?
Yep.
What else would it be outside of that? So that was the foundation, which I agree with you. Household values, principles, kids, men, raising them better.
Yep.
What else would you see as a challenge from an outside? And then I got part two of the question for you.
Yeah, it's
Anything else where you say, you know, XYZ would also, by the way, I love the way you say Nissan and status. I just love the way you pronounce those two words, man. For a second you said Nissan, I'm like, what is Nissan? And then I realized what you're talking about.
Well, I remember when I was young, other people's parents would tell me off. Do you remember that? Did you ever get that when you were young?
Of course.
Other people's parents would come up and like, you better not. Random adults would just tell me off. I was scared of every grown-up. Every grown-up had a degree of authority. Just random adults. We can't do that anymore.
Someone says, wasn't Alexander the Great Conqueror? True. If you look, right? If you look at Alexander's upbringing, his father, whoever, I don't remember the exact story, but he had like a Spartan, like brutal I know he's Macedonian, but he had a very brutal upbringing, right? He was hard, you know, freaking hardcore, you know, military, old school, ancient. But, you know, do you think if he was raised on mental health, then he would have conquered the world? No, of course not. Like, let's not even be so. Of course he wouldn't. Okay. Oh, but Vince, that's barbaric. I don't believe in that stuff. Old empire. Okay, fine, but still, the point is not that everyone has to go be Alexander the Great or Genghis Khan. The point is, if you are going to face the struggles of the world and come out on top, whether you don't have to be a general. I'm just saying it's a principle still in the modern world that you have to be tough because the world is tough, life is tough, and that's what's missing. All right, anyways, I think actually, I mean, all this was interesting, but I think this was actually after what I was trying to get to. Let me go back a bit and see.
Well, then you're really in trouble. In regards to AI, I think it has to be adopted and diversify. You have to be smart enough that.
Let's see.
If you were president of the United States, Andrew Tate, what would that look like?
I have no idea what it'd be like to be president, but I have a feeling what Putin said about the presidents might be true. Did you ever see what Putin said?
Yes, 8 years they come and go.
Yeah, I've seen 3 presidents. I've seen a lot of presidents come and go, and they all come with these grand ideas. But once they get in office, the people with the briefcases and the dark suits come in and sit them down because of the strong bureaucracy inside of the United States and explain to them how things are done. And they never seem to get their ideas done. They never seem to do the things they said they were going to do.
You include Trump in that?
I think Trump tried his very best to resist that, and that's why he's in the situation he's in. That's why they're taking him to court for no reason. That's why he was Matrix attacked. I mean, if Trump... Okay, let's cut the guard. I'm going back to jail anyway, probably with this Matrix stuff. They're going to try and kill me anyway. They probably are.
Let's go, Tate!
If Trump's situation isn't a Matrix attack, what is? What did they just hit him with in New York? Some defamation for defending himself against...
What did I said we need him to join in it. Let's go.
Lie? If that's not a Matrix attack, tell me what is possibly else. Anyone who's sitting out here who actually truly believes that the Matrix doesn't exist has no idea how the world works. The media machine and the legal system work hand in hand to try and slander people's name and convince the populace enough that they're guilty so there's no revolt, so they can hit them with a guilty plea. They've already decided before all of it. It's all a plan. This many months of negative news, then we'll hit him with this, we'll get him guilty for this, and with this many months of negative news, the populace will probably swallow it. It's garbage. It's a Matrix attack from head to toe.
How much do you see yourself in Trump? And to use your words, first they try to cancel you, he was canceled. Yeah. Then they
might try to deny it, but I think they're very similar, actually. Like, very similar life, very similar story. Very similar figures, like, because Donald Trump is the bad cop of American politics. Just like I said, Andrew Tate is kind of the bad cop that maybe a lot of men out there need, Gen Z, whatnot. That's what Donald Trump is. Like, is Donald Trump the archetype conservative leader? Is the archetype Republican? No, the archetype Republican is the soft-spoken guy who's like the big-time evangelical, and that's what it is. That's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump's the bad cop. Donald Trump is the guy who has the gigantic ego. He's nasty. He's brutal, but he's exactly what the people need at this moment. Very similar roles. Very similar people. I'm curious his response. But I am very glad that he commented on this, okay? Because like I said, this is gradual. But I've been saying this, and I said this earlier in the stream. We need Andrew Tate to help mobilize political change in America. That's the synergy here, okay? That's how we can merge the red pill. I won't even call it red pill. That's insulting to Tate. His world and our world, okay? He needs to go out there and say, they're attacking Donald. The Matrix is attacking Trump just like it is. Hey, just like me. You'd be surprised what you can do for Gen Z. So I'm glad to see him do it. Based. I know he used to be very political. Now he's a little bit, he doesn't want to, but this was red pill. Let's go, Tate.
In jail, he's dealing with lawsuits.
That makes me so happy.
Last year they tried to put a bullet in.
Let's go.
Well, Trump's lucky because he's a bit older. So Trump will try and outlast him. They'll wait. My problem is I'm a bit young.
Yeah.
True. And I also think the reason I feel particularly at risk, and I say these things on podcasts to protect myself, and I don't want anyone to think I'm paranoid or crazy, because I really don't believe I am. The reason I think I'm particularly at risk is for the thing you just said. It's the masculine youth who are my fans.
Yeah.
It's the 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. They are the future of the world. They're the people you want to go and die in a ditch.
But they're also the type of men who would upend. Not calling for anything. I'm just saying hypothetically, they upend the system. Old men, boomers, Republican voters, they don't fight the revolutions. It's people our age. Just an idea. It's not when old people get pissed about something that political change happened. Old people get pissed all the time. Okay, grandpa, take your meds. It is people our age, okay? So what the system's been doing for so long is trying to control people our age. Now here comes along someone. And I'm not saying he's the only one, right? We've had conservative figures do it too, Daily Wire, Turning Point, we've had that movement. But this is so much bigger because the amount of people who are interested in politics in our generation is narrow. This is big, right? And that's why I think he's viewed as a threat.
Soldiers you need. Those are the people you need psyoped. You need them psyoped. You can't have a bunch of men who aren't psyoped. Mm-hmm. That's when you lose control of everything, when the men don't listen anymore. And they're all listening to me. And I'm teaching them things like God, religion, personal responsibility, accountability, discipline. And everyone's saying, well, why are they attacking Andrew for just telling the truth and making me go to the gym? Because when you have these things, when you have accountability and discipline and personal responsibility, you have a barrier, you have a parameter, you have a no, you have a limit. They don't want you to have a limit. None of the men are allowed limits. Mm-hmm. We must accept whatever we are given from our relationship with our woman, from the government, from our job. We're just the slaves. We're the backbone of the tax bracket. We just have to shut up and pay our taxes. As soon as we have limits, they have a problem. That's why they dislike the things I teach. What do I really say? What do I really teach young kids that's genuine dangerous? What do I say? Go to the gym, stick up for yourself? Stick up for yourself, go to the gym,
exactly
you're allowed an opinion. Educate yourself, be smart, work hard. Believe in things. Believe in yourself. Have friends. Have strong friends around you. Yeah. Don't listen to dishonest men or dishonest women. It's not misogynistic to say dishonest people. Non-gendered should be anywhere near you. You should have standards for who's your friend. Standards for who you have relationships with romantically. Whether you're gay or straight. You should have standards. Telling men to have standards is now wrong think. Because as soon as men have standards, they lose control. They don't want any man to have any standard on anything.
That's the thing. I think it's bigger than ideology, right? For old people, the people who actually vote in the elections, it's an ideological thing. That's the biggest thing. But for young men, it's not really about ideology, in my opinion. Obviously, in the end, I want them to become ideological. But really, what it is that they're just so suppressed. They're distracted, with the hormones in the food decrease their testosterone. And they're addicted to porn. They're distracted by social media, distracted by this, distracted by that. Just their brain, their existence is numb and meaningless, right? And literally, the reason why, forget even anything he believes on any issues, forget about that. I don't think that's the role of Andrew Tate. I just think the very fact that he's telling men to do something as simple as get in the gym and take their life seriously, that is a serious threat to the new world order in ways that maybe people who overanalyze things from an ideological perspective just do not understand, right? Just don't understand it. Because, the ideas, you can instill the ideas later, right? You can absolutely get people. But what you need first is a generation of fighting age men in a metaphorical, non-hypothetical sense to be willing to fight, who are able to fight. We don't have that. So you can talk all you want about red-pilling people, ideas, whatever. Our generation of fighting age men is incapable of fighting because we are numb to it all. We're distracted, we're freaking low testosterone. All of us are victims of it. The hormones, the porn, the social media, everything, right? Someone needs to snap us out of that existence, and then, the dominoes fall and see what happens next. And, so that's why a message that simple is dangerous. That's why even David Goggins, you guys know David Goggins? David Goggins is this fitness guy who he's way less political than Andrew Tate, or ideological. He just worked out, whatever. But he's taking some heat just for that. I've seen it. He's taking just because he's just telling guys to work out, take their life seriously. Just generic self-improvement stuff. It's actually a danger to the current order of things. I absolutely believe that is true.
You want to come along and say, no, you need the 8th injection. Take it.
I'm not saying David Goggins is banned, but I have seen him take heat before. So it is actually true. I have seen him take heat before.
I think that's the saddest thing that's happened to you, is because anybody that listens to your long form content, not 60 seconds on TikTok, fully understands that you're an advocate for male self-improvement.
But it's bigger than just go to the
Get
gym.
out of depression,
it's
work
the
your
bigger
ass
thing of
off, be
take your life
coachable,
seriously. You
make
understand
money, get women, enjoy the finer things
That
in
is a
life.
threatening
But they will
message.
take the little things you say and label you a misogynist, label you a chauvinist, and that's the tip of the iceberg of minor things you say when you really are a male advocate.
And by the way, to that comment, let's be real about this. I'm not saying going to the gym is going to single-handedly save Western civilization, but if it were not something that were a positive in our direction, why would they promote things like body positivity? Why would they say it's okay to be fat, it's okay to be out of shape, men can be twinks, it doesn't matter, you don't need to be strong, blah, 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 that's toxic masculinity. Why would they promote all of those things if it were genuinely not a threat? I'm just saying, okay? I think you underrate the degree to which stuff that simple actually does threaten the current order of things, okay? Because going to the gym is bigger than the gym, right? First of all, it makes men physically able in a hypothetical sense. Hypothetically, of course, metaphorically, those become fighting age men, fighting capable men. But it's bigger than that. It's about the fact that it would raise their testosterone levels, which may cause them to think differently and live life differently, right? You work out, it raises your testosterone. It betters their mindset. Absolutely. Endorphins, all of that. It would free them from their little numbness of depression and slavery to vice and all that. At least it would help. It would aid in that. You understand it's bigger than that, right? Look at the food system. If you say, oh, it's not a big deal, you're just schizo about it. Okay, then why have the pharmaceutical companies and the FDA pushed all this crap stuff in our food that increases estrogen for so many years? Why are seed oils so important to them? Why do they put millions of dollars into all this FDA stuff and lobbying if it weren't to some degree important for their plans? I don't think you give that stuff enough credit. It actually does matter. I'm not saying it's going to save the West. I'm just saying it is a piece of it. It's a component of it. I think it would be silly to deny that. It absolutely is a part of it.
Weaponized virtue.
I believe that.
But also, you can't have an opinion on any kind of differences or differentiation without them now calling you a misogynist. If I believe a woman is better at raising young children than a man, I would never drop my child off to a nursery run by men. I think that would be weird.
Bigger picture.
I would never take my 2 or 3 year old girl and drop her off in a nursery which was male run. I would only bring her to a nursery which is female.
Nor would you hire a babysitter that's a boy.
Neither. Never. Do I hate men? No. I just believe that in war a man should go, and raising children, maybe perhaps women should go. I just believe in the same things that everybody believed in 10 years ago. Yeah. The world has gone nuts. 10 years ago, everything I'm saying was standardized and accepted and normal. And they're taking this misogynist garbage and weaponizing the virtue and trying to attack me with it, and they don't even believe in it. It's truly upsetting, but I just can't be quiet because I don't know how. I couldn't live as anyone else other than me. I couldn't live as a man who wasn't trying to be his best self.
Let's stay on this. So you said president, then you brought in Putin.
Yeah.
So then that discourages for somebody to think they can make real change. Okay. Yeah. So 2 questions. One, if you are the president today, I'm sure you've thought about it.
Yeah.
What policies would you attack? Right now in America, I watched RFK. I don't know if you listened to the recording yesterday.
I've heard. Yeah.
What he said about the angle he would take with pharma, he says, all these things we're talking about guns. He says, how is it that we have the same amount of guns as Switzerland does per capita, but Switzerland hasn't had a school shooting in 21 years. We had it 21 hours ago, and we just had one last night, by the way, big one. I don't know, in Virginia, I want to say, right?
7 people shot.
Yeah, 7 people shot just yesterday, right?
Every day there's something.
Every day. You're talking about fentanyl. You're talking about the drugs. You're talking about LGBTQ. You're talking about military-industrial complex, economy, taxes. What would be top 3 issues you would attack if you were president today?
I'm curious.
And that's so interesting because before I answer that question, that ties back into what we were saying earlier about men's mental health. They pretend they give a shit about men's mental health. But if you come along and actually advocate and tell men how to be happier. I've been a sad man and a happy man. I am a man. I know exactly how it feels on all ranges of emotion. And I'll be honest with you right now. When a man is sad, yeah, there is an inclination towards aggression. That's how we're born. That's how we're evolved. We're evolved with that inclination towards aggression. We need that to protect and provide. That's who we are. We need that bravery. But having a bunch of depressed, sad men who have no emotional control is dangerous for society.
Very.
I say this all the time. They try and pretend that I'm somehow dangerous for society by telling men to stand up for themselves and be masculine. Absolutely not, really not. When you tell a man to have no emotional control and be more feminine, that's a school shooter. A school shooter is not a man with masculine accountability. He's a man who's told, act how you feel.
And that's a suicidal person too, by the way. Hot take. Oh no, he says it too, but it's true. It's a suicidal person. Maybe that's a politically incorrect take, maybe, you know. But genuinely, I wonder how many of the men who have committed suicide very tragically over the past few decades, you know, I know the normal mental health jargon. Hey, it's okay, you know, talk you off the ledge type of thing. How many men out there were told, how dare you kill yourself? You have a family, you have obligations, you have people who love you and care about you. You know, there are people who, you know, struggled to create your life and build your last name, and you're going to disgrace all of that and be a coward by copping out and doing that, you know? Like seriously, you don't really have the time to be depressed. You're a man, you have obligations as a man. You must fulfill them whether or not you're happy or not, right? Stoicism. That's what we miss very often as men, and I guess I'm very glad that someone like this speaks up about it, because I start to realize in my own life too. It's like my obligation as a man is not to be happy or kiddish or whatever. That was from when I was a little kid, you know? Now I'm a man, I have obligations, right? I think it's wrong to chase as a man, to chase happiness. You don't chase happiness. I think you chase duty, fulfillment, and purpose. That's what a man does. Leave chasing happiness for the women and children. You know, they're the ones who can be very sentimental, you know, high emotional highs and lows. I think it's your job as a man to just say, that's my duty. I'm going to be stoic about it in the face of it all. Not saying I'm perfect at it. I'm just saying that's the message that I think should be sold. And I wonder how many less men would kill themselves if that was the case. You know? If they have the bad cop in their life that would just woke them up like, you are a coward. You are pathetic. You know? How dare you even consider that?
All the time.
You have a family, you know? It's true.
He's picked on for long enough. Throw on some drugs on top his psychiatrist gave him. Throw in a lack of a girlfriend, and he's had enough. That's where school shooting comes from. School shooting does not come from men being masculine.
Absolutely.
It comes from the absolute opposite of these things, and they know this. They know this.
When men give into their emotions, it is actually incredibly dangerous. Men need to be in touch with their emotions. No, okay? Because, man, you know, the women who say that, you don't really understand what men think, okay? If men were really in touch with their emotions, just acted on their impulses and had no control of their impulses or emotions, that's what would happen. You need a lot of deaths, a lot of rape, a lot of just destruction, okay? Because that's just the reality. That is the natural impulse, right? Your job as a man is to control that and use it for good. You tell people you don't have to do that. Oh, what happens? Either they hurt themselves or they hurt other people. All time.
Very, very well.
Many such cases.
To fix society, we have to fix that at the most base level, the root level. I think America and most countries need more transparency and understanding of how things work. But when they're attacking the family unit, they're attacking all of these issues. Every issue you've just labeled all starts back down to the beginning. I really think the reason I would like to argue, and I don't know any of the statistics on this, in the 1950s, I'm sure there was prevalence of guns all around America, but there just wasn't the school shooting. Why? What was different? What was different in the years before that there is now? I think it's just because children obeyed their parents, and their parents were a family, and there was a degree of responsibility that was instilled inside of people, and there's a degree of accountability, and there was a degree of honor and pride.
Great question.
There's a degree of honor and pride. Yeah. I'll tell you something now. I bet in the 60s, 70s, whatever, in any country in the world, people didn't want to do dumb shit because the family would be known as criminals. The last name would be tarnished. Their son did this. You hear what their son did? There was a vested interest in all of it. Now you have a school shooter who's going to go out there, be a piece of shit and kill people, and then their parents are on TV, well, yeah, he was failed by the system. They don't even feel any shame. It's unbelievable. If one of my children or someone close to me did something that heinous, I would be disgusted.
Yep.
I would apologize just for the name alone. There's no honor left. There's no pride left in the name. And this is what happens when you remove honor and pride from people. If you have no honor and no pride, nothing really matters. What matters anyway? It doesn't matter if you're out of shape. It doesn't matter if your kid's a piece of shit and a criminal. Nothing matters without honor and pride. And this is done on absolutely every level. I said this to Tristan the other day.
I think the correct word isn't pride, it's dignity. People always get the semantics of that, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I was actually saying we were driving, well, the other day, long time ago. I haven't left the house in a while. We were driving and I said even on the most base level, I said every building is ugly. Have you noticed that every new building is ugly?
True.
It's ugly. Tristan goes, yeah, it's all the same glass, big square, ugly building.
Look, how can I hate this guy? He even gets the architecture question. He gets it. He's just like me, for real. No, it's true, dude. He gets it.
In the 1400s, we built
100% correct. Modern architecture is ugly, and I genuinely think that has an impact on how people view their society. I think you walk out, you see greatness around you, you see the little, it's a subconscious thing, don't get me wrong, but if you walk out as a citizen of Rome and you see this testament, this testament to civilization that they've built in front of you, and everything is beautiful and down to the little details, what does that intrinsically inspire you to do? It tells you, A, you live in a civilization that was built by great men, and B, you are inspired by it to a degree you want to recreate it. You go around in America, look at the freaking Walmart architecture, it is ugly. In terms of natural landscape, we're one of the most beautiful countries on the planet. But in terms of architecture, America is genuinely one of the ugliest countries in the world. It is terrible, okay? And this is something a very niche conservative community talks about, but he's right. He's totally right about it. It's so true. So true.
These ornate, gorgeous buildings. And now everything's ugly. Why is that? And well, I'll tell you why it is. It's because they don't want you to have any intrinsic attachment to a specific place.
You took the words right out of my mouth. For real. See? On the same wavelength, okay? Real. Zzz. Okay.
All the buildings are beautiful in a specific town. You have intrinsic attachment.
I haven't even watched this part, by the way.
That town. You care about that town. You want good things for that town. You'll protect that town. You'll defend that town. What is that? That's a barrier. That's a parameter. If everything looks the same all the time, you'll just move. Who cares? True. Oh, they've messed up San Fran. Who cares? I'll just move somewhere else. Let's move somewhere else. Because
it's all the same. True.
It's all the same. Buildings in Berlin and New York, they all look the same. Where's all the beauty gone? When there's beauty, you have an attachment to that beauty. They want to remove all your attachments from everything. Even now, when they try and psyop you into, let's say, the way that models all look different than they used to before, right? Models all look different.
Victoria's Secret.
Yeah, and I was arguing this point, and someone's saying, oh, but that's because you have Eurocentric beauty standards. I said, no. I'm going to correct you, because I know you think you sound smart using the word Eurocentric, and I'm going to correct you because you're a dumbass. Let me tell you what beauty standards are. Beauty standards, by definition, for something to be beautiful, has to at least be unique. If everything is beautiful, then it's not beautiful. If everything's beautiful, then it's standardized. For you to take a model who looks the way they look without any effort at all, and they look like most out of shape, uninteresting people on the street, you cannot call that beautiful because it's standardized, you can see it everywhere. Beauty means it must have been difficult to obtain. Whether it's a building, it's difficult to make because it's ornate, or a woman who's trained really hard to have a beautiful figure, that is difficult. Difficulty and beauty are linked. You can't have beauty without difficulty. You cannot show me another model and tell me that my Eurocentric beauty standards are saying she isn't hot, because that's not why. She isn't hot because she's made no effort. She hasn't tried. That's why. And they're doing this with everything. Everything is ugly. Nothing has a standard. Nobody has to try for anything. No parameter. No baseline belief of what's true and what's false. Everything's subjective. Your truth. No, there's the truth. There's no such thing as your truth. And this is an attack on every single level. They're assaulting us from everywhere. Even the buildings they build are assaulting you, so you can't even just drive through a town and go, wow, look how much energy has been put into this place. I love this place. I will not allow them to do it to this place. Now it's just like,
this is red pill.
We can move there.
It is.
Let's move there. It's all the same anyway. It's all a Starbucks on the corner and a 7-Eleven. Who cares? It's all the same. Why fight? Why fight for any of it? It's all done purposefully. I'm telling you, call me a conspiracy theorist, call me crazy. I don't understand why an architect would now decide, who hires an architect? I'm going to build a building. Let me hire an architect to come up with the same sketch of the same bullshit building, which is already existing everywhere. How much did I pay him? Yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to build a skyscraper made of grass that looks like every other one. Is that it? We did all this 600 years ago. We built cathedrals, and now we build this crap. Why?
This is so true.
Everything is on purpose. It's all a psyop.
So true.
It's all a psyop. When they put these models on there, the psyop is you don't have to try.
That's
you don't
also
have to try
true.
at anything. Don't try.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. Just don't try.
Be fat.
Wait for the government. We'll give you some food stamps. You'll be okay. It's
Participation trophy.
It's slavery. It's slavery. When you need to do every single thing they say to eat, that's their end goal. That's what they want. It's slavery. They don't want you trying anything. Even going to the gym today is an act of rebellion. Even being in good physical condition is an act of rebellion.
Which I need to get better
If I put up a
about.
photo of me and I'm in good physical shape, there are
Imagine
people
me
who write
jacked.
underneath it, "Oh, you're dumb. You train so." They
Power
insult you
levels.
for it. Like
My
it's
chi would
you're
increase.
a bad person because you have standards for yourself. That's the level of Bugman they want to get you to. Of course,
He
these
even
people
said-
will
he
give
said
up
it. Let's
meat
go.
and eat the bugs and live in the pod. Of course they will. They have no
So
standards. They have
true.
no self-respect, no standards. Of course they can live in an ugly building, a big ugly
is so true.
matrix pod. That's all they want.
Is it somebody has to sell you on that, or is it going back to conditioning? Or what would it be? Is it someone selling you, or is it conditioning?
And it goes back to my original point about the family. I do believe that the reason we didn't have so many problems before is because I believe the families had standards. And some cultures still do. I have friends who are Chinese. My dad, I cannot not get an A. That's just their culture. When my dad was still alive and he was teaching chess, my dad would charge $400 or $500 an hour for chess lessons. And towards the end of his life, he goes, all of my students are Chinese or Indian. Nobody else wants to spend money, $500 an hour to teach their kids chess. Only the Chinese and Indians will spend that money to make sure their kid is that good. So that's it. They're the ones who invest the most in their children. They
They
still
gather their
care
sheep.
on that level. But most families don't wake up and go, I want my children to act a certain way for the legacy, for the family name as a whole. I'm instilling standards upon them because of the last name. My entire life I've had standards instilled upon me. My entire life.
See, here's the thing. Okay, to the people, I know a lot of people in the beginning who are just getting mad at me for you, as usual, are just like, why do you do this? What do you... See, those detractors, let me just say, like, this is part of why I will not just throw the guy under the bus, because if you're willing to look past the stuff he did when he was younger, you know, which I get that. Maybe his origin story, you know, fine. If you're willing to look past the out of context clips that are everywhere on the internet about him, which are of a lot of right-wing people, you can't deny the guy is incredibly intelligent, okay? And I honestly, this is why I say this the more I listen to him. I think he's a lot more based and red-pilled than some people give him credit for. I understand there's certain disagreements, religious, etc., right? But that whole rant right there, right? He talked about how architecture, something as minute, but all of us like internet kids care about, how architecture, the Bugman, the pods, you know, like he gets it, you know what I'm saying? Like he truly actually understands it. And there's a level of sophistication and intelligence required that, honestly, a lot of even like mainstream conservative commentators don't fully grasp. He gets that. He understands that, okay? And I haven't even listened to this part of the interview. I'm being completely honest. Understanding how the ugliness of American architecture correlates to the destruction of our country, there is a level of just simply intelligence and sophistication and understanding of our situation that is needed to internalize that a lot of people just don't have. Even conservatives, they don't really get it. They don't really internalize it, you know? So this 10 minutes here, totally red-pilled, okay? Like this, again, I have not seen this. I skipped to this part trying to find a different part. And I just sitting here listening to it. Because it is incredibly on point. 100% agree. So,
your last name's Tate, you can't do that. Your last name's Tate, you're not allowed to do that. Your last name's Tate.
Yeah, he's stuck. Listen, I don't like him. He said Bugman. He has my respect. He said Bugman. He talked about architecture. Respect levels, okay? Mission passed, respect. Play the San Andreas theme song. Let's go. The top G.
Him back.
Let's go.
I've been like that my whole life.
Exactly. It is super
And now we've removed
esoteric.
all standards from everybody. This is why you get school
incredibly
shooters. These school shooters should be too embarrassed to even embarrass their fathers.
And okay, this is the part actually I was trying to find. So it all came together in the end. All right, here we go.
School shooters. These school shooters should be too embarrassed to even embarrass their fathers. They should wake up and go, I would never do this to my family. And I'll also, this is definitely going to get me canceled, but I'm going to say it because it's true. I'll say it by extension for suicide.
Yep.
I don't care what you do to me. I'm Andrew Tate. I cannot kill myself. I can't. I'm not allowed. It's against the creed of my last name. I didn't have ancestors who suffered how they suffered, who went through what they went through, for me to be born to kill myself. That's not the end of my story. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. No matter how bad it gets or what bad situation I'm in, I refuse to do it because I have too much respect for my last name. I won't do it. And I think that a lot of things, a lot of men's mental health, a lot of crises can actually just come back to the old adages of honor.
See, that's, first of all, I hear that and I want to run through a brick wall. Like, it's epic. Literally. Like, you give me that speech, I'll go fight a war for you. Literally. Like, it's, you know what I mean? But like I said before, and I keep reiterating, this is a message that is lacking. Men's mental health is a big thing. Depression in men, I'm not denying that at all. That is a huge problem. The issue is your solution to it is all wrong as a modern world, right? You say, oh, well, you know, take these meds. It's okay. Put on a dress. That'll cure your depression. No, that's not what men need to hear. Maybe that's what women need to hear. I don't know. Like I said, feminized society. What men need to hear out there, all the men who are depressed, suicidal, have issues, it's not a lack of empathy at all. Oh, you don't understand. No, we perfectly do understand. Because to a degree, most modern men have been there at one point or another. The point is your response to the situation. How do you view the situation? And that's how you need to view it, right? Because honestly, let me be completely real. Nobody, and I don't say this in a malicious way, I'm just saying it in a true way. At the end of the day, as a man, and this is our reality of existence, women don't have it this way, but you were born a man, God put you in this body, you got to deal with it. Nobody really cares how men feel. They don't. And you're right, they don't. So what are you going to do about it? You know? Are you going to sit around there and live a depressed life and nobody cares? Or are you going to go and build something? You're going to build something that somebody cares about, right? 100% true. And like I said, I was bringing it up earlier. I wonder how many men out there who have killed themselves or suicide or whatever, taken SSRIs throughout the years, you just sat down and gave them this talk. I'm genuinely curious. Oh, that's not the science. I don't care. Science is fake. I genuinely wonder how many men out there who could have had their lives saved by hearing this very simple message. You are not Andrew Tate, fine, you are Joe Schmo. But that name means something. Someone fought and died for the name Schmo. And you're going to disgrace your ancestors and your last name and your duties as a man by killing yourself or sitting around and moping and rejecting your duties? It's nonsense. It's ridiculous. It's a very feminine way of looking at things, quite frankly, to tell you the honest truth. Right? It's a feminine way of looking at things. Because that's how we treat women, and rightfully so. You know, they're sad. Hey, come on. You know, it's okay. Men and women are different. We exist in different paradigms. And this is the paradigm that men should exist in.
And you can fix a lot of it. Your girl left you, you miss her. I get it.
There you go. Forbes listener bus. Thank you. He says, I tried half a dozen different antidepressants and none of them had any effect on me whatsoever. Modifying my life is what worked. We love to hear it. We love to hear it. Don't buy the conditioning. Seriously. It's not just a mindset thing. You also have to change the way you live your life. Just see what that does, right? See what that does. Do some push-ups. Seriously. I mean that. If you're out there depressed right now, right? There's a lot of different things I would want you to do. I hope in the end you find Christ. Like that, I think that's the ultimate fulfillment. But let's just start you on the journey. Just do some push-ups. You're depressed. Try it. You know? Work out really hard. Put yourself through the struggle. It's going to suck when you're doing it. See how you feel after. Because it's also, it's all scientific. It's a biological thing. Endorphins release when you work out. So try it. I'm serious. Try it. And then look at yourself in the mirror with your gains and say, oh, well, am I really so sad? Or am I the freaking man? Exactly. That's how you reach men. That's the truth. You don't need these medications.
Heartbroken. She's with a new guy. You're upset. She doesn't care. You care. True. I get all of it. But there has to be a point where you get to a level of pride and you just go, that's not who I am.
Facts.
I lost her. That's life. Yep. You just got to get on with it. And the best way is to where do you find the strength when you're in these difficult situations? I always find the strength from my last name. I'm Andrew Tate. So I just have to do it. I'm in a Romanian jail cell. I wake up, there's cockroaches in my bed. They're all over my face. What am I going to do, cry? Am I bitch out? Am I going to go and sign a piece of
It's like that Bernie meme, gonna cry.
paper and say I'm guilty?
But it's true.
I'm going to sell my brother out? Is that what I'm going to do? Am I going to go fucking lie and put these and sell the girls out like they want me to? I'm not going to stand up and say, I'm sorry for saying go to the gym like a pussy. No, I'm going to take the cockroaches off my mouth. I'm going to do some push-ups because I'm Andrew Tate. When shit really gets hard, honor and courage and bravery and your last name is all you've ever had.
Facts.
It's all you're going to have.
Facts.
And it used to be like that in the olden days. That's why no one did this dumb shit. They were just too embarrassed to even do it.
Yep.
And this is why you're saying, how do we fix the country? Absolutely all of it comes down to the fact that, especially with men, none of them are bestowed with the things that the masculine essence needs to be a good man. You need pride, you need honor, you need a healthy level of ego, you need all of these things. We're taking it all from boys, and what are we giving them instead? Video games, porn, weed. And what do you expect of these people? What do you expect of these shit versions of men besides trash output? You're going to get garbage all across the spectrum. Either they're going to do nothing or they're going to do something bad. They're certainly not going to do anything good when they don't try for anything in their lives. How are they going to do something good? The scary thing about all of this is that there still are two teams in the world. And there is a side of the world where they don't accept this crap. How long is America going to compete globally when you have countries like China and Russia and these other countries where they don't do this?
100%.
I don't know if you saw, they did that survey to kids of what they want to be when they grow up. Did you ever see that? Yeah. It was crazy. Every American kid wanted to be a YouTuber. Every Chinese kid wanted to be an engineer or an astronaut.
Yeah.
Who owns the future? Who owns the future? We're in so much...
We own the future. Oh, haha, you silly YouTuber. We gonna be engineer. Whoa, go to the moon. See, I feel like this should be my bit, okay? Because I'm the only one who get away with it. Freaking Dao, okay? I know you're Vietnamese. Okay, Dao's a Chinese name. We're from the north. Where do you think I'm from? I have Chinese in me. I guarantee you that. Okay, so I'm gonna make all the conservatives like China. I feel like I should make a gag out of it. Okay, I'm gonna be the one who just because I can do it. What are you gonna say? Call me racist? Oh, you're racist. No. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. All right, this is be my bit. I'm claiming this bit. None of you other Asian conservatives, you're not allowed. Oh, I'm China. I work for China. Okay, that is going to be my bit. I'm going to mock, China, nerdy policy. We need to have tariffs. No. I am going to destroy them as our geopolitical rival by simply memeing them to death, memeing them out of existence, okay? So I will just simply, hello, Mr. American. You want to set up free trade agreement? Hello, Mr. Clinton. Oh, don't worry. We become safe for democracy. Oh, capitalism. Oh, yeah, we love capitalism. I swear. Virus not come from us. Oh, no, it come from you. True. Come on, America. You're going to get geopolitically beaten by that? No, get your act together.
Trouble. We're in so much trouble as a society, and what are we arguing over? It's insane. And what
Dao means Chinese sword, if I'm not mistaken. Well, that's funny you say that. Where's my sword? Over there. Did I get it?
They show you on TikTok, though.
Absolutely. Exactly.
Oh, John Harrison say your social score go down 8 points. Oh, no way. You don't know. I come back. Okay, and please don't. I'm not even saying words. That's what happens. You just stop saying, you just may start making noises. You be like water. Gather chi. Gather chi for next battle. Okay. You really think about it. Okay. The way it's a stupid joke. I'm not even gonna say it. Whatever.
But let's stay on this. That's a very important question. Let's go back to it. We had the same amount of guns, 1950 per capita. Brandon, can you look at that per capita? How many guns
we were having a very serious discussion, and I ruined it with my nonsense.
1950
you
versus
guys
today.
are so welcome.
But it's relatively the same. Gun laws haven't changed dramatically from 1950
and all of a sudden I just have to be self-deprecatingly racist.
Then today? We took out God out of school. Prozac was invented in 1987. Yep. The law to legalize advertising.
Hello, Mr. White Man, you come take a Prozac. We come. No, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to keep your global reserve currency. I scheme against those Americans. You're going to pay for opium war. They dishonor us in opium war. We're going to strike back.
Drugs, big pharma in America was 1985.
That's what's happening.
It's only 2 countries in the world that can advertise. Us and New Zealand.
Geopolitics
so you
101.
got God, you got Prozac, you got big pharma advertising, you got the LGBTQ
movement that's taking place.
This is important, and
you
I'm
got
making
all
a
of that
joke
taking
out of
place
it.
to where we are today. So when you're talking about guns, what has changed? It's not the guns that's changed. Society has changed. Standards have changed.
Completely.
So how do you fix that? So if that is the biggest problem you're selling, number one, here's a problem. Let me sell you why this is the problem. Okay, the people are like, you're right, I'm buying it. Give us a solution. What's the solution?
Yeah, I think the solution comes back down to family values, and that's a very difficult question to answer because it's across the entire spectrum, right? I do feel like it's almost a...
See, I you know how tempted I was to say, oh, family value. This is the problem. Once I start being, I can't take it. Now what am I supposed to just take it seriously again? I ruined the entire stream. There was like, this is the most important part of the interview that I wanted to react to. And now I can't take any of it seriously because I'm just, family value. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got family. Oh. Is accent even Chinese? What is it even becoming? I don't know what it's becoming. I don't know.
race to the bottom for men and women.
Let's try to gather our chi and be serious again, okay? All right.
Now in the modern society, I don't think women are being very good women. I don't think men are being very good men. And I think both of that is accelerating against each other, and it's a race to the bottom.
How do you fix that?
It's difficult. It's hard. And I still think one of the easiest ways to do that is God. I think if you bring back some degree of morality and some degree of standard to both sexes, I think things will start to get better. I can tell you right now, they talk about why does men not want to get married anymore. Men don't want to get married anymore. They come up with all these elaborate reasons. The main reason men don't want to get married anymore is because their girlfriend was with me for free. So why are they going to marry her?
Partly that, I think they also just don't have access to good women. You know, it's like they're all... Not saying, like, I'm not saying all women are hoes or whatever, but it's just the perception and partially the reality is it's very hard to find good women. And it's very hard for normal men to gain access to those good women because we established before the 20/80 rule, right? Good women don't tend to notice your average guy. You know, they go for the guy at the top. That's where all the good women gravitate. And so the people at the bottom are basically left with nothing. You know, besides the people who are totally, you know, busted, quote unquote, as the terminology is. You know, that's true.
That's the bottom line of it. Why would you... A white dress means virgin. Marry who? A girl from the club who your friends have been with? Do you want to marry her? Like, when you remove all of the morality from life, you just end up in a scenario where the only possible logical move is to act without morals. Game theory, right? We sit there and we analyze things logically. If you're going to be... If all the women you meet are immoral, how are you going to act? Well, you act morally, you get wrecked. So how do you act? Immorally. It's a race to the bottom. We have to fix society as a whole, and it comes down to even the most basic things. The most basic things like female promiscuity, the most basic things like men sticking up for their last name, the most basic things like men having to be too honorable and too proud to be out of shape or be poor or not take care of a woman. I'm not just talking about women, I'm talking about men. Any woman who's with me, her life is fixed. That is my job. I'm Andrew Tate. I would be embarrassed to have a girl say, I'm Andrew Tate's girlfriend and have to work her job, unless she wanted to. She can do anything she wants. She's my chick. You can have anything. You run the world now. You're with the top G. Anything you want is mine. I'll take care of you in every single way, but you must take care of me. I take care of you financially and physically. You must protect me spiritually. You must do your job. It's a race to the bottom on both sides. And when you have two genders racing to the bottom and then a child is born, what do we expect from this child? Who's raising the child? The school, the TV, the internet? You trust these people? Look what they're injecting into them. So another thing that's very interesting, you talk about the 1950s, another thing that was different. In the 1950s, parents raised their kids. Who raises kids nowadays? School, internet, Twitch. How much time do you spend talking to your child compared to the programming they get from the Matrix?
Yep.
You're losing in terms of pure minutes. You're losing. You can't even control what your child sees in school anymore. You don't even know. And when you find out they do what they did in California, they're like, what? Most people don't even know this. You have children 15 years old, I've seen it on YouTube, arguing with their own parents, disagreeing with their own parents. The whole point of having children is to instill your values in them. I want my sons to be Emery Andrew Tate. They must think and act and be like me. And for someone, I've had people say to me, what if they're not? If they're not, they're not. That's fine. But the whole point of me having them was my lineage. That's the whole point of me suffering to raise them was my lineage. Why would I raise them to be anything other than what I believe I should be and they should be? That's the whole point of it, and I'm proud of that. I'm not going to sit and apologize for wanting my sons to be Tates. I'm not going to apologize for it. I don't care what the school wants them to believe. They believe what I want them to believe because they are mine. But all of that's gone. So then we also talk about what's different between the 1950s and today.
That's the problem is society nowadays is, you really want to break it down, people say, because a lot of conservatives don't really understand individualism and collectivism, and they think they simplify it down all the way to, because collectivism is like communism, then the conservative standard is individualism. It's really a lot more complicated than that, right? I would argue the biggest problem with modern liberal society is hyper individualism, right? We're actually too individualistic to the sense where we forsake all natural duties. For instance, the duty to our very last name. You know, you don't have a duty to your family, your community, your church, to God. You don't have a duty to anything. We're overly individualistic, right? And then what happens in the void of hyper individualism is, you know, communism, right? It is that the big, and like the state, or, you know, the revolution, whatever, it comes down and it picks up everyone who's, you know, has no duty or purpose to anything, and it picks them up and swaps them away. And that's what college does and all that stuff. And then you create a bunch of drones. You see what I'm saying? But it all really goes back to the fact that at our core, especially when in relation to our little kids, we are overly individualistic. We don't instill duty in children. We don't tell them, like Tate says, that they have a duty to their last name, and that's the first and foremost, you know? If you really want to break it down, I'd argue in many ways, it's not collectivism that brought down America. Collectivism is simply the force that now is filling the void, you know? Here comes college, here comes the regime, here comes the state to go pick up all the individuals that are lost and meaningless, right? But if you really want to break down the origin of it, it didn't start when we became collectivists. And I know that's how a lot of, you know, right-wingers want to view it. It's very overly simplistic. No, it actually started when we no longer told people that they had natural duties to their family, to God, to their last name, to the church, to the community, to the people around them, to their ancestors, right? It really is when we said, no, you're just an individual, Timmy. You're just an individual. Be your own guy. Do whatever you want. Instead of, no, we put you on this earth. Your ancestors died for your last name. You know, there is a higher power above you. There is God above you. You have these duties. You have these duties to fulfill. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. This is your existence. You know, this is your duty as a man. It all really started. You want to go back? Is when we got rid of those things and said, you know, liberation. Hey, well, liberation will liberate you from these responsibilities. And then what happens? Overly individualistic, the snowflakes, quote unquote, right, are born. They are born from individualism, not from collectivism. They're born from individualism. It is only in the absence of natural collectivism or natural duty, you want to call it. It is in the absence of those things that the state can come along and say, come join the communist revolution. Do you understand that? A lot of conservatives don't get this. They conflate individualism with conservatism. That is wrong. And I'm not saying conservatism is inherently conflated with collectivism. I just think the whole dichotomy is fundamentally wrong. But if you really want to break it down, individualism in itself is a liberal concept, right? It is a liberal concept. I would argue it is the liberal concept that leads to the leftist concept of collectivism. Neither of those are conservative. What is conservative is, I don't know what you want to call it. I don't have a name for it. But what is conservative is just simply your natural duties, your natural obligations, the natural hierarchy of things. You know, your first loyalties in life are firstly to God, secondly to family, to last name, all that. Thirdly to community, and maybe fourthly to country. That's the natural hierarchy of things. The conservative way is not to say you're born with no responsibility. What is conservative? There's nothing conservative about that. Inherent in the name conservative suggests there is something about the past and something beyond this that we believe in and we revere, right? And if you're going to say you only exist as an individual, that's not what are you conserving? There's no that's actually a liberal idea, because you're what? Liberating, right? Root words, you understand how root words work? Liberating. Liberate yourself from these natural duties. Liberate yourself from the way it was in the past. Liberate yourself from your responsibilities. That's the truth. That's what, I don't know if it even relates to the topic, but that's what brought down our society. It's not collectivism. Collectivism only fills the void. Individualism brought down society. A worship of it brought down society. Now, I've said, the reason I'm nuanced about it, I'm not a collectivist either, is I've pointed out, well, some of the countries I look at in the rest of the world, i.e. China, they are so anti-individual that you have a bunch of drones. There's a reason why the Chinese can't innovate anything. Even though they have all the smartest IQ people on earth, they can innovate nothing because they're so anti-individual that they discourage creativity, they discourage innovation. That's not what you want either, which is why I simultaneously don't say that I think collectivism is a conservative concept either. The conservative ideal actually is a healthy mix of both, you could say, to create a natural, stable balance that is just kind of the normal right way to look at things. I don't have a name for it. Unless you want to just call it conservatism. Maybe that's what it is. It's just conservatism. But, you know, it's true. It's true.
Kids are being raised by people who aren't their parents, and whoever's raising them clearly ain't teaching them anything good.
There you go. Unity. There you go. There's a good name for it.
Teaching them, if you feel, act how you feel. You can't tell men that. It's dangerous. You can't tell men to act how they feel. You can't tell men to not have emotional control. You can't tell men to cry anytime they want. Because men don't just cry sad. They cry angry. They cry very angry. You don't want that. You have to teach them stoicism. You have to teach them all of these things. And it's all gone.
So, okay, so let's stay on this. This is actually a very interesting topic we're in, from 1950s till today. So you're saying if somebody is a Tate, if somebody is my wife, if somebody is my son, you're going to be doing this. I'm not going to let a teacher X, Y, Z. Okay. Well, 85, 90% of America doesn't have the money to be...
I can't believe we still have 70 viewers. It is 12:30 a.m. I'm still awake.
Would put them in a private school.
Correct.
Where...
All right. 1 a.m. we're done. Okay? No, like we could do this forever. 1 a.m. we're done. Okay, got it, guys?
Right now is June. If you go on YouTube or Twitter and look at Pride Month, everywhere kids are coming to school, parents, you know, teachers got these Pride stuff going on all over the place. Parents are like, look, I'd love to put them in a private school, but even some private schools are doing it right now. In Florida, there is a private school. It's known one of the best private schools out there. You know which one I'm talking about? I won't mention it. Starts with the letter P. People should know what it is, but they all know what I'm talking about. We have a party at our house, okay? And baseball. My son, you know, so he's got a baseball. All the players are their parents. I'm talking to the parents. So, hey, meet one of the girls. So, what school do you go to? Oh, well, you know, I was going to such and such school, but I'm going to such and such school. Oh, really? Tell me why. The dad's like, yeah, it's just, you know, reasons. He gets uncomfortable. Yeah. I said, no, really, tell me why. I'm curious. Well, you know, I don't really want to get into that. I said, are you uncomfortable because it's political reasons? Well, yes. I said, well, let's just say you're safe to say it here. Yeah. He says, am I fully safe? I said, what do I need to tell you for you to know you're fully safe? You're fully safe with us because you know my position. Yeah. He says, fair. He says, we took him out because they started asking my daughter to do X, Y, Z with pride, to write on this, and she wrote a...
Hey, guys, look. I'm Andrew Tate now. BROKIE. What college am I? No, actually, though. I bought these sunglasses because I was like, they look cool. And then I was like, oh, shoot. Now everyone's going to say you're copying Andrew Tate, which was not even the intention. I feel like, hold on, let me put them on right. I feel like I do actually look good in these. You know? They fit my face. They really do. I look like a mobster. I'm mobbing. For real, for real. True.
Letter, a paper that was opposing the opinion, and she failed the class because her opinion didn't match whatever they were saying, and boom. Now, so I said, what's going on with that private school? That school's 50 grand a year per kid. The one that's grooming.
50 grand a year per kid.
Yep. There's an exodus from this school to go to other schools. So one, some parents don't have the option, Andrew, to say, you and I are not worried about it. I'm not worried about it, but the people I'm leading, they're worried about it.
Absolutely.
How do you fix it if you're that person without the resources you got?
And that's another thing that's difficult, because I have two answers to this question. I have the arrogant answer, not the answer that I believe is helpful.
I know the arrogant one, but give both of them.
I'll give both. Yeah. The one I actually believe...
Vince Tate, Wokey. Dude, that's so good. God Emperor, that is so good. Wokey. Shut up, Wokey. That's Wokey talk. That's so good. Dude, I'm taking that. That is so good. Shout out God Emperor Redacted. That was so good. By the way, we've got a Streamlabs donation. Let me play it here. Oh wait, hold on. I probably have to go to the here you go. Let me play it again. Hold on. Oh wait, I have them muted because she went on last time and was talking nonsense.
Now he won his first championship.
Okay,
he's totally vindicated. We love Jokic.
Okay. There we go.
$4 donated $5. Denver Nuggets star Nikola Jokic was snubbed from winning his third straight MVP because he is white. Now he won his first championship. He's totally vindicated. We love Jokic.
Okay, I got to figure out how to fix her. I don't know why she just repeats it like that. But thank you for the $5, dollar for dollar. I appreciate it. And it's very true. It's very true.
I believe it's helpful.
Look at that white boy play. Real though. This is true. Look at that white boy play. What can you say?
This is where I think things like we discussed earlier, like the Klan comes into effect, right? Imagine you had 18 kids from 6 or 7 parents, groups of parents, and everyone's living together. The family unit, the energy and the ethos and the merits of that particular clan is going to be so much stronger and difficult for the matrix to penetrate and break. Their best friends are the people they live with. The kids live with the other kids who believe the same as them. The parents all agree. When you're a clan, you're far more difficult to attack and assault. So I would say the first thing I would do if I was a parent of normal income, I would try and find other parents who agree with me and try and find other people who are ideologically sound. And I'd make sure that our children are friends and they spend the most time with each other. And I would try for us all to go on holidays together. And I would also put in conscious effort to try and deprogram. I don't think many parents say to their kids, "What did you learn today?" I'd be doing that not to check on the kid. I'd be doing the check on the school.
But let me challenge you what's going on.
Sure.
So let's role play. Go ahead. Ask me the question.
What did you learn at school today?
So today we learned that, Dylan Mulvaney had the courage to stand up for her beliefs, and she's a hero because she's out there and she's helping a lot of other people that are going through challenging times be able to stand up for themselves.
Okay.
What are you going to tell me?
I would say, why do you think they want you to believe that?
What do you mean that?
Why do you think they want you to believe that? They've told you something.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's true. What they've done is lie to you. Why do they want you to believe that?
Perfect. So say you now convince me I'm your son. Yeah. Great. I go to school tomorrow. Yeah. Ready?
Correct.
Now I'm in school.
Correct.
Hey, Miss Jones says, hey, Patrick, so tell me, so what did you think about this as this? You have to write this paper. Well, let me tell you, last night I was having a conversation with my dad, and my dad told me, why do you want me to believe that?
Yep.
Then comes the phone call.
Yep.
And then now you're cornered as a parent, and now what do you say to the school? Say I'm the school, role play.
Correct. And I can't role play it by myself.
That's
It's
what I'm
difficult.
saying.
It's
That's the
difficult.
point.
And this is the exact point why you need a clan, you need a network, you need other parents. If I was a parent and my child was going to public school, I'd be extremely interested in finding other parents whose kids were going to that public school. Yeah, you have the PTA meetings, etc., but there has to be a degree of strength in numbers. It's hard. You can say homeschooling, that's the cop-out. But the other answer, the more arrogant answer to this, is actually an answer I gave after the subway incident. You know, in New York with the subway where they choked the guy and he died.
Yep.
I get asked all the time, Andrew, what would you have done in that scenario? It's a very difficult scenario. I mean, we can argue whether he choked him too long, whether he was trying to protect people. There's a bunch of arguments. But it's very unfortunate. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. You can no longer just be the average man, the average citizen. I insulate myself from so many problems with money. I know this is a terrible thing to say and people aren't going to like hearing it, but it's true. I never have to worry about some garbage on the subway. I never have to worry about
This take is going to be very controversial. I've gone back and forth with it. But I think the point he raises here is actually true. And I'll explain why when we listen to it.
I stand up and defend this woman or allow her to get attacked because they're going to put me in jail. I never have to worry about some fight on a plane because the ticket was $40. I never have to worry about my kids going and learn something they don't want to learn. I don't have to worry about any of this because money protects me, right? So when I say this, like if I have a girl and she's saying, all you do is work, you need to be a dad too. I'm being a dad by being rich. That's me being a dad. That's how I protect you all. I'll work 18 hours a day every single day. That's me being a dad more than almost anything because that's how I protect you and everybody else from all this insanity. It's the only way to do it because you need to be flexible.
We're fully on the same page. I'm on the same page as you. I also went and made the money, so I get to pick and choose.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is a message, because the reality is not everybody is going to go out there and make the
Correct.
10 a month or
Correct.
whatever you make. It's just not going to happen.
Correct.
The market's not.
That's also true. But let me tell you why. Again, people can call that materialistic, greedy, but I genuinely believe, it's so funny. I'm wearing the sunglasses, but trying to give a genuinely important take. In the 1950s, and for most of our parents' lives, it was possible to, live the middle-class life, raise your family on a single income. It's okay. When the system still generally worked for people, that was easy to do. Here's my issue now. If you truly want to live the dream life of the, dream traditional conservative life, stay-at-home wife, homeschool the kids, own your own home, build an estate of property, all that stuff, be insulated from crime and the dangers of third world America, Like, newsflash, in the modern day, that requires money and more than just a middle class amount of it, which is why I don't think it is unhealthy or wrong or materialistic to actively want to be rich in the 21st century. Maybe back in the day, you know, it's a materialistic drive. You don't need it. You don't need it. I would argue very much so in the 21st century, you need it. Okay. Because if you want to live in a place where your children will not get shot at by thug criminals, you're gonna need money, right? We always talk about property ownership as conservatives. Well, guess what? You are not going, not to blackpill you. I'm telling you this because it's just the reality of the world. You are not going to be able to get that decent mortgage of your parents. Oh, $400,000, even if it's like, $400,000 for the house. It's okay. You know, pay the mortgage, it's doable, middle class. Understand, that is not going to exist anymore. That American dream is dead. We can complain about it. I advocate all the time for how we need to bring it back. But reality, embrace reality. That reality is dead. It's not going to exist for you or me in our generation. It's not. You know why? Let me tell you first and foremost. You know why you're not going to be able to buy a house? Because BlackRock, Bill Gates, Chinese investors, Middle Eastern investors, all these different entities are destroying the real estate market, okay? What they're doing is they're going in, they buy entire neighborhoods worth of homes, and they just put all the down payments. Here's the money. What is that in total? $20 million? Here you go. All the homes, now theirs, okay? They are super rich. They're uber rich, which means they have the money for the down payment on those houses. Not the down payment. They just pay up front. They pay up front. So if that's the real estate market and that's who controls the real estate markets, your BlackRocks, your Vanguards, your Bill Gates, your Chinese rich people, how do you expect to get a mortgage in that economy as a middle class Joe? Oh, 80 grand a year. It's all good. In the middle. No, because either A, you're just never going to be able to buy the house because, hey, you're offering, hey, here's a down payment, here's a loan for the house. Well, Bill Gates is giving me the money straight up. So what bank is going to want to choose you over Bill Gates? None of them. And if they do, the only circumstance under which they're going to want to do that, cave to you, here's your mortgage, is in order to compete with the super rich BlackRock who is giving you the straight up sum for the house, is you are going to have to pay a mortgage at an incredibly exorbitant rate, a completely predatory rate, right? You're not going to be able to pay the decent, reasonable mortgage of the 1980s. You're going to have to pay insane mortgage rates to where you're genuinely probably better off renting the house than buying the house. Do you understand? That is the slavery that awaits the future of the middle class in this country, okay? Now, if you're willing to deal with that, fine. But what I'm going to point out, and this is why I think his point about, you cannot be a quote-unquote brokey, I actually internalize and agree with, is it's not a matter of people think, oh, he just wants to be materialistic. He just wants to have the cars in the boat. Those things are cool. Don't get me wrong. I would like to drive a Corvette, right? Maybe to some degree I do have that carnal instinct, but it really is bigger than that. Really, the reason why I view the world like that is because if I want to live the life I idealize, raise a bunch of kids, wife doesn't have to work, take care of them all, be the provider. When my parents did it, it was a lot easier. You could get away with being, maybe they were in the period, maybe not so much middle class, but a little bit, where you're slightly upper middle class, you're able to do it, at least in California, it gets worse over time. But for me, it's not going to be possible, right? So I only see one option. If you want this lifestyle, long term, work toward it, obviously. But long term, you should aspire to be wealthy. There is no other option. There is no other option. It's either that, or rent a house from BlackRock, or, have my kids go to school and get shot at by criminals and have all, public school, whatever, right? Point being, if you want to live the traditional lifestyle in 2023, but forget 2023. I'm still 20 years old. So let's say 2030. If I want to live the traditional lifestyle in 2030, I have to have money. That's just the reality of the situation, okay? And I think it goes beyond that. It goes totally beyond that. Because if I want to truly also be free, if I want to have freedom of speech, I want to have freedom of association, I want to have freedom of movement, all of these things are not possible in America if you are not financially independent. That's how they really get you. We all have the First Amendment, agreed. But it really comes down to, if you speak out, you're going to be canceled privately by the institutions, fired from your job, debanked, deplatformed, all of that stuff. And if you are just middle class, that is life ending. You cannot come back from that. There's no, you cannot just get fired, debanked, whatever. But if you're rich, I hate to say it, if you are rich, you can get away with it. Because what do? Okay, I'm gonna build my own bank, build my own social media platform, do whatever it takes. I got the money. You understand that? To a degree in the modern world, I don't think it should be like this. Maybe it shouldn't. But to a degree in the modern world, you need to have money to truly have freedom. I'm not endorsing the fact that it should be that way. Okay? I'm not. I fully understand. I don't like to just view the world in such a materialistic quote unquote lens. It is just a reality of the situation, right? Let's say you live in New York City. Let's say that, in this example. Everyone rides the subway because that's the cheap thing to do. Do the celebrities ride the subway? No, they have their private helicopters or their private cars or whatever, but it gets very expensive. So, back in the day, public transit was actually decent in this country, and you did not have tweaked out, just degenerates all over the place. But now you do. So what do you do about that? What do you do about that? Oh, go live somewhere else. I get it, but we're assuming, okay, if for whatever reason you have to live in New York City, that's your job, that's your livelihood, it's connected to your work, fine, okay? What choice do you have? If you don't want to get stabbed by a Jordan Neely, or your kids get stabbed, what choice do you have then, other than, maybe you can move out, fine, but still, you can't run from it forever, right? What choice do you have other than to ideally want to be rich? Why not want to be wealthy so you don't have to avoid those problems and your wife and your children don't have to deal with those things? And you are actually free from the anarcho-institutional tyranny of our country. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I genuinely, people think Tate just teaches men to chase money. To that I say is right-wing men. What's actually wrong with that? We also, to a degree, listen, it's the reality of the situation. You and I both know that money is politics. Okay, politics at the end of the day is controlled by money. Who has the money? Who controls the politics? So let me ask you that question then, conservatives. If you say Andrew Tate is materialistic for teaching men how to make money, how do you expect to fight back? How do you expect to fight back against the system if we're all poor? If you and I both understand that the way that our political system is turned by greed, by money, how do you expect to change that without money? If we do not have conservative billionaires, if we're not telling every single right-wing guy in this country, go get as rich as possible because you need it and we also collectively as a movement need it. Money is power in the United States. That's how the United States works. Then how do you expect to fight back? Oh, but I don't like that he's so materialistic. It's a very childish and naive way of looking at things. Yeah, maybe it is materialistic. It's also kind of necessary if you truly want to fix this country. It is. Because I look at the GOP donor class right now. Are they on our side? No. They're a bunch of libertarians who only care about the tax cuts. Koch brothers. That's who funds the GOP, right? If you want that to change, understand money drives our politics. Then what choice do you have then to make money? Oh, we'll go, Vince. Don't worry. We'll vote on politicians who change. Yeah. How are you going to get those politicians elected without money, genius? How? Tell me how. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. Do you not get it? Do you not understand? It is not possible. Why is Donald Trump able to be the guy who's not controlled or whatever? It's because he has money. If he did not have money, he would not be able to do what he did in 2016. Do you understand that? Money is power in the United States. If you want our side to have power and not be a permanent class of slaves to the people who do have money, which with the exception of Donald Trump, to an extent, maybe Elon Musk, most of them in this country either don't care, they're apathetic, or they're, a bunch of George Soroses. How do you expect to fight back without money? Can someone answer me that? It's impossible. So, I know this is another socially conservative criticism of Andrew Tate. They say he's materialistic. And honestly, for a while, I bought the cliches too. I was like, I used to believe this when I was like 2 years ago. I used to believe this. I don't need a lot of money. We'll just go buy some land out in the middle of nowhere, just have children, run around. Hopefully, if I'm just middle class, it's enough. It's enough. And then I grew up and I realized how this country really worked. And I was like, that's not enough. That's not enough. Because if I don't have the money literally to control an empire, what are they going to do? What can happen to me? That's a vulnerability. Because they can cancel me. They can just take it away, right? They can find a lot of ways to get me. You know what I'm saying? Money is power. If you want to change the world, you need money. Sorry, that's the way it works. I don't think it should work that way. It sucks. Yeah, we are a materialistic country. That's kind of how America's always been, though, right? We've always been the country of business, entrepreneurship. It's capitalism. Like, that's always to a degree been a part of American culture. If you want to change that, you know what you need? Money. Because how are you going to change that? What are you going to do? Just true. I'm just telling you the truth. People can get mad. You cannot change the United States without money. That is our country. You don't like it? Well, how are you going to change it? Oh, you're broke. So what are we going to do? Serious question, what are we going to do? That's why I don't have any problem with Andrew Tate being like, here's how to make money. Whatever. Because long term, short term, whatever. Long term, the way I see it, if there are less people like George Soros and more people like whoever, just generally right wing with money, that's how you fight back in this country. Money is power. Money is power, and we're broke. Why do you want to know why we're so powerless? Because we're broke. We don't have money. True. Another example. You don't like censorship on social media? Well, you have one of two options. Either A, start your own social media. That also takes money. Or B, the better option, do what Elon Musk did. Buy the social media company. You know what? You know the only reason that was possible? Money. That very thing you so materialistic, consumeristic. No, you don't get it. You don't understand. The consumerist thing to do, yes, just make a little bit of money, go be, there's a certain term I can't use, but you know the term where you just go buy a bunch of reckless stuff, and that's it, whatever, and just live a middle-class slave life. The high IQ big brain take is to actually use your money for good, but you gotta make it. Small grading guy for $2 says, bro, what, you're still going? We're built different. What you know about this?
Set up that way.
Correct.
Quite frankly, not everybody brings that kind of value to the market.
Correct.
To garner that kind of pay. You know that, I know that.
Correct.
Okay. How?
Andrew M says Peter Thiel is a conservative billionaire. True. Okay, that's another one. I forgot him. Yeah, we have one there. But just in general, we don't have that many. You know, we don't. So you have two options. You can complain about it, but continue to be oppressed by them, or you can say, you know what? I'm going to go do that myself, right? Actually, Patrick Bet David. He's not a billionaire. I think he's a multimillionaire. 400 million or whatever. But Republican rich guy. Appreciate it. Love it. Love to see it. But we don't have enough of it. You and I both know we do not have enough of it. And I'm not saying everyone has to be rich. I'm not saying that's everyone's duty or fight. I'm not you're brokey, you're broke, you screw. I don't hate poor people by any means. We love the working class. I'm just saying, if you truly want to fight back, one of the ways you have to do it is by at least being financially independent, you know? Even if you're not multimillionaire, you don't have 27 cars like Andrew Tate, you don't need that, but you have to some degree, be independent of the financial system. And you really can't do that by being a wagey, can you? And by wagey, just a person who, you know, works for a generic corporation. You can't. You say you support Donald Trump on social media. What are they going to do? You know, oh, I don't agree with Dylan Mulvaney. Well, guess what?
Can you and I help the audience that is sitting there, great citizens,
Yep.
net positive.
Yep.
They take their kids to church on Sundays.
Yep.
They work their butts out. They're doing their best to keep their marriage.
J Animation says, if you prioritize money over Jesus, then you are worshiping and loving money. See, but like I said, this is what they always say. You social conservatives always say this. The issue is I'm not doing that. I'm not in any way freaking, prioritizing money over Jesus. That's just a straw man. It's a total straw man. All I'm saying is that money is important to fight the battles that we need. Hey, here's even something to point out. What does even the church turn on? Because that's how the world works. I don't know what to tell you. Is a church being materialistic when they ask for money, or are they just recognizing, hey, we need money to sustain what we're doing? That's how the world works, okay? You social conservatives always come and say this, and you just don't, like, it is such a, you can actually both can be true at the same time, okay? You can want to be wealthy because you want to fight back against the powers that be with money, which is the only way you can do it in this country, realistically, right? And still put Jesus first at the end of the day. You can still put Christ first, okay? Because no one said you're worshiping money. That's a straw man. I never said that. I literally never said that. It's the same thing with Andrew Tate. It's like, you guys have this very, and don't get me wrong, I used to believe a lot of things. A lot of the counter arguments I hear, it's very interesting because people act like I'm just. I used to believe a lot of them on this front. You know, like the kind of simplicity of the way of looking at things. I used to believe everything you're saying. But then you realize, well, actually, there's many layers to how you have to do this. Okay. For a church to be successful, it needs money. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Heck, forget the politics. Let me say, okay, I want to build this big project to spread the gospel in America. Let's make it directly religious, and you tell me if that's still making a false idol out of money. So let me say this. I want to put together this big missionary thing to build a huge church network across America so we can spread the gospel and fund missionaries and do all this stuff. And in order to do that, I'm going to need a couple $1 million because that's how it works. You got to build the buildings, buy the land, do all this stuff because that's how the country works. Sorry to tell you, they don't give churches money for land for free. Sorry, maybe it should be that way. They don't. Okay. So it's my goal in life, let's say, to make millions of dollars so that way I can build a huge church network and kind of give Christians some institutional control and then, build some churches with it. Are you seriously going to sit here and say I'm making a false idol out of money? Like what? Like it's just silly. It's just silly. It is. It really is. Like, no one is saying, here's what I'm saying. No one is saying that it is like, I'm not shaming you as a Christian or a conservative for not caring about really being super wealthy. Okay. Like I said, it's not for everyone. But if I'm going to sit here and say, okay, you just want to live the middle class wagey life and be a conservative and Christian at the same time, but I want to do something bigger, right? I want to have the money to protect you and make sure that you still are protected and are not a freaking slave to the rest of the system and that the government doesn't come take your land or that you don't have to freaking rent from BlackRock or Bill Gates. How is it wrong for me to say I want to have money so that way I can be your protector? Genius. All the time. And they just don't get it. They do not get it. They are naive. You are all naive. You don't understand how the world really works. You don't understand how America really works, which is why you say things like, we don't need money to actually save the country. Actually, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay? Look at the founding fathers. With the exception of Alexander Hamilton, you know what they all had? Money. They were rich aristocrats. You name me one revolution in history that was not in some way led by a rich person. It does not exist. It does not exist. Right wing or left wing. American Revolution? No. It was. You think a bunch of farmers just picked up guns? No. Who put the ideas in their head? Rich people. Who funded the war? Rich people. Who signed the Declaration of Independence and made it all happen? Rich people. Money is power, and conservatives have none. Why is this so hard to understand? And why do you have to sit here and shame people and attack their faith for simply understanding, if I want to actually kind of fix things, I kind of have to have some power. And what is power? Money. It's ridiculous. If you don't get it, you don't get it. Okay? And when you can't afford a home because Bill Gates owns them all, and you got to rent from Bill Gates, don't say we didn't tell you so.
Together as hard as it is.
Yep.
They're paying the bills for the kids. They're making 80 grand, 120 household income.
Yep.
They can't talk like you and I.
You're right.
What do they do?
You're right.
Let's give them the solution.
You're right. So if I was them, here's what I would do. I would make sure that my family had core parameters and core beliefs that we believed in, and I would fact check everything my child was told against those core parameters and core beliefs.
This person, hottest person in the world, says, you are right, Vince. Money is good and we do need more rich people, but we as Christians should view everything, including our money, as God's possessions, and we are the stewards of it. 100% true. But that even goes back to the point, right? Who would you rather have the money? Yes, all that wealth, all the glitz and glamour, that is the property of God. Who would you have being the steward of it? Christians or non-Christians? Christians or Satanists? It's simple. It really is simple.
So let's say one of our core parameters and core beliefs was hard work. We believed in hard work and dedication. When they came home and told me something about body shaming or the fact that models can change, I'd say, does that agree with the beliefs and the merits that this family has decided we're going to operate under? Yes or no? I would have a framework, I would have a gate which ideas have to penetrate through. Every idea has to be fact checked against a gate, a parameters of set values that was stuck to my last name. Honor.
We're going to end in a few minutes, so any last super chats you want to send in to help us build our multi-billion-dollar conservative empire, it's greatly appreciated. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Courage, discipline, hard work, whatever those parameters are. And I'd say to my child every day, what did you learn in school? I'd listen to it and I'd say, does that align with our value on this? And also, I'd make this very clear, because this was done to me as a child. I'd make it very clear to my children that they're exceptional. I think every single person is exceptional for different reasons. We talk about normal children, normal families. That doesn't mean they're not an exceptional individual. They can still be an exceptional person. Totally. Who knows what they might become.
Sure.
I'd say, you're an exceptional. You don't believe what everyone else in that school is told to believe just because it is said. You're an exceptional person, and we have a framework we operate under, because your last name is X. And our framework is this. Does that align with hard work and dedication? No, it doesn't. Why are they trying to tell you that? Because they're trying to attack the framework which you need to be successful. My father said to me when I was young, my father had many quotes, and I use them all the time, but one of my favorites was, I allow manipulation to find out where my enemy wants me to go. And then I use my mind to break the trap and punish the perpetrators. That's the exact
so cool.
line I will tell my child. I'll say, they've attempted to manipulate you. We've allowed it. I allowed you to go to school and listen to this. Why were they trying to manipulate you? Where do they want you to go? They want to take you away from discipline. They want to take you away from hard work. Now we're going to use our minds to break the trap. We now know what they want. My father explained this saying to me, and he said why it was so important, and it's true. If you don't allow them to manipulate...
Okay, so someone in chat says, the obsession with your last name is egotistical and prideful. Yeah, some you can just I don't know what to tell you, dude. What happened to honor your mother and father? Really? See, it's like, how do you expect society to honor anything if they don't honor anything? I don't understand. So you are conservative. You want to like save the country. You want people to have respect for the past, right? That's fundamentally what conservatism is about. But don't honor your last name. Don't care about your family legacy. Don't care about historical tradition. That's egotistical and prideful. Okay. How about you start a show? How about you start a show, and let's hear your solutions and your ideas. Let's hear it. Let's break it all down. It'll be interesting. Hey, you have honor, you have dignity, you like want to do cool things and glory. You want to actually like build the world. Oh, that's egotistical and prideful. You have reverence for your ancestors who, put you in this place, and you care about your last name and your family clan. That's egotistical and prideful.
you at all.
Some of you will never get it. You'll never get it. You don't get it. I don't know what else to say. You don't get it. You do not get it. You don't get it. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. See, at a certain point, you just don't get it. Either you get it or you don't.
You don't know where they want you to end up. You might get tricked another way. You might take another road to the same destination. Mm-hmm. You allow the manipulation.
You know it's funny too? Okay, you say that's egotistical and prideful. So I had that whole rant earlier about individualism, my friend. So you don't think, let me get this straight. You don't think that literally worshiping yourself and being narcissistic, okay? Because that's what hyper-individualism is. It's narcissistic. Me. You think that I don't see you in chat criticizing that when I went on the whole rant about how individualism in itself is egotistical and prideful. But you say that believing you have a duty to something greater than yourself, God obviously being first and foremost, but not the only thing, your last name arguably, in my opinion, being one of them, that is the thing that is egotistical and prideful. What's not is individualism and deciding, I don't have a duty to anything. I have a duty to myself. I am my own God. I know I'm slightly strawmanning you there, but I am proving a point, which is that You say that's egotistical and prideful. But again, what is not is hyper individualism and believing you have no duty to your legacy and your last name. Just silly, dude. It's I don't need. It's just... It's too late for this. I'm gonna gather my chi.
Tell me what you want me to believe. Tell me what you want me to understand. Allow it to manipulate me all the way to the end. I see the end goal. Yep. This is what you want. No. And this is what I would teach my children. Explain. Your time in school is going to teach you some very important things that you need to know. And they're also attempting to psyop you and trick you and poison your mind. And we are going to discuss daily, built within our family frame.
Yeah, genealogy and your last name and your tribe and your heritage doesn't matter, which is why the Bible emphasizes very greatly on all of that. You know, it doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. Even though the beginning of the Gospels tell the entire genealogy of Jesus, because like it actually does mean something. It meant something. It was part of prophecy. You know, especially you know in the time of ancient Israel. Tribe was everything. Last name was legacy, and heritage was everything. You know, it doesn't actually matter. It's egotistical and prideful. Hey, you read the first page of the Gospels that are talking about Jesus's last name and where it comes from and his genealogy and where his virgin birth came from. You're interested in that? You're interested in the Jesus of Nazareth? Nazareth? That's egotistical and prideful. He's just Jesus. So some of you are never gonna learn.
Work within the code of our last name to see which are true and which are lies.
Exactly, Michael. The Bible regularly emphasizes the importance of tribe, like how the tribe of Levi were the prophets. No, Michael, don't you know? That is egotistical and prideful. Oh no, we can't.
It takes work, like everything else on earth. It takes work, and I know it's hard. Parents are out there, they're working, they haven't got time. Their kids are on the internet. It's difficult, but you have to put the work in because you are almost fighting an enemy for the minds of your children now.
You know what I think? You know what I think is that's great, very good feedback. But so I lived in Iran, and in Iran, you'd go out there and you'd say, so hey, listen, people asking about religion, don't talk about it. Are we Christians? I don't know. Talk to my mom and dad. You don't need to answer the question, right? Because there's that fear. So parents are teaching kids to not talk about their values and principles. The element that parents fear.
Small grading guy for $2 says Vince seems a bit upset. I'm not sure though. Bro, Vince, are you mad online? I wouldn't say I'm upset. To a degree, I'm like comically frustrated. That's what I'm comically frustrated. You know what I mean? And I see the other guy in chat clarifying, okay, fine, we're cool. I'm you know, I saw your one comment. But also, you're not the only one who said what I thought you were saying. Okay, so to that other guy. But yeah, the legacy to your last, it's just like, it's so, like, I wouldn't say I'm upset. I'm laughing at it. It's actually kind of comical to me. But yes, I would say I'm comically frustrated. To the degree to which some people, literally, it's just like, they just don't get it. Like, you just don't get it. Like, you know, and this is the problem, right? People, all they want to do is basically criticize. I lay out the plan. I'm like, listen, here's what we should believe. Here's how you fight back. Part of that is having money. It's not everything, but part of it is, you know, you need money, you need wealth, you need power. Well, I list out the whole plan. And people are just, I don't want to do that. No, that's egotistical and prideful. It's like, okay, then you start your YouTube channel and go do something. Because clearly I can't get through to your... We've been live for 5 hours now. It's over 5... I can't get through to your thick skull. So then you do your own thing. You do your own thing. You know? It's true. It's true. All right, what time is it? 1:06. All right, I think we're basically done. People, I'm not delirious. It's just like it's comically making me laugh, okay? But yeah, we'll end the stream here. I basically covered the whole interview, by the way. There's a few like minutes I probably missed. But the essential parts, we got through it all. We did a nice 5-hour stream. I enjoyed myself. We should do these mega streams more often. The problem is we just don't have casual 5-hour podcasts to sit down and listen to. Because I can do this. I actually have, you know, it's fine. It's just you run out of things to talk about. And after a while, you're just reading chat like, But Well, actually, let's keep going for 3 minutes. Any last super chats you guys want to send in? Let me check for Streamlabs. Anything? But yeah, leave a like on the stream for the 5-hour stream. Historic. Which is not historic. We did a 7-hour stream once. Some people will know the context of that. But it was quite a long stream. So I think, you know, it's fun. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed it very much. Small grading guy says, give a kiss goodnight. That's gay. I only give a kiss goodnight to girls. Sorry, bro. I do not kiss the homies goodnight. That's sus. So, you know, you're gonna find a girlfriend. She'll give you a kiss tonight. Goodnight. John Harrison said, doing a stream tomorrow for Trump. Yes, absolutely. Okay, programming alert. Luckily, thank you, Donald Trump, by the way. Thank you. So he's scheduled tomorrow to give a speech at 8:15 p.m. Eastern time after the arraignment. I was going to stream the original arraignment, but it turns out it's not going to be live stream, so there's not much to stream. So we'll be live normal time, 8 p.m. But yeah, come watch the Trump speech with us live in reaction. We'll be here, same time, same place, 8 p.m. You know the deal. You know the deal. It's a long week of content, actually, because we had this today, the Patrick Bet-David interview. Tomorrow, Andrew Tate has to report. He's been summoned to court or DCOT, whatever, so he has to do that. We'll see what happens there. But the Trump meet tomorrow, it's a Trump day. But Wednesday, also, Andrew is scheduled to do their first emergency meeting podcast, you know, to talk about it personally. So if that ends up happening, he might get muzzled by the Romanian government in the next few hours. But if that does not end up happening, that'll be our content for Wednesday. So it's a big content week, okay? There's definitely a lot to talk about. And we'll try to work in the regular news too. Obviously, we've got to talk about Michael Knowles and all that stuff. But yeah, it's a big content week, so be sure to join us here. Hottest person in the world sends $5 and sends a lovey, it was like Chicken Little, but Chicken Little's in love with me. Hottest person in the world. I hope you're a girl. I hope you are, because I'll swing that way, you know. But I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate it very much. Gretalicious for $5. Thank you very much. Says Bug Bomb. Watch out for them Bill Gates mosquitoes. So true, Gretalicious. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate the super chats. It's a lemon. Oh, is that what it is? Okay, it's a lemon. Fake homie. You said you kiss all your homies? Well, you know. I guess they do that in European countries. You know, freaking, they just kiss each other. That's for you, man. It's show life. Show life. But let's see. Andrew M for 220 Canadian says money is critical for our ideas to this dying culture. Absolutely. Literally, like, if you want to do anything, you have to have money. Like, that's just how the world works, you know? So I think a very crucial part of us saving this country involves getting rich. True. And you know what? It's like, you know, look, if you want to enjoy yourself at the same time, go ahead. All right? I don't care what anyone says. You want to buy a Lamborghini, you want to buy a Ferrari, you worked for it. You worked for it. Go ahead. But the greater picture here, in my opinion, is not just that. Although I do think it is your masculine imperative to drive a cool car. So I'm not even hating on that. But I think the bigger picture is ultimately about, you know, if you want to, first of all, secure the future for your family, but beyond that, for your country, money rules the world. And so if you want to rule the world, you're going to need a little bit of money. It's true. That's just how it works. How it works. All right, guys. Well, with that said, it is 1:10 a.m. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Very fun stream. 5-hour stream. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Be sure to leave a like before you go. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section or live chat down below. And until next time, be sure to join us tomorrow night. Till next time, Alpha Movies only. God bless. Have a very good night. Free Top G. And peace. Oh, you want to make money? No, American man, you don't make money. That's materialistic. You do not honor your last name. Don't worry. You let China do it. That's what they want for you. Okay. Do you think a Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees? Do you think they are? Do you think they care about? No. I'm not egotistical and prideful to say my last name. No. They care. They care, my friends. They care. Okay, you should too. Get rich. Honor your ancestors. Honor God. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay? Don't listen to the TNGs in chat.